Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the latest installment of Color Commentary. I'm your host, Color. Glad everybody could join us tonight. Welcome to those on the East Coast where it is 10:33 p.m. We got our friends on the West Coast. Think they should be rolling around 7:30 and just starting to be getting dark right now. And for those out in to his home state, we know it's really early for you guys. Appreciate you all for joining us, taking time out of your work day if you're still working out there. Taking time out of your evening tonight to come join the Finns Tailgate and Color Commentary. Absolutely love every one of you. Make sure you like and share so everybody knows I'm going right now. A lot of people sometimes, so many of us out there, YouTube lets all the subscribers know that don't have their notification bell chimed, and anybody else puts it in their feed, lets me know I'm here. Just brings more people for you all to come chat with. So I want to remind everybody on Tuesday nights, you can catch Tonk 7 with TMI at 9 o'clock. I usually join them to co-host, and then I'm going to be trying to keep a open mic session going until we can get Mike on the mic back on. For an open mic session after that on Tuesday nights. Then you got me, of course, like tonight. 10 o'clock, 10:30 sometimes. Just depends on what's going on. It's off season right now. When the regular season starts, there's going to be so much content. We'll probably have to be going at 9:30. So that all being said, if you're feeling generous enough, you can hit us on $, the Finns Tailgate. Venmo, the Finns Tailgate. We got super chats now. We got many ways you could support us. We need it. We could use it, but at the very least, we absolutely appreciate everybody like sharing, all our subscribers, because that really helps too. Not everybody can throw us some bones, so but that's doing just as much. So we appreciate everybody that does that. Give a shout out to a few people in the chat. Before I do that, I'm going to remind everybody, if you need any of that gear up, you need, get the official stuff from Fanatics, you could use the link in the description below. Let them know we sent you. Of course, we got our stuff. Finn's tailgate gear. Still have yet to see anybody in public wearing it. I don't want to have to be the first one recognized. Nobody's come at me yet anyway. Far as I know, I haven't been told that this is shut off yet. But if you guys have tried and it is, let me know. Because I don't want to tell you it's there and then not come through on it. So let me know if anybody has firsthand knowledge of the 15% coupon not working anymore or anything like that. So as you can see by the title, let me get to y'all. We got California, first one to show up tonight. Appreciate you here. God Soldier coming in right after that, reminding everybody to like and share. We love that. Appreciate it, man. We got Aqua, man. You and I kind of hit it off early, months ago or longer. We've always been at odds, but I really appreciate you showing up every night. Shows people how people can, not always see eye to eye, but not be disagreeable. We're all human. It's just a game, it's football. Appreciate you always coming in. And I know I understand that I seem to be held in higher regard on certain others' channels than you are these days. I see. That's kind of interesting. I've tried to point out the irony this morning, but everybody ignores me over on the other channels now. That's okay. I'm fine with that. At least I'm not getting berated all day, But I appreciate chatting with you guys all day too. Don't get me wrong. EM Baller, how you doing? Got it, man. Trying to keep it going. I'm totally solo flying on my own wings tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't even do show prep with Cap. He obviously fell asleep after work or something, and I just haven't heard hide nor hair of him. He's completely MIA tonight, and I don't mean in Miami. Most, how you doing? Saw you over there talking hockey and talking. Had a little chat with Most about CFL over on his channel a little earlier before the show. Stay tuned. I can talk CFL too, and then they don't conflict with our season, so we'll see if color commentary might be mounting up with the old Rough Riders over in Saskatchewan. We'll see what happens. It's hard. It's a little bit different type of football, but it's still football. Them guys up there do a lot of them are great athletes. Great, obviously. We've had at least two of them. Ricky Williams, let's see, Cameron Wake, as we talked about, him and I talked about earlier. Justin Cordero, good to see you. Thanks a lot for coming by. Avora Void, good to see you again. Avora wants to go just by Void. They're trying to figure out how to get YouTube to let them change that somehow or whatever. Anybody got any tips or advice? Give Void a shout out. I think you may just be able to create another channel altogether, call it Void by itself if it's available, and then just kind of migrate over to that channel, have both of them just log in as that one instead. You might be able to do it that way if the name itself is still available. YouTube wouldn't care if it's close to the one you have if it's still available. You may have to put an underscore in front of it or something stupid like that. Little tech advice. I can always give you guys that too. I know sometimes I get a little in the weeds on it, but either case, Iceman, good to see you. Appreciate you coming. I think I've hit everybody so far that's interacting. I don't think I forgot anybody. Green Rat's mad at me. Just so you guys know. But he's always mad at me, so we'll get over it. He's a good guy. And to EM Dolphin fan, I love you too, bro. But it's, Green Rat means well. He's not an outright. He's never been an outright ugly person to me. If something got confused, I wasn't there. I didn't watch the whole thing. I only caught it at the very end. So, I mean, him and I go at it all the time, but I've always thought it was in good fun. Nikolai, how you doing, Nick? Let's see. All right, got a few more people rolling in. Cool. I appreciate you guys being here. I know there's plenty of other things to be doing and watching and all that. As you can see by the title, I'm trying to kind of make light of the situation. I mean, this is starting to get kind of old because we're at a point where, it doesn't really matter what people think about Tua at this point. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, if I have to be fair. If I'm going to call out people and say it's not fair for them to constantly shove it in our face by doing things like putting QB1 in boldface in all their postings and stuff like that, then I have to be fair and say, well, he is QB1. In other words, we know. And I'm not trying to say that to disparage Tua. What I'm trying to get at is I got to say my piece. I'm just going to say my final piece on this whole golfing thing and be done with it. I haven't gone public, like voiced anything other than what I've said in chats. And really, there's obviously good points to be made by both people. If you're talking about a person that is staunchly upset about the golfing incident or whatever you want to call it, Golfgate. How's it going, guys? Love you, man. And a guy that is like, it's no big deal. First of all, it's not no big deal. Okay, let's get that straight. First of all, it is not I mean, and I'm going to show you right now how we are at the Finn's tailgate. I didn't, El Capitan didn't hold a panel last night, and I didn't end up getting on last night. He totally went solo himself. And that doesn't mean I have to come up here and say I wholeheartedly agree with him. I don't. I think his personality is different than mine. And we're going to prove to you right now, people, that nobody on the Finn's tailgate is a zombie, and there ain't no group think going on over here. We all have our own individual minds, and I have to disagree wholeheartedly with, the position that El Capitan took in some respects last night. And by the way, I just see him in chat. How's it going, Cap? I just went with it, man. I didn't know, you know what I mean? We got, people showed up, so here we go, It's like we always say, I Brett Favre'd it. If it's successful, what can El Cap say, right? Just kidding, man. But either case, there is something to be said for the people that are upset about it. It is not no big deal. Is it the end of the world? Is it Tua can't all of a sudden all the stuff I've been saying about the possibility of him improving his game and looking better in training and all that, and saying anybody can improve and whatever else? Will it ever happen again? I mean, come on, people. Let's just relax a little bit. It's not going to change the fact that Tua is on track and on a trajectory to be the starting quarterback. You know what I mean? So that is something that's real to talk about. But it happened last year. So did his noodle arm. So did his bad throws. So did everything else we don't like about Tua's game. And part of Tua's game is being ahead of the game, like doing things off the clock for himself and going, like, basically living and breathing NFL quarterback. Yeah, we understand that. And I'm not trying to disparage that or take away from that either. I wholeheartedly believe in that stuff. You all know me. I am upset about what happened. But it's just one other thing that I'm upset about last year. And I'm not going to sit here and, this is where I do agree with El Capitan. I mean, come on, it's done with. If you guys want me to say my piece on why it's really a bad thing so everybody knows wholeheartedly, hey, this is what Culler thinks about why it's terrible, at the very least, terrible optics. But I've been golfing. And I'm not talking about now when I'm an old man and it's like I'm tired if I walk up the stairs. I'm talking about when I was a pretty decent, healthy athlete. I've always been an athletic person from high school on through my career. I started my adulthood for the better part of 12 years working in the South Florida heat as a construction worker. So I fashioned myself as an athletic person by nature my whole life. And trust me, it's not 18 holes before a football game, really? No, come on. No, I'm not saying that happened. I'm not taking sides in that argument. None of us are there and all that nonsense. But God, man, I know he's a better athlete than I, but people, let's say it only affected his energy level 10%. Are we saying it's okay that we're accepting that our quarterback is at 10% less of his energy level than he could have been at the start of a football game? Now, if it was all politics being played, again, whatever. It is what it is. And I think there's still something to be said for just, everybody talks about, to me about respect. The things I do and say sometimes aren't respectful or I have to be held accountable for my level of respect while people just disrespect all the time. So I just want to say that, you have to earn a certain amount of respect from people, and to just, look to if I were to address him, nobody just started imagining this stuff, man. You know what I mean? Why not just build a range inside your house or out by your house? And, I understand the need to smack a couple of golf balls around. You know what I mean? I get it. All that. But something should be said for optics. The only reason people like I and people that are even being more, scornful than I are saying the things they're saying is because they know about it. And they don't like it. It's fair to say that. It really is. It's not unreasonable. Because as I said all day in the chats, what other fan base is having this debate right now? This argument? Even the ones with bad quarterbacks. No, Aqua. I don't want to be mistaken. I don't want people to mistake what I'm saying here. I'm saying my last piece on it, and I'm just saying I'm only speaking it as a matter of principle, Aqua. You know what I mean? It's not, again, the fact that you and I can sit here and make fair points back and forth. Why? No other fan base is doing that right now. So I'm at the point where, because, I'm just so indifferent to it at this point, because it's not going to affect whether he's starting this year. It's not going to affect it may affect whether he gets better or not, but we are still only here to evaluate the product he puts on the field. So again, winning cures everything. Balling out cures everything. And something he did last year regarding golf while it might speak to his work ethic or it might speak to how he's doing now, we don't know who's involved in his life. But, I mean, we do in some regards know about people that are involved in his life as far as, mentoring him as a human being and all that. But we still have to evaluate him for the same things. Can he improve on the field? Can he get better in his throwing? Can he get better in his ball placement? Now, because if you can couple Batman and Geo made a great point. Shout out to Miami Sports Fanatics earlier tonight about they were just doing a trivia thing, and they're like, who has the highest completion percentage of any Dolphin in history? And it is one, in fact, Tua Tagovailoa. But you all know how I feel about completion percentage and throwing that out there as a stat. To me, it means really nothing in regards to speaking to where, to ball placement, so they're two different things. And I've been through that a dozen times. But when it comes down to it, if you can now couple ball placement with those percentage numbers, we're cooking. We're definitely cooking. Again, if we're 5-0 at game 5, at the end of game 5 this year, if we're walking into the locker room 5-0, who cares? My only problem is that Tua took it for granted, like Tua took before he earned. That's my only real problem. But who cares in the long run? Because if Tua fails, it may be because of all of that. But the end result doesn't change because he was playing golf too much or he was going and doing whatever too much. The end result doesn't change if he fails. The end result doesn't change if he succeeds. So this is really my last piece on that golfing thing. And everybody knows, and there are plenty of visual receipts, so I know I can say this. Everybody knows that I've been patient, fair, and understanding about the golf in general. I might have joked around about it. I do have if I'm not mistaken, I do still have it. Look at that. Everybody remembers that. Don't act like you don't remember that. That was poking fun. Okay, whatever. But in all fairness, I've been very fair and patient about the golf thing because I did see it as a very important part of his rehabilitation when it comes to the hip rotation. And it seems to have worked. Seems to have. Again, all of this is still predicated on what happens on the field. So, the other thing I'll say is, given that position, my only alternative with in other words, the only way I could formulate an opinion or a hypothesis, like a valid opinion, a fair opinion, is to default to his teammates and what they think. Because very few people pointed it out, but there was a couple people that pointed it out throughout the day that what would happen if Noah did that, or even Nick Needham as he was coming up, as a player pretty much taken off the streets. Now, obviously, players may or may not say things, but we know players have ways of getting negative things out. And so, I'm just simply going to default to the players. The players are the ones in the locker room that have to assess and take the things we say back and forth into account for their own calculus as to what they play and or what they are going to do and how they're going to support or not support their quarterback. So I'm just going to default to the players. And that's all we have to do. And I think that's the most fair human thing anybody can do. And I don't think that's insulting Tua. I don't think that's insulting anybody. I don't think that's insulting anybody that doesn't care, that thinks he should be able to play golf right there on the football field in uniform. I don't care. I really don't. So please don't come at me, people. Tua's going to sink or swim on his own merit, whether he's playing golf or not, whether he's playing it at the wrong times or not. I would just give a word of advice to Tua that really, we just spent the last 3 days. We don't want it. We want to talk about how good you are, bro. We don't want to be talking about this nonsense. Just remember that stuff, man. And if it had something to do with that whole Flores thing, well, then whatever, water under the bridge. Let's go. We're still at the same boat we were before. What product are we going to see on the field? And awesome. Shout out to God Soldier. If we have to for the $10 donation, if we have to sacrifice Tua to get rid of 2 ears, then so be it. I love you, God Soldier. Y'all know how I feel. I just end up attracting a lot of negativity if I keep harping on it. The receipts for how I feel are out there. And that's why you guys are here and support me, because I've been fair. I've been critical, sometimes been harsh, and I have made fun of them. I've made fun of a lot of players in the NFL on my team. I've made fun of Dan Marino before. Dan Marino, by the end of it, in some games, Dan Marino looks like looked like a cyborg out there. Like, give him a cane, people. There was a time when Dan Marino was taking heat. I've talked about this before. There was a time when Dan Marino was taking a lot of heat for all the interceptions he was throwing. And we were all sitting there. It's funny. We were all at the time, he needs a running game. He needs a running game. That was still to this day. Most Marino fans will tell you, if he'd have just had a running game. Well, if he was so great, why did he need a running game? Because it wasn't that he needed one. It was that Buffalo had one. And Buffalo was the one stopping us from getting to the Super Bowl so many times with Dan Marino. So keep that in mind, people. You only need the tools, more tools than your opponent has. If you're a great one, And yes, football is a team sport. Absolutely. That gets me into, and so I'm done. That's the last thing I'm going to say about the golf thing, as far as that whole playing golf, whatever, But it does bring me to a little segment I wanted to, kind of start doing, because it speaks to the point about whether we should consider win-loss record as a quarterback stat. Yeah, and I was right about Capitan, so it looks like cool, made the right move. I Brett Favre'd it. But anyway, gosh, where was I getting? Oh, so I wanted to do play a little game with you guys tonight. And we'll see how fast people start flooding in the right answer. Because I'm going to bring up player stats of a certain player, and I'm gonna read through them as if I've already told you who it is. And I want you guys to just start guessing who it is. I don't really have much to put on the line for who gets it first, but I want to see how fast the answers start flooding in when the correct one does start flooding in. So I was, and I'm going to do this every week now. I'm going to pick a player, and it may not be a quarterback. Tonight it's going to be a quarterback, but it's not always going to be about, in relation per se to anybody on our team, although it could be. And it's more to say that a lot of times people throw these names out there when they're trying to prop their guy up. And it's just amazing to me how we just immediately dismiss some of the accomplishments these people have made, because we don't, we're able to say because that didn't happen or, whatever similar things that we say, oh, well, this guy moved from team to team to team to team because whatever reason. But when it's our guy that we like moving from team to team to team to team, it's because those teams don't appreciate the guy. Everybody likes to win an argument. So that's going to always be that way. However, as we like to do with the cause for cleats, I want to call attention to some of these players throughout the off season, and say, hey, the next time you throw this name out there to say, oh, so-and-so is light years ahead of this guy, at least you'll know who you're talking about and what you're actually throwing out there, because you might run into a person like myself who has actually looked at certain players. Okay, so I want to, this is how you make your audience intelligent, by the way. Okay, this is how you do it right here. It don't matter what, I'm not going to sit and run through stats on like draft analysis and all this other stuff till we're blue in the face. Although I wanted to say my preliminary final take on Skylar Thompson. Really? I like the guy. The guy's got great skills. I'm really impressed. Didn't think I'd see that in the tape. But man, you know me about football names. How can he overcome Skylar Thompson? I just cannot picture Skylar Thompson, 3-time Super Bowl champion. I'm sorry, guys. Hall of Fame. I'm sorry. It's just, man, he's got a lot to overcome with that name. It's no offense to him. It's not a bad name. It's just, think about it, guys. Like Skylar Thompson. Anyway. I know, EM. I know. I mean, no golfing, man. He could smoke a stogie if he wants. I think there's a few players that smoke cigars. I mean, they're still ingesting nicotine. Nobody seems to have a problem with that, but whatever. But anyway, so I'm gonna pull this this little sticky note that I have up. There we go, right here. Okay, so this quarterback has been in the league for 6 seasons. They spent 5 seasons with one team and 1 season with another. Their rookie season, they played a very few number of games. So I'm going to throw that out there to be fair, because unless you're, unless you're really the super greats, come on, it's just going to skew the numbers, and everybody knows it. Okay, so minus the rookie season, so we're talking 5 seasons now, 4 with one team, 1 with another. In 5 seasons, this quarterback has thrown for 4,065 yards per season. 20,327 total yards. 267 yards per game. His career win-loss record is 45-37-1. With his first team minus the games from his rookie year, he's 42-20. So And in 5 years, the completion percentage is 63.4, career 64.1. That's including the rookie season. And with his last team in a losing season, actually increased to 67.2. And so this person has also been to the Pro Bowl twice in the 2 years after his rookie season. And has played in a Super Bowl. So easy, guys. See, my audience gets it. It's already flooding in. And yet the team that he played with, that he went to the Super Bowl with, saw fit to replace him with another quarterback. Where he now has put together a 3-10 record. Because we all know where Tom talking about, as you all have so astutely point out, Detroit Lions quarterback Jared Goff. Matter of fact, with a 3-10 record, I suspect that completion percentage went up to 67.2 because he was throwing shorter, drop in the bucket routes. His touchdown to interception ratio year over year is well above 70%. Consistently. And let's not forget that Odell Beckham Jr. was added to the team and Von Miller was added to the defense, which would inherently provide more opportunities for the offense. So who could really compare somebody like Stafford to Goff? But we'll see. So don't sleep on Detroit, guys. That's all I'm saying. But he's still getting it done, Nick. His stats in Detroit are not really that different than they've been. I mean, let's face it, it's Detroit. Now, they've got Dan Campbell, and obviously Dan Campbell has proven he's willing to publicly cry as a grown man for his team, and it looks like they're sticking with him up there. So that's why I'm saying, you know, I think people need to not sleep on Detroit. Maybe not this year, but trust me when I say that Jared Goff is not their issue. And I want to call attention to that. Shout out to Jared Goff. Been a decent quarterback since he started. He is a starter, in my opinion. And it's and just so you guys understand where this came from, that how on Omar and Big O, when that whole thing, How Big O could just completely ignore the fact that Teddy Bridgewater was one field goal upright doink away from going to the Super Bowl. Why does he just like ignore that? I mean, say what you want, have your opinion. I'm not disparaging Big O for his opinion. Fine. We're grown men. Whatever. It's your opinion. Yours is your calculus is formed and your code is formed differently than mine. So what? That's okay. I can respect that. What I don't understand is how the near Super Bowl appearance doesn't factor into that calculus. I mean, yeah, sure, he's put some bad stuff on tape since then. He's also put great stuff on tape. I mean, let's just ease up on Teddy. That's all I'm saying. Same thing. People just totally ignore that before his whole career was derailed because Minnesota wanted a guy with a profile that more fit their state. That's their, whatever. Yeah, Minnesota thinks I'm dumb. And by the way, again, as we forget, another person I could do a whole show on is the late, great, rest in peace, Tony Sperano, who built that offensive line up in Minnesota as their offensive line coach before he died. So, shout out to Dolphin alum Tony Sperano. So anyway, that's all I'll say about Jared Goff. If we meet him on the field, I still want Jalen Phillips to put him in the dirt. So, whatever. It's just Jared Goff. Anyway, wanted to talk a little Hurricanes, not like a lot, just, to put it out there in front of everybody's face because, man, the train's coming. The Canes chain is coming, people. Hashtag Canes chain. I started it a few months ago. Nobody's really picked it up, but I have to ask you guys. It's up to everybody. I can't do it myself. Everybody hashtag Canes chain everywhere you go. Let's all unite. Let's find out. Let's bring out everybody out of the woodworks. Wherever a hurricane might be. China, Korea, I don't care where it's at. Hashtag Canes chain. Put it in your Twitters, your Facebooks, whatever. Instagrams. The old Instagrams. Just do it. It's easy. It looks good. It's fun. Just do it. Hashtag Canes chain. So, shout out to Dono starting his the Locked On Canes podcast, and watched his episode today talking about whether the Canes should consider themselves as their only threat. And I thought that was kind of interesting way to say that we're the team to beat. Don't you think? I mean, isn't that kind of the same thing as saying that? So I pulled up our division to see, because, it's been a while. They've done a lot of shifting in the ACC over the years, and we've been so terrible, it's been pointless to keep up in the standings. But I did pull up our division. We got two divisions in the conference, ACC conference, Atlantic Coast Conference, the Atlantic and the Coastal. We're in the Coastal. We've got Duke, Georgia Tech, North Carolina, Pitt, Virginia, and Virginia Tech. We can beat every one of them people. We can beat every one of them guys. If I was to say the biggest threat would probably be Georgia Tech. Because like I always tell y'all, every 4 years or so after that offensive line becomes seniors and they've all gelled and that triple option wing stuff starts working, watch out. There could be a thorn in your side. But, yeah, I don't look at it like I guess it's a way to say you're your own worst enemy, it's up to you, it's balls in your court. But yeah, that means we're the team to beat. Go you. I don't see anybody here that, traditionally poses a threat the way we've been amassing our team, the way Cristobal has been putting things together down in Miami. So shout out to the Hurricanes. I'm going to be talking about a little bit more about them every week, giving an update where we're at. Anything major comes through. I just thought it was interesting how they talk about, are the Canes their own worst opponent, their own biggest threat. And I'm just thinking, well, that's just a negative way to say we're the team to beat. So that's cool. Go you. It's all about the you. Everybody knows it. I can't pick up my 2 fingers anymore, people, if you're wondering why I did it wrong. But either case. Moving on to some news. Before I do that, I want to remind everybody to like and share, please. If you could. It's, helps us out so much. It lets everybody know that y'all are here talking about me and talking about what we're talking about and talking to each other and yelling at each other. It lets everybody know that. And it does a good job of doing it if we just hit the like button and share it. And so also I wanted to remind everybody, make sure you catch Tonk 7 with TMI on Tuesday nights at 9. We had a great show this week. It's really growing what we're trying to do there, with the more off-topic stuff. Tonk's a great guy. Grew up in our neighborhood, grew up right around the corner from here. So, what he's trying to bring to the table is, a good different perspective, and it's refreshing, and I enjoy helping him do that as a co-host when if I can keep it going. I'll try to do open mics after that at 10 o'clock or so, maybe sometimes later, depending on how much there is to talk about. I don't want to just set up a panel just for people to argue about nothing, but we'll see how that goes. It worked out this Tuesday, so we'll see. You can also catch me Thursday nights, like tonight, 10 o'clock, most of the time 10 o'clock. Ran a little late tonight, 10:30, but whatever. If you need any gear from the official Fanatics, you need official gear. That's what they got, licensed official gear. Use the link in the description below. Lets them know we sent you. You know how to do it if you're feeling generous enough to support us in our cause. We're just trying to create a great community here where everybody can say what is on their mind, albeit, come on, people, you know what I mean. Some things don't need to be said, but for the most part, we want everybody to be able to say whatever they want to say about our team, about other teams. I'm glad to see that we're starting to get around to focusing our attention outward. That's good, and so get some TFTG gear. Tell everybody about us. So, do it in a way where you don't have to always tell everybody. It just happens naturally. Hey, what's that? Where's that at? Oh, TFTG. So either case. So again, I get on to some little bit of news here. Couple little things. So I see an opinion piece by Connor Orr posted about 15 hours ago on SI. And the gentleman, his headline says, with the Browns investigation, the NFL just approved a manual for tanking. The footnote section of the letter, one point of the letter, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell wrote to Browns owner Jimmy Haslam upon the conclusion of the league's investigation into Hugh Jackson's tanking allegations this week. Goodell wrote, and this is the writer's emphasis, there is no merit to the suggestion that offering incentives to win a certain number of games violates Article 9.1C8 of the NFL Constitution and bylaws, which prohibits bonus bonuses to coaches for winning particular games against particular opponents. One point of contention in Jackson's claims that has not yet been reported is that the Browns, after scrapping an incentive structure that rewarded the head coach for draft capital and salary cap space carryover, installed a new bonus system negotiated between Haslam and Jackson's agent via email. It's unclear whether it was ever submitted to the NFL for approval. That rewarded Jackson for wins. 3 wins, $100,000, up to 7 wins, $500,000. Goodell's is a noteworthy clarification because there are some agents and advisors who work on NFL coaching contracts who have not interpreted the rule as such. One coaching agent I spoke to said that they always understood the NFL's rule on incentives for coaches to mean that you can reward a coach financially for making the playoffs, since there is additional revenue that comes with additional games, but not for winning a specific number of games. One agent I spoke to said you can put a win total in their contract, while a third said they've only worked on contracts that offer bonuses for postseason because isn't that the goal of every team at the beginning of the year anyway? A fourth added that nothing exists either inside or outside of contracts would surprise them. Indeed, the NFL's Constitution, Article 9.1c8, the wording is vague and certainly open to interpretation. A team cannot offer to pay a player or coach, and no player or coach may receive any bonus money or thing of value for winning any game played in the league. So that's kind of interesting. We knew it was going to boil down to all this. Exactly. But one thing I'm wondering though is it only positive? Or what they trying to say is that if you're not allowed to pay teams and coaches to win, why would you be able to pay them to lose? I don't know if that's really the angle they're trying to go at there. Seems kind of vague in general to put all this out, But we'll see how that finishes out. Just wanted you guys to know that that's where that's at. Always like to inform you guys. So it looks like NBA legend Magic Johnson is joining the bid to buy the Denver Broncos, according to Michael Shapiro at SI. Enough said. That's kind of interesting. Magic Johnson putting his hat in for the Broncos now too. I believe he is part of the ownership group that owns the LA Dodgers, if I'm not mistaken. So that's another big score. How you doing tonight, CC? Anthony, nice to see you. Carla, appreciate you visiting tonight. Love having you all here. Just going through some news. Talked about my last piece on I said my last piece on the whole golf thing. I'm done with it. It's over. It's last year's business. Ain't going to affect one way or another what Tua does on the field this year. Whether he's improved, none of that. It's all up to Tua. So that's basically a summation. I'm defaulting to how his teammates feel about it. Justin, I think I already said hi to you, but if I didn't, how you doing? Andre is my man. How you doing? I haven't seen Levesque tonight, but I just missed him. I might have just missed him. Caleb, appreciate you coming by. So apparently the Titans, according to Dan Shavkin, reported yesterday, the Titans reportedly tried to trade for 2 notable quarterbacks. Is this really what is starting the animosity? Is this what started the animosity, followed up by drafting Malik? With Ryan Tannehill? Is this what we're talking about here? I mean, come on, Tanny. Just win. You hear us saying the same thing to Tua down here. We said it to you for 7 years, man. Just win. I know that's why that loss hurt you so much, buddy. I get it. You can't get over the 1.5 extra games that Derrick Henry bought you. Sorry. That's you, buddy. So the Titans have had a hectic week, according to the article, which started with trading wide receiver A.J. Brown and continued with taking quarterback Malik Willis in the draft. That continued Tuesday when quarterback Ryan Tannehill expressed his disappointment with the Brown trade and explained that it's not his job to mentor Willis. However, while Tannehill may be confident in his role as the starting quarterback, the team doesn't seem to agree. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, before the Titans drafted Willis in the third round, Tennessee explored the possibility of trading Aaron Rodgers or Deshaun Watson. There is a lot riding on this season for Tannehill and the Tennessee Titans, Schefter said on NFL Live. They were dipping their toes in on Aaron Rodgers during the offseason before he re-signed in Green Bay. They checked in on Watson and found that he wouldn't be traded in the division. Schefter mentioned by adding Willis instead of proven veteran, the Titans can use the season to evaluate whether Tannehill is the right quarterback to remain the leader of the team. Well, there you go. Things just getting older and older for Tannehill, ain't they? I mean, I don't know. He's a good athlete. I guess he still has time to finally get over whatever he's lacking in his head. Because, with today's, physical training technology and all that, he could probably actually go for a long time and still be effective. Look at Matt Ryan's trying to do a thing as if he ain't as old as he is, up with Indy, right? So it's, kind of interesting. Everybody seems to be following the Brady model now, which we all expected. We shouldn't expect anything less. This is a no golfing, so oh, I don't know how to take that. That's okay. I love you, Carla. So either case, no, there you go, Justin. Justin makes a good point. Bring Tannehill back for the Debo role. Yeah, that'd probably be pretty cool. What do y'all think? Tannehill back for the Debo role? I think we did get an answer to whether Tannehill would be willing to do that or not.
How much you want to make a bet I can throw a football over the mountains?
So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Anyway, so I'm kind of out. I was going to talk a little. I had one other thing, but I lost my page on it. It was from another site. Let me see if I can pull it back up because it was something kind of interesting. I was going to open up a panel for a very short time if you guys want to come up and talk about anything I talked about. We can, if there's people that still need to hash out something about the golf thing, whatever, go at it. I'm only going to ever reference stuff like that from the human aspect. So, that's the easiest way to not be insulting to anybody, or at least, construe things that way. Where did it go? By the way, Pete Carroll says he doesn't have foresee a trade for quarterback happening, so they're really rolling with Drew Lock. Oh, I know what it was. So apparently, Marcellus Wiley from Speak for Yourself over at Fox Sports 1, he I guess he happened to be at the Dave Chappelle show the other night when Dave Chappelle was suddenly and unwarrantingly attacked up on stage, charged on stage by a disgruntled audience member. So apparently Marcellus was at the event. The place I saw the article at didn't elaborate it, and I didn't watch his show earlier, but I just thought it was interesting. It's like small world, uh, for Marcellus to be there. So, yeah, that was kind of interesting. Yeah, and that's what I guess that's what the correlation is being made now, Carla, is that they're saying it wasn't good joke. It wasn't necessarily Will Smith, but apparently people are saying, hey, this is why they're now upset with Will Smith more, because Will Smith is kind of desensitized people to doing it. So I guess for the people that are that politicize everything in their lives, it's a fair point to be made there. That'd be a fun little political debate to have, or sociological debate to have about, whether somebody thought that, got that impression, even at the subconscious level, but I'm not one of those that necessarily blames everything on what others do like that. Like, I don't think that Marilyn Manson was ever culpable for anything either, if you know what I'm referring to, but that is kind of funny. Thanks for pointing that out. But so we're rolling on 11:30. I hope I did a fair job of trying to drum up some news in this off season. We're going to keep it going on as long as you guys keep showing up every night. If that means every night of the off season, that's what that means. So, it's really up to you guys, and we appreciate every one of you for liking, sharing, subscribing. We're at we hit 1.21 now. Oh, I know one other thing I wanted to do. Hold on just a second. And I don't know if he happens to be listening or not. He doesn't. Probably goes to bed earlier than most of us, I mean, the guy's got a life and a family, you know what I mean? So, but he does kind of pop around every once in a blue moon. And who knows if he doesn't happen to, put us on and listen. So, and actually, there's one less that we got to do now, so we can make this easy, guys. Hold on. Let me share my screen real quick. Let me put it that way. Share. Chris might not want me to do this, but he likes the guy too. So, people have done this for us, and this person is has always been, talked me up too. Everybody knows who I'm talking about. Y'all see who I'm talking about. Right there. Y'all know who it is. Look at the number, people. 993. 7 away, people. 15 if you want to make him comfortably over, so when he wakes up in the morning, it's there. You know what I mean? Can we do this? Are there 7 of you in my audience that have been kind enough to subscribe to the Finn's Tailgate as well as Color Commentary? I know I've got 173 right now of you that subscribe to me on my channel. And I know I've been lacking content, but man, we've been struggling to put, we've got a lot in our hands right now. So I'm Finn's Tailgate first and foremost always. But there's got to be 7 of you out there that haven't got it, or maybe just never came across this channel or know of him. It's really hard because I know we all visit a lot of the same dolphin content. But if you have not subscribed to Larry K's channel, Finn's Attic Fury with Larry K, do it right now. I want us to get him to 1,000 subscribers tonight before I stop. You know what I mean? I want him to know that we're family over here too. Like, you all You know what I mean? Like most of you all follow him and watch his stuff. So I know I'm preaching a lot to the choir. But if you're a person that just didn't happen to know, a lot of your friends in chat right now already do and already follow this guy and follow his and watch his content. So, you know, let's help him let's be the ones, guys. Let's all say you did it. You know what I mean? Ain't me. Ain't the Finn's tailgate. It's you guys. I want everybody to know that this community, people that visit the Finn's tailgate, people that visit Color Commentary, people that visit Miami Sports Fanatics, Reason, all these other guys, everybody, TD, everybody that visits all these channels, we all visit the same channels and we're all the same people. So if you just happen to haven't gotten to Larry K yet or knew about him, there's got to be 7 of you. There's got to be. You know what I mean? And I don't mean to sound like a honk or making a drive or nothing, but what a neat thing it would be if he woke up, if he ain't listening, and found that he hit 1,000 and saw that you guys helped him do it tonight. You know what I mean? All the people, a lot of you that he sees on his show, you know, and wherever he might appear. I think he's Dolphins Den. I forget the exact name over on Facebook, but he frequents over there too a lot. So let's see if we can do this. I'm gonna we're at 995 now. I'm gonna take the screen off, but I'm gonna keep in the back. I'm gonna pop it in every once in a while and refresh it. We're 5 away. Okay, and I'm gonna drop the link in case any of you guys want to come up and talk about anything I've talked about tonight. I'd enjoy some Canes talk. If y'all are Canes fans too, you know what I mean? Like, don't be afraid. We got enough people in the community that are Canes fans that it won't be so boring for everybody. And if it is, we'll start, you know, we can always find something else on the fly. You know how it is. There's the StreamYard link. Come up and talk. Come up if you want to tribute Larry K. If you want to shout out Larry K and tell him why you like him, or tell somebody else why you like him. You know? So, plus, even if you don't hit the notification bell, when they go live, this is why we're always loving you guys liking and sharing, because when the show gets liked, it tells all the subscribers that have turned off their notification. It shows up in their suggestion feed, like top of the page, usually when there's people liking it. So that's why it does. California, thanks, man. See, California approves. You know, you're also not going to get a bunch of garbage from the guy and vitriol and all that. Says his piece about what he thinks. Hasn't always been the hugest to a fan, but was on board. Wants him to be successful. You know, appreciate it, Carla. You know, some of you might have even seen him over on TD. Like, he hasn't, you know, he didn't go this week. He usually goes right before Miss Finn's, I believe. You know, we'll see. You know, you can catch him there too a lot of times, if not live or in the chat or on the panels. You know, yeah, everybody wanting to be quiet tonight, huh? Not even Nick coming up. Nick usually always comes up. Baseball talk. Isaac's calling for baseball talk. Would it bore anybody too much? I'm a Cardinals fan. Trying to transition over to Marlins if y'all would start doing it right. You know. Yeah, thanks, Chad. I know what you meant. Must be auto text or something. Oh, Carla's a Reds fan. You guys having a little hard time this season, huh? I heard that if they've been so bad so quickly out of the gate that you guys still have a chance to like clean house, fire the whole thing, and build it again real quick and still make a run. So, you know, if I'm a Cardinals fan, you know, there's no love lost, but I don't like to see anybody in our division like totally junk out like that either. So go Reds. See if they can get something going. Blue Jays in here for Most, of course. The Toronto team. Padres. Okay, there's your American team. Nick laughing at me, assuming that he's going to want to come up. Good question, CC, and that's something Mike's going to have to answer because in my capacity at the Finns tailgate, albeit a full team member and privy to most, there's some things that are still just obviously going to have to be left between the proprietor and the and somebody. I mean, there's no friendship problems or anything. We're all, we all love. He's still a big part of the family, and we're trying to work a situation where he can get himself back here on a regular basis. So, it's still kind of fluctuating. The situation is dynamic, if you know what I mean. But so that's kind of all I'll really say without kind of. I don't want to get into private talk too much, but you know how it is. Let's see. Ain't a big baseball fan. Never really. I used to be that way until I spent 11 years in St. Louis. It was hard at the water cooler to talk anything else, especially since they lost their football team. So I became a Cardinals fan, and one thing I noticed is they're a lot like the Dolphins in the respect that they're a nice historic storied baseball team that has won a lot of championships. Well, I guess we can put the championship part aside, but either case, and they had a couple Hurricanes on their squad when I first moved there. So I started following them regularly. It's a lot more exciting when you're closer to it. It was easy to go to Cardinals games in their gorgeous stadium and all that. So, yeah. Are they the top team now, or are they your top team, Aqua? Because there's the other one, as far as polar opposites, but definitely championship, right on, Nick. Okay, that's fair. That's Florida team at least. At least you made it closer to me than I did. Rays are all right. I just wish you guys would fill your stadium a little more often. Like it's kind of embarrassing when you're World Series and you only got 8,000 people there. Just saying, But let's see. It ain't never been big in Portland. Yeah, I can see that. They'd probably all be Mariners fans or something out there, right? Yeah, so either case, let's see where they're at. Nobody wants to talk tonight, I guess. All right, fine. But let's see where we're at with old Larry here. Let me pull up the screen. Do a refresh. Dang, 4 more, man. I think we might get it. I think we might get him there. I really do. That's going to be awesome. That is really going to be awesome. Because you guys are so awesome. That means at least 2 of you went over there and subscribed. Unless it was just Coinky Dink. We got 4 more to get. I know some of y'all got thousands of followers on Twitter. Way more than I do. I see y'all out there on Twitter. Don't think I know y'all are dwarfing me in follower size on Twitter. Don't think I don't see. Yeah, why not? If he's available, and nobody's utilizing it, that's a good one to have around. Good one, CC. I know you. Dolphins, Kentucky Wildcats, Kyle Busch, Reds, and Heat. Carla says, "All right, that's not a bad compliment of folks to go riding out to the bar or a club or wherever." That's a good crew. You know, Kyle Bush's crew could probably take care of business for you all by themselves. You know, I'd imagine. I'm trying to reposition my mic here. All right. So, yeah. Pretty cool. Oh, he will. Don't worry. It's already happening. Who is it that needs? Oh, Nick. It's Fanatic Fury with Larry K. Larry K is 4 away from 1,000, bro. I really want you guys to be the ones that get him there. You know what I mean? I want him to know. Because y'all, like a lot of, like I was saying, everybody here is like everybody that watches him and follows everybody else. We're all the same. Like most of us are the same people. So I just want him to know you guys are still thinking about it. Like even when when everybody thinks that everybody's done for the night and we're all still sitting here talking our jazz on the Finn's tailgate and color commentary and Tonk show and all that we ain't forgot them all. We remember them all. Well, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Anthony. Anthony. Did you do that just so people would purposely pronounce it with an accent, or is it really with a Z? That's a nice name. Appreciate that compliment too. Dolphins, Spurs, and Yanks. Yeah, I can see that. That seems like a couple set of champions right there. You know, good, consistent champions over the years. Sure. Yeah, I saw that, Moss. So Moss goes with the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Dolphins, Arsenal, Jays, Heat, and Raptors and Bruins. Right, Bruins. Yeah, that's a good one. A lot of people like them. You might not find a lot of their fans around these parts, but only because of the Boston connection. But it is what it is. Adam says Dolphins, Oregon Ducks, Blazers, and Glacier Boys are the only teams I followed until my girlfriend and her family made me start following the Sooners. Not a bad one either. I believe Sooners football, but as far as good old country strong athletes, Matt Holliday, I believe, was an Oklahoma Sooner. Hit a lot of home runs for the Cardinals over the years. Appreciate that, Nick. Larry will too. I'm 100% sure of it. Oh, no, that's my name. I'm a junior. People pronounce it different ways. If it's in Spanish or English, right? That's cool. That's cool, man. I like originality like that. That's neat. I mean, it may not be original where you're from, but it's original, So Moss says he hates the Pats, the Red Sox, the Celtics passionately, and the Spurs, but so it's the Bruins. They make the cut. Squid, where you been, man? Everybody, welcome Colin, Squid Game Sports Talk to the chat. How you doing, buddy? Hey, have you been over to Larry K, man? Fanatic Fury. Oh, that's the one thing I forgot to do. Oh my God, I'm so stupid. Here. There's a quick link for those that are just coming in. Get over there and sub to Larry, man, if you haven't done it already. He's like 3 or 4 away from 1,000. I want you guys to be the ones that get him over. So let's see. Let's do a little update. Let me refresh the page. 3 away. We're at 997. 3 away, people. You guys are awesome, man. No wonder, I'm telling you. You guys don't realize how much of a difference you make to people that that do this stuff, man. You know, no matter what capacity they do it in, money, no money, fame, no fame, whatever it is that drives a person to do this stuff. You know, it's really awesome. I hope I'm not cutting out. I'm getting an error in my chat, but yeah, I agree, Bentley. I agree. That's what I'm trying to show here. You know what I mean? Squid just subscribed, so that's probably $9.98. We'll see in a bit. I'll refresh it again in about 5 or 10 minutes because we should be over by then. Wish I had my MIDI controller turned on and going right now. I could do a drum roll. Thanks, Chad. So, either case, yeah, Squid, I dropped the link earlier, but if it's scrolled up too far, I'll drop the chat link again if you want to come, you know, if you felt like coming up. Nobody wanted to, so you'd be the first. Bentley, subscribe. Thanks a lot. Dolphin saying he's also a swing shifter. Yeah, I know how that is, man. Oh, done that a few times in my life. Yep, it's all about the fins. That's right. Mazzles. Yeah, I agree with you, Aqua. They have to be good at everything they do. And the shitty thing is they usually are. It's tough. Hey, Drew, Larry K's like 2 away from 1,000. We're trying to be the ones to get him there, man. We're trying to show him his family gets, you know, can come through for him all the way to the end. He didn't expect it tonight, but he's so close. I don't know how I couldn't say something and get people to go. I mean, it was like 7 away when we started, and now we're like 2 away. So, yeah, I'm not trying to do a long panel, and it seems like nobody else is really into it tonight, Drew, but I did drop the link if you wanted to come up. Same with Squid. I'm going to kind of go till we get Larry K there or until anything else interesting happens. Thanks, Chad. Exactly. And he has some good takes, you know, and he's fair. As fair-minded as anybody else. He's trying to be fair. Anybody that comes from the position of trying to be fair is a fair-minded person. So it even if you may take something they say is unfair, you know, it may just need some clarification or whatever. You know what I mean? So the guy is definitely a fair-minded person, and he has never ever shied away from supporting this channel, supporting my own channel, me and my cause. And Miss Finn's, everybody, you know what I mean? He's shown that respect too. So I'm just trying to return it here and show him that, you know, you guys are here and you see, you watch, you know who's who. Oh, Droob. Awesome. Let's do it. Man, I really wish he was here right now. That would be so cool. But, ladies and gentlemen, if I refresh the page according to Drubitron's sources, look at that. We did it. 1K. Somebody wake this man up. I don't know where he hangs this late at night. It's not even midnight yet. He's been through here later before. Somebody find this man. You guys are so freaking awesome, man. God, I knew it. I knew we would do it. I had no doubts in you. I had no doubts in you guys whatsoever. We should be, Carla says, we should be trying to enjoy all the free agents and draft because we will regret not enjoying the process as we head towards a possible great season. Celebrate. Absolutely, Carla. Well said. Well said. You know, I'm not like Omar. I don't think it's going to be one injury that derails us. Yeah, it's okay, man. I think everybody is kind of right now, you know, after today, everybody arguing about the golfing thing and all that. Carla's right. How about our draft class, huh? I mean, I understand that it is at a certain level. I get it. The draft is overall itself was at a certain level. But when I grade a draft, I don't do it relative to, how many picks we had or or, you know, this or that, or the moves we made. It's really what you took away from it. And what we took away as the Miami Dolphins from that draft was a set of players that were some of the highest caliber players in that draft. So that's all we can grade it on. And I think I've said A- from the beginning. So I think we probably should have done something about center, but that's neither here nor there. You know, absolutely. Happy with what we did. You know, great. God, I'm so proud of you guys. You don't even realize. Oh man, I'm so proud of you guys. That's going to be awesome. Wait till he sees that. I wish I had a way to tell him. I don't really converse with him too much on the other ends. But either case. So I'm going to give it 5 more minutes to midnight. We'll go till midnight. If nobody jumps on and wants to talk, I'll wrap it up for this week. That'll end tonight's episode of Color Commentary. No problem. Hey, Wooback. Wooback says, I'm here to listen to what you got to say, Color. These platforms from the Anti-Tua Club. I'm trying to support you. Right on, man. I love you, bro. We're trying not to be so anti-Tua tonight. Just a quick recap. I went over, I said my last piece, and my only piece so far since all this drama started about the golfing. I said my first and only piece on it. I'm kind of I'm indifferent to it now. I don't like certain aspects of it. Happened last year, no big deal. The song remains the same. It's still up to Tua to change. I don't think what happened last year has any effect on whether that's going to happen or not. And so as far as like the drama involved, the human aspect of it, I just default to what the players think about it, what his teammates think about it. And that'll be evident on the field. So it's one of those things. That's where I'm dropping it. I'm not really like talking about that much, you know. Again, as Carla said, and I ran through some news, like I always do, sometimes off-topic news. It's hard to drum up stuff about the Dolphins too much. Oh, we do have Nick coming in, but I do appreciate you coming by tonight. Absolutely, we enjoy you being here. You're part of the family like anybody else, and don't ever mistake that. So we got Nick popping in.
Kyler, what's up, buddy?
Not much, man. Not much. Yeah. So, what do you think about that, man? You guys are awesome, man. Getting Larry K there like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check him out.
What's that?
Said I'm gonna have to check out his vids and stuff.
Yeah, he kind of drops like a 15, 20-minute video every few days.
Okay.
Obviously, source content providing, you know what I mean? You know, obviously that's going to happen more consistently in the regular season, I guess. But he has been doing some live stuff and hosting a few panels over on TD's channel for a weekly segment. Didn't happen this week, but it's been pretty regular over there. So I suspect that was just a timing issue for this week. You know, but
I'm definitely gonna have to check him out.
Yeah, he's a good guy. You know, and as anything goes, despite what people think, as long as it takes sometimes to get to 1,000,
yeah,
you've culled them out pretty good. If you're getting to 1,000, there's at least 1,000 people that agree with me on that. You know, so
yeah,
you know,
oh yeah,
good job, Larry. Good to see that, man, and so impressed with you guys as an audience base and all that, man. You know. Supporters of the show, the network, the moderators, you know, everybody that helps moderate.
Yeah. I always miss a little bit of you guys because by the time I get off and I turn you on when I'm driving, don't worry, I'm not watching the screen. I'm just listening. And I try to like refresh it and see what you guys cover because sometimes I'm like, shit, I don't know what they talked about exactly, and I just have to like jump on when you come up, you know, and at the moment, and then I can hurry up and get on. But
right.
I wish
I'm trying to just be a guy down here in Southern Florida, eyes and ears for everybody, and put my commentary on it. And being that, you know, the last name kind of fits. It just worked. It's like I'm trying to just say, hey, look, forget all that noise. Cull out all that noise. You know what I mean?
Dude, you do have the best voice for it, I swear.
And I try not to bring his noise, but the way to cut out all the noise I've always found, and this is why Crypto and I always get along, is to just simply make your hypotheses or theories or whatever, base them on just simply the least amount of assumptions. You're always going to have to assume certain things,
Right.
because none of us are really in the building and all that, But
Yeah.
if you stick with the least amount of assumptions, your percentage of being accurate and right are gonna go up exponentially. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I wanted
And
to.
that's not my philosophy. That's long ancient philosophy. You know what I mean? It's not mine.
I know we're beating a dead horse here. Can I talk about the Tua thing about golf?
Sure.
Okay. So the thing I'm hearing, which I'm sure you have as well, I guess the reason he did that was before the Ravens game, correct?
Well, that's now in contention. So that's why I just have abandoned the whole thing and said, you know what, it's water under the bridge at this point, and what do his teammates think about it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So let's just say it was before the Ravens game, is what I heard. He was already
Thanks,
ruled
Lubeck.
out. He was already ruled out. So I guess the reason.
Hold on. Sorry, Crypto. I forgot to actually hit go earlier. So there you go. I've been telling you all the links in there, and it never was. Sorry. Go ahead, Nick.
Oh yeah. So the reason I think he did it was to send a message to, now whether this is the right way or wrong way to go about it is, I guess he sent a message to Chris Greer saying, "Hey man, I'm healthy enough to play. I'm playing golf right now. I'm healthy enough to go. This guy won't let me in."
Right. Yeah,
that's
what. Yeah, I kind of added that part to it about the potential of it being politics. You know what I mean? Which kind of changes the dynamic on everything, and the criticism would shift to for both sides. Like, again, what it does is it makes me go back to that place I was in Missouri. No pun intended. Where I flip on the TV and I get so little shreds of news about my team down in Miami without having to go to the internet.
Dude,
from the
how do you think I feel?
And from the Nationals, it's like, and you all see y'all are preaching. This is why I don't get involved with that nonsense either. I've picked out my few national talking heads that I like and that I trust. And if anybody craps on them, I ignore it because they don't realize how deep the rabbit hole goes with those idiots. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I guess the people that live outside of Florida do, but that's where I was at in Missouri. It was like the shred of little bit of things I hear about my team, and all I get is bullygate and blowgate. Hey, Carl, appreciate that. We'll have to talk about that. I not off the top of my head because I'm not like a professional engineer, but I am enough to know what you're saying. And I just have to, is 150 on the high end or the low end? You need more, you want more treble, you think? Is that what you're thinking? I'm not sure exactly without looking at the band where 150 is. Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. I can't do nothing about it right. I mean, I can, but I don't want to spin off and do something about it right now. But when I'm constantly wondering as I'm doing my gain staging every night and every day, without having anybody here on the other end to do it while I'm gain staging, I appreciate that feedback. You wouldn't believe how important that feedback is to me more than anything else anybody said. You don't even realize. So now I know. Okay, good. That can be handled. I'll make some adjustments and we'll see how it is next time I'm live. Thanks a lot. And hit me up anytime you want to chit chat about it. I'd love to pick your brain. Either case, if I don't know if you were finished or not, Nick. I'm sorry to have interrupted you, but I did want to welcome Crypto to the panel.
Crypto, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? How's it going?
Good.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, and Mr. Rogers didn't tell me that. It's just something I discovered as of late. But this golfing now, I guess what's the title of the new thing? It's called
I just
Golfing
did it
Gate.
I just raised a little
That's the
preamp. I don't know if that already made a difference or
is
not.
that the new thing, Nick? Is it gonna be called Golfing Gate? Is that the new thing now?
I just it's with Miami, you can never escape the national. Just why? Why does it always have to be us? Like, holy hell!
Yeah.
Right.
I got an interesting story about what happened on my last vacation. It's a little sidebar.
Well, you go on with
None.
that. Before you do, Crypto, the reminder for everybody to like and share. But I'm gonna go refill my my caffeine cup while you're running through that story. So
No, I was gonna let you hear it.
oh, I'll hear it. I'm gonna hear it. Don't worry about that. But I'm not gonna be speaking. So
Oh, okay.
let you know.
Oh, okay. Oh, you'll be able to still hear it?
Yeah, I'll still hear it.
Oh. No, I was just saying, don't it's funny. One time you there, Nick?
Yeah.
Oh, I I was just joking around and passing, just saying, I think it'd be interesting day to go start a tire shop and then strategically place nails within the vicinity of the tire shop so I can get some business, right? Just joking around,
Yeah.
so I can get a extremely full customers of people blowing out tires and, so they can come to my shop nearby. You want to know what happened to me when I went to go change my two rear tires, two brand new Goodyear tires put on there? It was
Did it come?
it was a what you call it, right outside, 100 feet outside of said tire shop. Put two brand new rear tires on my car, and I put a screw in my front right tire, 100 feet outside of the tire shop. I
Yep.
kid you not.
I believe that, man. That's how it works.
I was like, you got to be kidding me. I was like, I was just joking about this whole incident, like like 2 days ago, 2 days from it actually happening. And I was like,
That's
I'm never going to be joking about
yeah.
making a nefarious business about anything,
Isn't it
because
crazy how that stuff happens?
it's going to come back to bite me in the butt. I
Yeah.
put a screw right in the middle of my tire right after I just changed the two rear tires, brand new
Yeah.
tires.
2 fresh tires.
Two fresh tires, and lucky for me, the front right tire, it was under warranty, so they replaced it. Only thing I paid
There
was
you go.
mountain balance, so I
There you
got
go.
kind of lucky there with that. I dodged a bullet, but yeah, I was
Yeah,
like,
about it.
man, I was like, you gotta be kidding me! It was literally as soon as I turned off the lot is when it happened. I was like, they got me. They did exactly what I wanted to do, and I was joking about it.
Maybe they had the same idea.
That was it. They just beat me to the punch. That's all. They just beat me to the punch. I was
Yeah.
like, okay, how did they do that?
So, what's your take on this, man? The golf
Nah,
gate.
no, the golf gate is something. It's just something to keep the I think I don't know. I mean,
You're not
but the
putting any
thing is,
stock into it.
I actually do believe it's true about the whole thing as far as the him doing it on game day. But if it was other than that, it's not a big deal. But I would say the only exception to that, if you're going to do it, just don't let it be on that day, because that'll be the most thing where people's going to have the most problem with, because they're going to really like, man, you really not focused on today's game, and that's going to always be thrown back at you. But other than that, of any other game, any other day other than game day, it's free game. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's just the whole thing about it being on the same day of the game.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't help himself.
Right.
You know what I
It's just to
mean?
help the situation. Right. But if it was
But
like Saturday or Friday night, Friday evening, have at it. But if it's Sunday, like it's the day of the game, then yeah, it's that's a bad look. The optics is not good.
Right. But in a way, he's open about it and he's just transparent. Hey man, yeah, I went golfing. You know what I mean? But
Mhm.
I think it now that the story's coming out that he did it to prove a point. Now, is that a bad look or a good look? It kind of works both ways, I guess.
Because it's more like he's getting in that tit for tat game when he's
Right.
doing it
And
to put a point.
if that
It
did
makes it look
weigh
like
in,
he's doing tit for tat now.
exactly. And if that did have any, factor into weighing in on it, well, you see who stayed and who's gone.
Right.
Two is here
He'll
and Flores is out. So I don't know if that was,
well
you know,
Ross and Greer didn't factor none of that whole thing as far as him golfing and who stays, who goes, but it's more like once you do that, it creates more of a rift when you start going back and forth like that.
right.
And then it kind of muddies the waters. You see what I'm saying? You don't want to do nothing to muddy the waters. You just kind of want to stay above the fray, you know.
Yeah. Well,
Even though
and
you was most likely going to be the one to stake, I'm sure the ownership probably told Tua that we're going to try and do something, or whatever. I don't know what they do behind closed doors,
right.
you
Yeah.
know.
Well, that's the thing too.
Yeah, I tend to
Ross,
agree with that, Crypto, because it's not a matter of whether they think, because most of these situations in most companies that function like normal companies, because we have to look at the Dolphins as as a company, but we also have to give, sort of change the way we perceive them in relation to other companies. But there are some similarities. Most companies, when you have issues like this, the higher ups, that when they start getting involved, especially if you're talking about the ownership level, it becomes a situation where they just want to they're like a large, we made this analogy for other reasons, but it's a similar analogy. They're like largemouth bass and a big
Mm-hmm.
gold spoon. They just
You
want to
sure it's not catfish color?
well, if you ever dangled a gold spoon in front of a largemouth bass, you know that they want to cover that thing up with their mouth because it aggravates
Yeah.
the hell out of them. You know
Oh,
what I mean? So that's kind of where they're at. Like in that situation, it's likely most companies, when it gets
Mhm.
like that, and it's a where two employees are starting to play those types of politics.
Yeah.
It's get rid
But
of both of them. It's
that's
clean.
what yeah, HR department has to do something. I mean, you know what
Right
I
now
mean
in the
by
NFL, you've got a different
symbology.
dynamic because
Mhm.
obviously the player is also an investment. There's other aspects involved.
Yeah.
well, that's
Now,
what I wanted to.
even if Ross told Greer, I don't care, get them both out of here. The process to fire Tua is quite different than the process to fire the coach. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
in the
because you
meantime,
got to get a coach on board that's going to
right.
do it.
And in the meantime, that player, Tua in this case, still has the ability to rectify the situation before that process plays out. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So
Tua's
out
still a
out
fifth
of
round investment,
out
not
of the
fifth
two
round, but
people,
fifth
well,
a
here's the
first
thing.
round fifth pick investment though.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Out of the two people playing politics, one of them possibly not even playing politics. This is a point that Jason Whitlock made very early on in this whole fiasco. Then it's, Tua has the advantage of, I can make everybody forget about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the
And
advantage
he
the
knew
quarterback
that
has.
going in.
Tua
So
has that.
if he's making a decision as to what I see as a failure in optics,
Hmm.
then it could be that it's not really a failure in his eyes, because he knows that it's like, shut up, Culler. When I'm putting up 40 touchdowns, y'all are going to be forgetting about this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Welcome, Ollie. And thanks a lot, Lewis. Pretty good. How about yourself? Lewis
Right.
says hi, everybody.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Ali.
What do you think, Ollie? You think I tried to clean it? Like, say, you think my piece was gonna be the last I'll have to say on it?
I think it was pretty good. I mean, it's your, what your opinions are is what your opinions are. I'm kind of just really trying to stay chill after arguing with people all day about everything from the standpoint of Tua and what people think about Skylar Thompson and everything. It's like, oh my God, settle down,
Yeah.
I really like, I'm like, for example, I'm not gonna put names out there, but someone said we need to stop hyping up Skylar Thompson. Listen, I don't care what position they play. I don't care. They're on our fucking team.
He's on the team. We gotta hype up everybody who's on the roster.
Exactly.
That's the point.
And I'm gonna be realistic. I don't see him competing for a starting position, but I could see him maybe push, Teddy B. I think that's possibility.
Sure.
And
that makes
well,
Teddy
speaking
B
of the
that much
politics
better,
of
then
things,
it only trickles uphill.
I don't think anybody has a chance, barring catastrophic injury, because it's going to be full steam ahead with Tua, I believe. No matter what, even if this is competitive in practice, I still don't think it'll be shown because they don't want the division no more.
And here's the other flip side of it. Okay, he's gonna still be on this team. Granted, it may be a practice squad position, but I guarantee
he'll be brought up.
He will be one of the protected ones because you can protect up to 4 players each week on the practice squad. So they're gonna.
Yeah, he won't be allowed nobody to grab him. Correct.
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. And the more I've watched this kid's tape, he has so much upside, and he reminds me of a rookie Dak Prescott. The way he throws, the way he is in the pocket.
God, he does put some of them balls right in some crazy places, don't he?
Yeah, he does, and some of that could be coaching. But the main reason
I don't know. There's some crazy places in Miami.
To your point, Culler,
there's some crazy places in Miami to be putting your balls, though. You know what I mean?
He was a field goal away from being a Super Bowl quarterback.
Oh, Bridgewater, yeah.
Yeah, to your point. Yeah, he was a Super Bowl.
Here's the thing. We live in Miami, and as our GM's philosophy, we put our balls on the table. I mean, that's basically what it goes down to. But in all honesty, I think the real reason we brought him onto our team not only for his really good arm, because he does have a good arm, and the fact that he has running skills that he rushed over 1,000 yards, but the system they play in Kansas State is very similar to what we are going to play here. And it'll be easier to teach, especially when you need to bring him on to the main roster to fill in for an injured Teddy B or knock on wood, an injured Tua, or whoever our quarterback may be at that point. We can bring him on, and it's less things we have to teach because he'll be already familiar with it more on a consistent basis. That's why I think we brought him, and he's a great developmental piece. And you never know. We have to be honest about this draft. This draft has a 2-year window of empty notes because of the whole COVID thing. He comes some of these players like Cam Goody, however you say his name. He Pac-12 in 2020 only played like 4 games before they canceled the season.
Right.
So you can't even look at those stats. You can only look at last year's stats. And
what's up, creator? That's
what I'm saying. We could have a first-round talent here, and we don't even know. That's basically, my take. But on the whole Tua thing, I don't really care if he plays golf. I don't really care. In fact, that could be more of a methodical thing to get your mind right. And especially, who knows what the real truth behind that is, because I've heard a couple different things, like, was it the Ravens game? Was it not? Who cares at this point? All I care is... Go ahead, Nick.
That's what I wanted to bring up to you guys. So with that being said, we don't know what goes behind closed doors, right? So, but there is people that do know. That's Greer, Marvin Allen, Reggie McKenzie, Stephen Ross, right? So they know what moves were made, how Flores was so-called a tyrant, whatever. So I think they nipped it in the butt. They said, hey, we're riding with Tua. We see what the real problem is. It's Flores. He's gone. That's why he's not here anymore.
I agree.
They obviously knew something, but
You know, in high school football, and this is a true statement, before my games, I would go bike riding, and that can, in some cases, be dangerous. I could have fallen off my bike or, landed on, fell off my bike and landed on my arms or something, who knows?
Yeah.
right.
But the truth behind
Well,
it,
there's a rule against
Yeah.
partaking in certain kind of sport activity.
oh, yeah.
Well, not so
on
much a
your
rule.
contract.
I was
You
going to say
can't go
not so much
skydiving or nothing
not like
that.
a league rule, but yeah, that stuff like that is definitely baked into these contracts.
Oh,
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah, you can't go skydiving and think bungee
Mhm.
jumping and nothing like that.
No, my
Or
point
base
is,
jumping.
my point is that it would calm me down and get my mind focused on the game more because I could clean out all the noise and everything. Maybe that's what golf does for him. It calms him down. You have to think these guys are professional athletes, and there's more than just the football game that comes with them. Like actors and actresses, they have all the TMZ and the noise and everything, people following them constantly. Maybe it's a way for him to like clean that noise out so he doesn't
Hmm
have to worry about
He's had to go through a ton.
Yeah.
If you think about it, like that,
hmm
he was put in the absolute worst situation as a rookie quarterback ever.
hmm I mean, look at it this way. Look at it this way. We have boys, quarterbacks in this league we've had, like Johnny Manziel, who's drinking and doing drugs all the time. We're at strip clubs. We've had Jameis Winston stealing crab legs from Publix. We've had, that's not a joke. That's not a joke.
That's not a joke.
No, that
Yeah,
actually happened.
It
Right,
happened.
and he didn't even get
was,
any chicken fingers, man. Is he serious?
Away with it
I mean, I love crab legs. but
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he got caught.
So you have stuff like that going on. You got
Jamarcus Russell.
Yeah, you got all these quarterbacks that are acting crazy. Who remembers Ryan Leaf here? Right?
Right.
I do.
Leaf
Yeah.
was like, oh my
He was
God.
the ultimate troublemaker.
And if you look at him now, do you know what he does for a living? He's a motivational speaker. He actually straightened his life out, cleaned up, and actually talks about all of his falls and, helps people get over that from happening to them. That's
Wow.
I have to give props to him for that.
So he's like Tony Robbins.
Real quick, guys. Everybody like and share. And yes, welcome to the chat, the I Believe podcast. The panel is absolutely open to anybody.
Yeah, that's
I
Rooch.
will,
Rooch, come on in, man. Come on in. I like
I
your
will drop the link here again, and as soon as I've read with this text I got coming in.
No, but you have quarterbacks like that. I mean, he could be worse. He could be at the strip club, doing parties.
Imagine if Sean Watson was in Miami. Whew.
I know we got like 4 or 5 massage parlors here in my town. I don't want them here, to be honest. I mean,
I'm telling you, man, I don't think it would have been very good.
yeah, I mean, the thing is that we live Miami in as much as we don't like to admit it, it is kind of like a party destination.
It would be
And
a hard place to stay.
And the fact that our QB is keeping his nose out of that kind of trouble and dealing with this noise, I have to give it up to him. You got to give the guy some slack,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right on. Everybody, welcome Roach to the chat,
Hey,
to the
thank
panel.
you.
How you doing, Roach?
oh,
Hey
man.
guys, how's it going?
Yeah.
I missed what you guys were talking about because that was on Batman's show.
Oh, you're good, man. Oh, so real quick, sum it up. Earlier, I said what I consider to be my final piece on the golf issue. Having watched everybody's takes on it all day, I kind of just put it to where I'm at the point where I'm just going to default to what his teammates have to say about it or think about it,
Right.
and that's generally a pretty fair, humanistic way to approach this whole thing. It's water under the bridge to me. I don't think it should have happened. I think it's terrible optics. I think the man could have done better for himself, even if he had political reasons to do it. And it's over. It doesn't affect whether he's going to get better. Well, I don't think that what he did last year is going to affect whether he gets better or not.
Right.
The only thing that can affect that is what he's doing right now and what he's doing going forward. So that's kind of where I'm at on that for myself. Talked a little other news, a few other tidbits just to kind of inform people of other things. Talked a little Canes talk. letting everybody know that
Ooh.
correcting everybody on the idea that Dono and his guest put out earlier today, that the Canes are their own like their own obstacle. You know what I mean? They're their own worst obstacle. And I just thought that's a negative way to say we're the team to beat. So I just kind of put that out there, didn't get too deep into it. I'm going to be working that in pretty soon. But now we're just talking about, obviously, the topic of the day, still trying to hash out, I think we're all at a point now where it's just about optics,
I think nobody's changing their mind at this point on whatever side.
Pretty much. And that's why I'm just like, look, nobody's coming in going, oh, all of a sudden we're trading Tua tomorrow and he's not the number one quarterback. You know what I mean?
Why don't
like him or hate him? The song remains the same. Is kind of where I'm at.
Culler, why don't we talk about a bigger topic? How he went to the Panthers game and who he was sitting with most of all.
Wait a minute. When was this?
Yeah.
The Florida Panthers game?
He went to the 5-1 win Panthers game. He went to a Panthers game, and he was sitting with Dieter and Jalen Phillips, Dolphins players.
So what's the scoop on that? Who I didn't watch?
Well,
he was sitting with his center.
It was his birthday party.
Was it his birthday party?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's
Hey,
on the
who
Florida
was it?
Panthers. It's on the Florida Panthers Reddit page.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
So he
that.
was celebrating his birthday party with his teammates. So
And
they showed
who
up to his
did
birthday.
say-
So there you go.
And who was he sitting with?
Dieter and Jalen Phillips. Oh, at least it looks like Jalen Phillips, but Dieter definitely was sitting right next to him.
Dieter. Huh?
Yeah, the center. So, I mean,
Well, what do you know?
yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
What has Culler been preaching since the center issue came up in the offseason? Continuity.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute, guys. I just want you to be aware that that's one of the very few things that Larry L. was in agreement with me on.
Yeah.
Continuity with that offensive line and the QB is huge.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a matter of let's let Tua tell us who he wants to go with at center.
Right.
He's the one that's got to stick his hands up in the man's balls.
Actually, Tua did a lot more that day. He was the grand marshal at NASCAR the same day, that morning.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so he was doing some events. It looks like.
Yeah. Well,
But either way, he had.
And
teammates
when I
with him.
say that, I'm joking, but that's just a way to sum up how many things are important, like how important the center, the relationship between the center and the quarterback is. You know what I mean?
And we had how many centers last year? 4, I think, came in.
Mm-hmm.
mhm.
At the beginning, it was about 4.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. For me, more importantly, is the fact that he's hanging out and celebrating with Dolphins players. So the narrative that certain Dolphins players don't like him or the team doesn't like, I don't buy into that shit. All
No,
right? And
you missed it. It says Tua starts fight at Panthers game, threatens to burn down stadium. No.
Well, and I don't think that even the players that may say that he's not the guy for them to help advance their career, even those players probably don't hate him as a human being. They'll probably still roll with him.
And here's the thing. I think it's only certain, like a singular player that may have said that. And to be honest, they could be not even on this team anymore.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So, and if they are, they could be.
I think I know who it is if you're putting it in those terms.
It's not me. Who is it? And if they are, they could be.
Is it you, Moss? Who is it?
Somebody playing something in the background. Stop.
I
Tell
think
me
it's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stop.
All right. So yeah. So my thing is that I feel like I honestly think it was one of 2 people. I'm not going to bring out names because I don't want to get into that debate. Actually, it could be 3 people, but regardless, they're singular. The majority of the team, you don't hear from them. You know what I mean? Nobody says anything. I see them hanging out. The only person that came out of his way to say something was Mike Gesicki. I mean, You know, he did the whole TO thing. That's my quarterback. You know, so
Do you think he's going to be on the team week 1?
he'll be gone by week 6. You can take that to the bank. That's guaranteed.
Who's that?
Yeah.
Who are you talking about?
Mike
Gesicki.
Gesicki will be gone. by week 6.
Oh, I agree.
The only reason you franchise him is because one, you have a guaranteed contract for another team that is willing to take that 10 million rather than paying him 17. And two, he doesn't, regardless of what people tell me, he still can be receiver. He still doesn't fit the receiver room that we already have here.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
he wouldn't even fall in. Yeah,
He doesn't run his routes, perfectly the way they need to be for this system. He doesn't block. He does not have any form of yards after catch or yards after contact, which is almost as important, or if not more. He doesn't have that. The new guy we got, Izukanma. I'm sorry if I don't say it correctly yet. He definitely has a lot of yards after contact, and I really like that about him. And he's a wide body guy. He can get the 50-50 balls just like Gesicki can. I'm not saying he's going to take over a tight end role. I'm just saying that if you're going to put him as a receiver, he can do it just as good, if not better, than Gesicki.
right.
We got good tight end. We got good tight end roster anyway.
Yeah, we do. And here's the truth behind it. I like some of Omar Kelly's takes, but Omar Kelly, when he gets bored, that's when he starts saying some things. And the quote he even provided was provided last year.
Well, I'm going to try to play this, guys. I don't know if my sound will come through, if the sound will come through, because I wasn't set up right with the configuration on that the last time I tried it, and I haven't done anything to rectify it, but I'm going to try to share this video that Kat just sent me.
When you hit the share button, there'll be a little box you have to check mark to share audio.
Hold on a second then.
So
yeah, and just
beforehand, like as I'm doing that, so I probably need to reshare it.
If you already have it in the bottom to bring it up, you'll have to delete that out and then reshare.
Bingo. Okay, thanks.
And just for clarification, I'm not a Tua stan or Tua near as it's called. I'm honestly a Dolphin stan. I don't really care who the quarterback is as long as we're winning. And all I'm doing is bringing light that we're arguing over something that should not be argued over. Who cares as long as it's not something illegal or crazy, like I mentioned, doing drugs and strip clubs and all that stuff. Who cares at this point? And even though it was on a game day, the game wasn't played till later at night. And maybe this is what he does as meditation. Who to say that's wrong? Who are we to say that's wrong?
Or how much effort he put into that game, the golf.
Yeah,
and he wasn't relaxed.
And let alone if it was the Ravens game, I hope that's his ritual, because he beat the shit out of the Ravens in the second half.
He could also literally hang out at the golf club
and not play.
As a matter of
that
course.
Was a collective team effort,
no pun
the Ravens
intended.
Game. He played one half and Brissett played the other half.
That was pretty deep.
That was a team win.
Let's try to see this video, see about what Omar was saying on X's and Omar with Dave Hyder earlier. Hopefully they won't shut us down. I'll try to do commentary on it so they won't shut us down. But let's see. I'm not sure if I watched this episode, but I'm not sure if I really thought about the details involved. So let's try to play this and see what happens here. Can you all hear it?
The coach was pushing the quarterback. Okay.
Sure. The quarterback thinks the coach was trying to sabotage him. But that's a whole nother story, which just blows my mind. With all the drama, with all the adversity, they won 9 games. Quarterback wasn't playing at his best. He had crap for an offensive line, horrible weaponry, no running game. They won 9 games.
The coach was pushing the quarterback. Okay.
Sure. The quarterback thinks the coach was trying to sabotage him. But that's a whole nother story, which just blows my mind. With all the drama, with all the adversity, they won 9 games. Quarterback wasn't playing at his best. He had crap for an offensive line, horrible weaponry, no running game. They won 9 games.
The coach was pushing the quarterback. Okay.
Sure. The quarterback thinks the coach was trying to sabotage him. But that's a whole nother story, which just blows my mind. With all the
Did I already run through this like 5 times?
Yeah.
All right. Why'd you guys say something, man?
I thought it was
I
like
don't have it on the main window, man.
I've been smoking, man. I could have stared at that for hours.
Yeah.
Well, Omar, one thing I wanted to point out, I tried to allude to it in my monologue earlier, is that Omar also said something else interesting when Dave Hyde was trying to tell him, hey, you think we're there and all that Super Bowl, and they were arguing a little bit about that. And Omar, in order to be fair to Dave Hyde, pumped the brakes a little bit, but in his pumping of the brakes, he says, well, I get it. If Teron Armstead blows an ACL or something, we're right back to where we were last year.
Right.
And I thought, what a thing to say. I say that, and people want to shut my YouTube channel down. You know what I mean?
Right. That's blasphemy.
Not that I've ever said that. I don't believe our season hinges upon Teron Armstead, but
That's a big piece, though.
To be fair,
well, that's going to be the easy out to reboot.
Just to be fair,
go down the Tannehill route.
There's a big following that wants to cancel Omar too. So.
Oh, I know that, but I'm saying, I guess maybe that's why I'm the easy target. I don't know.
I don't want to see anybody canceled.
No, I
no
don't
matter
know.
who they are.
I don't know why. Omar been here since 20. Yeah.
Well,
Roach,
it's
longer than they
not
have
like
YouTube
it is in the
channels.
political realm. They're not outright like mobbing. You know what I mean? There's certain things that are like, platitudes that get put out by people.
Yeah.
With the purpose of putting an image in somebody's head in a world where we have so many people coming at us with Dolphins content that it's like, oh, well, I don't need to catch that guy. You know what I mean? And it's limiting people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess
limiting the audience.
I agree with you, Culler. But the flip side of it is that I think some beat writers, not all, some of them only report the negatives. And I think that's the issue. You know what I mean?
Only report the negatives.
Well, that's because the players and the coaches and everybody involved, and this will extend to society as a whole, the celebrities, the politicians, like we always keep saying, and we only say this when we want to point out to somebody that we don't agree with them, is that, oh, that person's just saying it because they wouldn't say anything else. Well, yeah, that's everybody. Have you ever heard a player come out when asked, even a player we all know they hate, say, oh, yeah, that guy is a piece of trash. He needs to be off the team.
It was like that during the
we've
Tannehill
never heard
era.
that out of these people. None of them. Nobody has ever been outright honest to us as audience, no matter who it is and what sector you're talking about. So it's like, it's just one of those things,
Yeah. By the way, it was the player saying
media has done that about him.
Crypto.
Tannehill.
It was someone's wife that was doing it.
What?
What he alluded
Yeah,
to
but
during the
you got to
Tannehill
think
era.
too.
Well, that's where we really find out, Ollie. Good point. The wives of these players don't have no problem saying what's on their mind. That's what I like.
Can you imagine?
Let their wives talk.
If the wives had a reality TV show we could watch and we would know everything.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but the Big O was a part of that mantra too. That was anti-Tannehill. Hence, he the one gave him the nickname Tannehill. That wasn't Brent Grimes' wife.
I know it was both of them though.
Tannehill is a bum. So.
All I remember
I'm talking about as far as
is that
giving
dude
him the
like 20
nickname.
feet in the air and intercepting that ball. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
How's it going? How's it going, Batman? Great show you guys had on earlier, man. Appreciate you stopping by and throw it, and and quitting early enough. Everybody's still piped up. I was about to end because nobody was coming on the panel, and then all of a sudden it flooded.
Yeah, it just came from them itself. And
all it took was crypto. They're like, crypto's on. Something's gonna happen. Let's all get over there.
Crypto, that's my buddy.
Changed your name yet?
Crypto is my buddy. Sometimes he had me crying and laughing at the same time.
Poke, I was refreshing my coffee when you came in. I didn't realize. I just heard your name. I just heard your voice. Welcome, man. Glad you came up.
Cole, thanks for having me on the show, bro. I appreciate
you're
all
welcome
you guys,
anytime,
man.
buddy.
And just like I said on with from Batman and Geo, people don't realize how much important you guys are because I was born before the Dolphins came to life, and you didn't have all this information that you have today. So shout out to all you guys, man, all of them, because I'm subscribed to about 10 or 11 YouTube platforms, including some of the ladies too, and it's all about learning as much as I can and supporting our Dolphins. That's what it's all about. So we need to appreciate everybody's opinion and respect you guys, because you guys
and Poke, how about how we put the networks to shame during the draft, like everybody involved getting the info and the picks way before the networks, man.
And ain't that something?
Like the whole internet was, like everybody was, you know what I mean?
But see, here's the thing.
Internet was the place to be watching the draft.
Right. But see, it's so much information. I'm getting more information on YouTube with guys like yourself and Batman, Geo, TD, all of them. I'm getting some more information about the Dolphins that you can't get nowhere else.
Yeah, and even 4 or 5 years ago when I was still up in St. Louis, it wasn't like that. I mean, and shout out to On the Fin side, one of the pioneers, because I mean they're one of the first people. That's the only channel I thought there was for a long time for Dolphins content. There probably was thousands more, but I didn't, you know what I mean? Up there, it was like, oh, I found these guys. That's all I need. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Culler, I'm gonna tell you something. With me, if I want Dolphin information, I had to watch the 6 o'clock news, 11 o'clock news, and wait for the sports segment to come on to find out anything about the man.
And the only expanded info you got was the Sunday morning newspaper, where they might have done a little more talking about them.
Exactly.
Hey, Paul, you would like this. I grew up in upstate New York in a Buffalo Bills household, and so they'd be watching the games, and I'd be up in the computer room watching like CBS Sports and just watching the lines go across the screen.
Oh my goodness!
For the and then when the Bills lost to the Giants in the Super Bowl, my dad decked out the whole house. It was all Buffalo Bill stuff. They missed a field goal. I jumped in front of the TV. We have it on a family video. I was a little kid. I'm cheering in my Dan Marino jersey. He tackled me, punched me in the gut, and dropped his beer can on me, and told me. And it sucked at the time, but now we laugh about it, me and him together, because it was just he just lost his junk. You know,
the irony too, Polk, is that all of the stuff I used to do with the Sunday newspaper, like they'd have the section where they would show the grid with all the squares and all the different teams facing off.
Oh yeah,
and they had like all their little helmets facing each other. You know what I mean? And I'd go through and make all my picks. Read up on all the stats, all that stuff. Same thing we do now. It's just we go to a NFL network or ESPN or wherever we go to do that stuff at. You know what I mean? We still do the same things every Sunday morning. Just back then, it was a marker in a newspaper.
Hey, Culler, could you imagine when you were younger, if in your 20s and 30s, if you could just pick up your cell phone and gamble on any game?
Oh, I'm telling you,
fantasy football or anything.
I didn't even know. Even back when I was even when I became an adult, I didn't even know how to make a bet. Like, who would I have called? Like, where do I go?
I just gave it to my uncle, and I was like, "Hey, this is what I want." And then he would go. He comes back, he's like, "You didn't win."
Right, exactly. Then I learned how to play Texas Hold'em, and that was all she wrote. Then I worked my way into a casino and found out the ropes.
It's amazing how far technology has brought us. It's amazing.
Yep.
What up, Q?
I mean, if God, Soldier, and Q can get along, I mean, dang.
Anyway, what else is going on?
Not much. That's why I'm so appreciative of you guys, because there ain't really much going on and everybody still shows up every night. We're loving it. We you guys don't realize how much. Oh, Larry K, we got Larry K to 1,000 subscribers.
Oh, congrats.
Wow, that's great.
It was us. We got the receipts. We did it right here live on Color Commentary on the Finns tailgate. Let's double check to make sure he's still comfortably over, because you know how that can be. You know, a lot of times YouTube will pull some of them back. If he's at like, you know, I figure if he's at 110 by the end of the night, it'll be comfortably over. It still just says 1K. It doesn't say the exact number. So, yeah, it's still there. Good job, guys.
That's awesome.
Hey, it's all about hanging out with other Dolphin Nation also. You know, I don't know all you guys personally, but hey, we all got one thing in common. We love the Dolphins, and it's good to be able to hang out with people from other states and sometimes even other countries that love the Dolphins.
Oh yeah, man.
Right.
That's why I'm here.
Oh, and by the way, Cap made a great. How's it going, Q? Welcome to the chat. Cap made a
What's
great
up, Culler?
point.
What's up, Nick? What up?
You know how it is, man. Just talking about the team we love, man. Real quick, El Cap wanted to get a point across that he thought he just found it interesting that that it's now kind of known that the quarterback himself felt sabotaged. Like, this isn't anything from Tua and on or his fans. You know what I mean? This is from Tua. That Tua literally felt that way, and that's something I personally hadn't actually. Has always been an assumption that, you know, like I said, I try to make as few as possible. So, you know, it seems to be confirmation on that from the man himself now. So that's kind of what El Cap was finding interesting about it, which is the reason he sent the video to me. So how you doing, Q? What do you got to say, man? Like, you know, anything you got to scold me for tonight for? Like, you know, as far as the things I said, you think I'm fair enough about the whole golfing thing as I could be on a human from a human perspective? You know what I mean? I don't like it, but it's over.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
I mean?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what I say. That's exactly the main point of things, man.
That's
Lions
what I mean.
do not concern themselves with the opinion of sheep, bro. If it doesn't matter to you, then it doesn't matter. And to me right now, bro, it doesn't even matter. It's minuscule. That's small news.
Nothing
small
to do
news.
with what we're going to see on the field going forward.
Yeah. Making a big fuss out of nothing, bro. You got nothing better to talk about. You know, if you're trying to push out some content, it's cool. You know, just don't drag it out too long. It's
just simply everybody was talking about it for the last 3 days. So I just said my piece. That's why I kind of brought it like this is my final piece on the thing. It's the last thing I'm going to say about it myself.
You guys already talked about Melvin Ingram. Did you guys talk about him?
Oh, that's true.
Sorry?
You guys talk about Melvin Ingram. I'm looking on Twitter, Miami Dolphins Twitter, and it says PFS has the perfect landing spots for the remaining free agents.
That's true.
The Browns getting Clowney, Beckham going to Green Bay, JC Treader going to us, Akeem Hicks going to the Chargers, Julio Jones to Niners, and then Melvin Ingram to us.
I'll take.
What about the Honey Badger? Any news about the Honey Badger?
He signed with the Saints.
No, it has Dwayne Brown going to.
He's with
Chicago.
the
He went to the
already.
Saints. He went to the Saints.
Yeah, and then
Marty asked, anybody get any word on anything about the visit with Michelle? Did we get any word on what we thought? Or
I don't see anything.
I can tell you my thoughts. I kind of like the fact that we still bringing in running backs and receivers to, you know, check them out, because you never know what you may have in front of you. I don't want to say that Sonny Michel was going to be that big of a big piece to bring in. Like, I don't really think what he brings to the table would really make or change or break our running back system. I think if you're smart, you save a space for next year's draft, which has way better running backs than this draft had, and one of the best ones, which I'm thinking he could be the next Barry Sanders in the right system.
Well, I don't think he's coming, because they have the Saints just tweeted out a little while ago that he's going there to take a tour and all that. So,
yeah, I don't really care. So
if we didn't sign him when he was here, I don't think we're going to get him.
Yeah.
Oh, you talking about Sonny Michel?
Yeah.
He's going to the Saints tomorrow.
That's okay.
He ain't even a big guy that they keep saying about. We need a power back to finish off that third and goal or short.
We really
distance.
do.
We need Derrick Henry.
Let's check out Jared Dokes. We got Jared Dokes.
We should have gotten to Ernest Johnson, to be honest. Ernest Johnson would have been perfect.
Such a hard runner, you know. Even if he just makes people pay.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
At least my eye test tells me.
Can you imagine being Henry? You run so hard and you're so powerful, you like break your foot just from running.
I can actually argue that Donta Foreman was a better running back than Derrick Henry
this year. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he could eventually surpass him. To be honest,
but I think Henry wants. To be honest with you, it looked to me.
I'd be more scared.
Complete opinion. Complete opinion, but it looked to me like Henry wants out of Tennessee.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame him.
Oh, how about that Tennessee offensive line? Holy shit!
I mean, when you start,
what would you give up for Henry though?
Nothing.
Nothing.
He'll be toast.
Well, maybe that's why we didn't go after him because right now we would have had to give up something.
Yeah,
that's why Foreman obviously has a lot of potential, but dude, that O line of Tennessee they're maulers.
Yeah. Foreman actually went to the Ravens, by the way. I think he is going to be their starting running back pretty soon.
So they did the same thing that Arizona did. They stuck with the bell cow. Like Arizona stuck with Connor. I thought for sure they would stick with Chase and try to shop Connor as used goods. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Like I thought they would try to get what they could out of Connor because used goods or not, he still has the image of being a star. You know what I mean? So I thought they would have cut bait and got their money for him and kept Edmonds, but that was kind of odd.
This is the same Connor that's from the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Yeah, James Conner. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Polk, that's his second team now. You know what I mean? Sure, right. I know he's balling out, but how long could it really keep going?
No, because we all know that running backs have a short.
Yeah, Chargers got smart. They know that no matter what Eckler does this year, even if he does ball out, there's only one more year coming, at the most.
And then look at New England. Look how New England did their running back roster.
Mm-hmm.
They had three-headed monsters, and in 1 or 2 years, Belichick would change them out.
Yep. And who did Chargers end up getting? Just so I'm speaking correctly, I know it was one of the stars in the draft. Spiller? Was it Spiller?
No.
Spiller.
Was it Spiller?
That was my take, Culler, like when we were watching the draft together there.
Yeah. I mean,
I thought Capitan was right too. We were going to take a running back instead of Azu Kanma. And, and then Pierce went right away. Then Spiller and Zamir right before us. So we're like, hey, take the guy we like and Wes Welker loves. Let's go for it.
The running back that we were going to take, I don't think it was going to be Spiller, though. I really don't.
It could have been that Pierce and Zamir White, though.
James Cook.
Yeah, it would have been Cook if anybody.
Yeah,
I thought for sure the Vikings were actually in position to. I thought for sure they would have grabbed him just to make a story out of it.
Did the Bills end up getting Cook?
Yeah.
Was that who? Oh my god.
Yeah, and Spiller went to the Chargers. Right.
And I heard that James Cook wasn't too happy about that.
Yeah, if you look,
he didn't look happy.
He looked pissed the entire time.
Oh my gosh, if they needed any more freaking help.
He looks kind of like. I'm actually looking up who got Spiller right now.
All right, Channing Tindall, you got your hands full.
No.
Yeah, I'm reading about Mayfield right now. See what's going on with him.
No one's interested anymore. They've lost.
No one wants Baker.
Did you see what one of his teammates said? They said shortly after Browns coach Kevin Stefanski announced Beckham wouldn't be coming back, another starter was asked if he'd seen the video Beckham Sr. had posted of Mayfield misfiring throws to his own son. And the player goes, "Why would I need to watch that video? I see it every day in practice."
Wow.
That's
They're just throwing Baker under the bus, man.
But what's weird is they haven't traded him yet, and they're just decreasing his. You think they'd be pumping him up?
Yeah,
get something for him. It's just weird.
Yeah, it was Spiller, round 4.
Yeah, he went to Los Angeles.
So, I mean, you're talking about following up Eckler with Spiller. How perfect for them. God.
Gas.
The Chargers defense. Holy.
Yeah, they're gonna be good.
Because granted, Spiller's still only a 4th rounder, and obviously this draft was lacking, but with a guy like him being one of the gems in this draft, they don't have to rush him out on the field because of Eckler. It's like to follow Eckler up with a guy that's been honed right coming up. This is no different than a running back version of Alex Smith and Patrick Mahomes. You know what I mean?
Must be nice.
Yeah, exactly. The rich get richer.
I think it's kind of funny. I got chastised because I was saying that most of these running backs, the good ones, in my opinion, were going to get taken in the second round. And 3 out of the 4 got taken in the second round. And no one, everyone, oh, that's crazy. No one will do it.
Lest we forget, the Chargers have been doing this now for a couple seasons as far as their little running back factory goes. Melvin Gordon hasn't really, I mean, it's not like Melvin Gordon has jumped off a cliff or anything. No, and they already traded him out.
He actually had a decent year last year.
So what's going on over in San Diego and with the Chargers with their running back crew, man, their coaching staff? Jeez,
Chargers are
credit to them.
Isn't it weird how running backs like they go from like having 3-4 like crazy good years, and then they just drop?
Yep.
It's just weird.
Ezekiel.
Well, granted, Roach. Granted, Melvin Gordon is obviously not doing Austin Eckler things anymore.
I remember, like,
you know,
what was his name? Priest from Kansas City.
Priest Holmes.
Yeah, remember that guy?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then what happened to him? Like,
and then the other guy that was from Florida. That's who we're talking about. Priest Holmes, I think, ain't it?
And Larry Johnson from Penn State.
The guy before Zeke.
Oh yeah,
in
that's
Dallas.
right. Larry Johnson dropped out too.
Larry Johnson was an animal, and then it was
I thought for sure Denver was going to trade off Melvin Gordon this season, but they stuck with him. They brought Russell Wilson in, and all of a sudden Melvin Gordon is like above average again, like from that perspective. So why get rid of him?
Yeah, hey, Gordon's like James Conner. He's good at getting TDs.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, Culler,
hard runner.
Don't forget,
I would love for us to have
also
a running football team. I just like watching a team that can run the football.
Yeah,
I'm right there with you.
The lost art.
Even if they don't run the football, it's like when they do, they can.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's really where you want to be. That's what crypto means by passing league and the 60-40 and all that. It's not that we're going to be necessary. It's just going to work that way because that's the way the league is right now. No, we're going to be a better running team than we are a passing team, if that's what you mean by the ratio. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean that's how we're going to utilize things, because let's face it, we could be a great running team, and if we are, I mean, who wants to use that if we don't have to?
Yeah, you want to save it for the playoffs, right?
Or save it for the third quarter when you come out the locker room and need to get a first down there, need to score, need to keep the gas pedal on. You know what I mean? Yeah. Especially in the heat of Miami and with our defense being the way it is.
Yeah,
let's face it, our defense is great, but its biggest flaws, like it always has been,
I'll be back.
Is it fast twitch? All right, Nick. Okay. Is that it's fast twitch?
Right.
You know what I mean? It's fast, it's quick, it's small. It's not. It's meant to take advantage of the fact that the other team is gassed in the heat of Miami. That's why Jason Taylor used to be able to take over the fourth quarter.
I also think that's why we're bringing in a lot of receivers in.
But Ali, that's also why we get marched down the field on against Atlanta in the fourth quarter when all they need is a field goal to win. You know what I mean? You take advantage. You take advantage of a defense like ours by misdirection and things like that. And let's face it, we have it. It is more complimentary of a defense. It is dependent on us to come out. If we get the ball in the third quarter to start the third quarter, we have to put points on the board there. We have to.
So Caller, if we're in the same situation the Bills were in the championship game where we're in a shootout, do you think this year we'll be able to win that game?
I think so.
Getting there.
Yeah, I think if our defense is the same,
I think Tua has enough to where we're not in a situation where forget it, because it's going to take too much time for us to score. You know what I mean?
And
I think Tua's got enough tools to.
I don't think we're giving up a touchdown that fast either. But
true.
This is true, and anything can happen. I mean, we saw.
All depends on.
Well, not when you got that guy good tracking down Allen like he was tracking down them quarterbacks in college, man. in the flat.
And anybody tells me that Cam Good is just a seventh round nobody.
Hey, caller. Manzano keeps asking you to read a question about.
Yeah, I put it up.
I don't know what it was.
I didn't read it, but I did put it up.
And don't forget, we that Cameron Good, he's been in our camp before. He came to our camp before we grabbed him. So they must have seen something good in him also.
Yeah.
So Anthony says, does it worry you guys that former OC and HC for Tua at Bama said that even when he became the permanent starting QB, he struggled reading and understand coverages? Oh, that's been a question for a while. So
what article? Where'd you read that?
I don't know. That was just Anthony.
Oh no, that's what I'm asking him. Like if he could put it like the article.
Oh yeah, Anthony, where'd you grab that from? Where'd you get that info from? I mean, I've heard rumors about that, but I haven't ever read any articles like somebody actually talking about it. But I don't know.
What's your favorite flavor, by the way?
Of this?
Yeah.
So I got the other two flavors in my fridge. I haven't tried them yet.
I'm drinking watermelon right now.
So Martina Davies, appreciate you coming tonight. Is convinced that Tua is going to ball out and change and destroy the football so-called football experts. I would love. I just I'm Martina. So ready to see that, Martina. That would be music to my eyes.
The order of flavor is Baja Blast, watermelon, cherry, and then the original.
Oh, they didn't have cherry at my gas station.
Ah, gotcha.
My wife works there, so I have to get on.
Cherry is the third favorite, but the watermelon and Baja are the best.
Yeah, we're talking about the new hard Mountain Dews they got.
That's a regular Mountain Dews.
Hard Mountain Dews, huh?
Yeah, man.
Wow.
It's like a twisted tea almost. Just instead of tea, they got Mountain Dew in it.
Yeah. There's only 3 states in the country that actually sell it too. It's kind of funny.
That's the test market, Ali. They're not sure yet.
Hey, there's only a few states that had spice in it. Remember what happened with that? You guys know what spice
only 2 states to sell what?
The hard Mountain Dews. That's like a trial run they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I moved to Missouri, that was one of the things that was enlightening to me finally getting out of my state, my home state, was that these companies usually pick like regions, like 4 or 5 states, maybe less, to test these certain things out. So you get into these other markets and you're like, we didn't have that over in Florida. That's awesome. Like, what are you talking about? Whatever it might be.
I think Florida be the last one to experiment with certain certain products. I think sometimes be the last one.
Hey, this time we're the first, and I'm happy.
No, yeah.
That's cool. I'm cool with that.
We were one of the ones that were the test market for the old salsa chips from Doritos, which they've changed like 4 times.
Oh my goodness.
Roach, did you see
Doritos got all kinds of flavors out now?
I have a what?
They have a spicy Mountain Dew that just got released. I don't even know what it tastes like yet.
What?
I tried it. Yeah, it's called Flaming Hot Mountain Dew.
How is it?
It's not bad. It's real hot though. It's got like a cinnamon like lime flavor.
Ah, interesting.
Maybe I'll do a review on them.
That sounds like Flaming Hot. It tastes like
the most
I don't know, Alex. I don't know, Alex, but I just hope to God McDaniel's smoking something better. I mean, if McDaniel has already made his way to the different dispensaries in South Florida, he's definitely smoking something better.
Collar, you care if I smoke on your show, or you want me to take myself off screen?
No, where are you at?
Florida.
Yeah, you're fine. You're licensed, right?
Canada, it's legal, man.
You're licensed, right? Yeah, if you're licensed, you're fine. Cool. You should be fine. I mean, YouTube hasn't said anything to us yet.
Canadian standards approve.
I just kind of been without knowing what the rules are. I've just been going by, hey, if it's legal in your state or if you're licensed in your state, you're not committing any, you're not breaking any laws.
Yeah, so. On my show when I'm smoking, I'll tell people like, hey, if you're under 18, I'm not going to bring you out when I'm smoking.
I mean, I know that I happen to know that the feds themselves are huge Miami Dolphins fans. So they might, catch you or something. But other than that, I don't know.
So let me ask
you. Mike Florio watches our show, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Wasn't he golfing with Tua?
I don't know, but no, it was that was Cameron Wolf.
Oh, I was going to say, send him a.
Mike Florio has ripped off El Capitan so many times that there's no doubt anymore that he watches our show. And I don't mean to, and Florio, I know you're watching and I know you're listening, so I didn't mean to say ripping us off like in a negative connotation. You know, you've got the platform, and if we make a good point that you want to make on your show too, I don't necessarily see that as ripping off. Bad choice of words. It's just how we talk, us plebes. You know what I mean? So, you know.
Hey, so Culler,
thanks for listening though.
Culler, you're saying that Florio might be watching the show? You saying that Florio might be watching the show?
There's been like 4 or 5 times, Q, already that we are like, he has to be. You know what I mean?
Okay. Hey, if you are watching Florio, if you are watching, I got something to say with you. Your mother's a whore.
Oh, come on, Q. We know he's not a big. Well, we know there's not a lot of fans in the Dolphin fan base, but
He might feel
I'm trying to tell people out here about, like, you know, propping up the moderators, man. You know, this is just the moderators.
Hey, you gotta let them know like that, Culler.
We are
especially these mainstream. I mean, you know, we're you know, right now we're on YouTube, but I'm talking about these mainstream, you know, people, Mike Florio, Chris Sims. If they are watching and you got to say something to them, you got to say it.
That's what we're here for at the Fids Tailgate. But, you know, just so Florio knows, we allow everybody to have their opinions, and it is my opinion, and I think you're a great journalist. So, you know, if you ever want to come on and talk, you know, cool. The host of
Florio.
the show thinks you're a great journalist.
Let me ask the panel this. We're going to go back to football for a moment.
Hey, Q, by the way, man, you know, thanks for coming by tonight, bro.
Hey, no worries,
bro. You know where
I always love it here. I know.
You know where
I love it here, bro.
We don't have to say nothing and drum all that up. But
yeah, we don't. Yeah, we don't have to say nothing, bro. It can just be between me and you, and that's it.
Yeah, yep. And just like the golfing thing, you know, over.
Yep.
I ain't one of those people. You know?
Yep.
What do you
I'm happy to be here, Culler.
Yep.
And that's real, bro. I'm happy to be here.
Appreciate everything you've helped us with and done for us, bro. Don't ever forget that. No matter what I might say.
I love being here, bro. There's a reason why I'm here, bro. There's a reason why I'm here.
We appreciate you. So who was it I was just cutting off?
It was me, but that's okay.
Go ahead, Ali.
I'm trying to ask this, but it's okay. What is your over-under for the 49ers this year?
I actually think they're all right. I think their over is 11. Their over-under should be at like 11.
Okay. I see them as an 8-8 team, and I'm trying to gauge what everyone's thinking because I'm trying to figure out where their draft pick might fall for next year.
Well, their whole situation is sort of like us in the 20s upon their young quarterback, because as Crypto keeps pointing out, was it Crypto that pointed this out?
Yes.
I think it was.
I keep trying to get the Dolphins.
What is
fan
really
base
the
off
difference here? What has changed about the 49ers in the last 5 years that they're not going to put the same product they've been putting on the field out?
I will tell you what's changed. Their offensive line has lost a major part of that offensive line.
But that don't mean that they can't. That they are don't.
I mean
they
can't retool.
Yeah, they don't. That don't mean they don't already have that covered.
They have a system is what makes them prevail.
That's what Crypto and I are trying to say. Like it's
what's to say that they're actually going to play that system? Their offensive coordinator,
because it's Shanahan. His whole
they will
because
it's the head coach.
Shanahan is creating a plug and play thing there, just like any of the other great Shanahans.
Here's the issue. So Anthony Lynn is their new offensive coordinator. He does not run the same type of offense that they were running before.
No, he just runs one that shoves
the head
Melvin
coach
Gordon
is the one that
down
delegates.
No, wait a minute. I got this, Crypto. Anthony Lynn just runs an offense that shoves Melvin Gordon and Austin Eckler down your throat.
Let me explain myself.
Right.
In addition to that, let's say the rumors about Debo is true, that he doesn't want to play running back at all, and he wants to be a wide receiver.
I'm following.
They're losing a major weapon.
But the only reason that weapon exists is because the running back room is hurt. Their running back room is healthy.
There's also, in addition to that, there's a tweet out, and I got to find it because it was actually from someone that puts out good information, that the offensive staff of the 49ers think that Trey Lance is lackluster.
That's different. That's a different.
I
Remember
don't
what I
buy that
prefaced
neither.
my argument with,
Because he
Ali?
came in, did
They've
pretty
got a
good
young
when he
quarter.
came in the
Everything
limited
hinges
time
upon
that he
their
did.
young quarterback, just
I
like
don't buy
us.
it.
But crypto, to that
No,
point,
because
though.
that
Wait.
quote suits
Wait,
the narrative
Crypto, but
because
wait,
we
Crypto.
want them. We're rooting for the 49ers
But
to be
w-
bad.
but
So
wait,
we're
but
going to
wait,
create
Crypto.
anything
Crypto.
imaginative in our mind to suit the narrative that we can get a high draft pick. I'm sorry. I'm just not buying into this whole notion that the 49ers will be bad.
There is
No,
something to be
I'm not
said.
Do you
falling for
believe
that
the
crap.
Tua
Wait a minute.
narrative?
There is something to be said to preface our statements.
No, I don't
with it
believe
hinging
the Tua's
upon what
bad.
their young quarterback
That's
does.
a false narrative. It's a false
You and I
equation.
believe that we've seen enough out of Trey Lance to know he can do it. Not everybody
Exactly.
believes
I've
that.
seen a lot of exactly. The guy had a 27-1 ratio in what you call it. He is a reason why he was the third overall
Let's
pick.
get more of the
last year's
panel in
draft.
on this conversation. On this, what do you think, Moss? It looks like you're trying to say something.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. I think Trey Lance is probably gonna take over. Do you think they trade? If they trade Debo, does it hinge on trading Garoppolo too? You guys, I think they might trade both of them.
I don't think they're trading Debo.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
they're not
Lynch
gonna
is.
trade
I
Debo
think
unless
Lynch
they
is
get
gonna
something
sugar.
crazy
I think Lynch is gonna pour a bunch of sugar on Debo somehow, and they're gonna mend that relationship.
I think Jimmy's getting
Yeah.
traded.
Yeah,
I definitely know that when Shanahan was targeting the kid out of North Dakota State, that was not a fluke.
Yeah, exactly.
He knew the goods he had in this man, and he went up there to got him. He moved up 9 slots specifically to target that man.
Yeah,
Now all of a sudden we want to create an idea that there's a false thing that's falling apart over there. I ain't buying it. I'm sorry,
Jimmy-
I'm not falling for that.
I'm not buying it either. I really ain't. I mean,
somebody said earlier-
Ollie makes good points, but I just ain't. I'm not ready to go that far. That's why I said that for me the over under is 11.
Somebody said earlier they think Gesicki will be gone by week 6, right?
I said that.
Yeah.
Ollie
So
said that.
what if
What if he's
it was a
ripping it up?
trade for Debo by week 6 plus like a pick, like a first?
That
pick,
could
like,
very well
like the
happen.
Niners get their
That
pick.
could
back.
happen.
Wouldn't that be pretty even trade? I think.
I want to. Can I bring something up?
Yeah, sure, go for it, man.
Okay, so about the Debo thing, all these Dolphin fans are flipping out about it, right? But think about this: 2 things. Would you really want someone that, one, already told you he doesn't want to continue doing what he's doing? He wants to be a wide out. And 2, we just talked about a couple minutes ago about running backs. They don't last long because they take a lot of abuse, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That guy has been nothing but taking abuse, running into. He likes contact, running into linebackers, whatever it is. So, considering those 2 things, would you even want that? He might not even last that long.
Correct your argument.
Real quick, sorry, Cap. I forgot you could bring yourself in if you wanted to come in. I don't know why I dragged you in, bro.
Yeah, I'm over here listening and watching.
I just saw somebody and dragged him in. I didn't even
No
think
worries,
twice about it.
boys.
Yo,
What's
Cap,
good, everybody?
What's up,
What's up, man?
What up, Cap?
Thanks for everyone
Cap.
hitting on. I came home, I burnt out from work, just burning it at both ends. Fell asleep, woke up at like 10:45 at night. Color's got it kicking off. I'm like, hell yeah, Color, you got it going, bro. And so I've been listening to everybody, and thanks for everybody being on, man. I appreciate it.
Well, yeah, I was like, well, if
Capitan
he's
is fresh.
ghosting me because I'm fired, then I'm just gonna Brett Favre it and make a
No.
great show. You know what I mean?
Color knew what time it was. It's Thursday night, late night Color commentary.
Well, if you're Brett Favre, Color, you're gonna have to throw a hell of a lot of interceptions.
I know, right?
And not be a mentor.
Yeah, I
yeah,
just
and
drew
you
a
gotta
play in
send
the dirt
and you gotta send a bunch of pictures of your wiener to a bunch of chicks
Right.
too.
Only if you're wearing Levi's.
You can tell by my clickbait title. I was just drawing a play in the dirt, man, and going with it.
Yeah, no, you killed it.
To Nick's argument, though, Debo himself has never come out and said that he only wants to play wide receiver. That's what the media.
Yeah, I guarantee he didn't say that.
And no, he has not.
He hasn't said that. He
Okay,
hasn't
my bad then. My bad.
So that's the speculation. So I'm saying if that is
Aqua
true,
says to Alex, sorry, Ollie. Aqua says to Alex, reason makes good points when it comes to it. Yeah, too bad, Aqua. You're just not allowed to hear him anymore.
Am I missing?
I'm bad too.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
I had to,
Yeah,
go ahead, Ollie.
Oh, he got blocked.
If you know, you know.
Well, I got blocked for the first time today by somebody.
No, Q, seriously, because I don't go over there so much. I've never been blocked. I'm literally not blocked, and you all are. His supporters.
No, funny. Funny. It's actually funny because I'm a big Reason fan, right? I love his show, but I got blocked.
Right. That's what I thought.
You got blocked?
I'm like, wait a minute.
Really?
I got blocked today on Twitter.
I thought
I love his show,
joking.
bro.
I didn't even know you could block people on YouTube.
come
Watch
to you.
out, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Get blocked now.
No. I think it's the mods.
People on YouTube. Listen, I was
It's the
surprised.
mods.
No. I think it's the mods. I think it's
do
the
it.
mods. It's the mods.
Sometimes it could be he has to go in and personally
mods.
take you off the block or whatever. I think
But-
sometimes the mods get overzealous.
Yeah.
Or if
He
you
makes
hide
a
a
whole bunch
user,
of
they're not
people
really
mods.
mods.
They're
Nobody can
blocked.
see them.
So,
too.
Caller, what I
Damn,
did-
moderators can block people?
Yeah.
Don't y'all be
Yeah, they can
blocking
put you in
motherfuckers.
timeout.
I'll
If they
unmod
give you that much
everybody.
authority.
Well, you can also if you
Don't be
hide them
blocking
and
people.
don't
I don't think you
unhide
can
them.
totally block them. Yeah.
Well,
you can kind of
also
like
if
put
you
them in
hide them
timeout.
and don't unhide them, they're effectively blocked. They can still come on and
can't
watch,
comment.
but nobody
sees
can
them.
comments.
Nobody
Yeah.
can see them.
So what
Yeah,
I did,
nobody
was-
sees the
invisible.
comments.
you know how I asked earlier? Somebody was talking about an article. I said, "Where'd you read it?"
What's
We
good,
asked them,
Most?
right? For a source, right? And so I commented on that tweet. I was like, "Hey, what's your source? Like, you say you got a source. What's the
Panthers are
source?" And so I got blocked for that.
Whoa. Wait, Roach, you got blocked for asking about sourcing on
I said-
where?
I said, "Who?" On Twitter, I said, "What's your source?" Because it sounds like your sources are full of shit.
Oh,
And I
bro.
got blocked.
And by the way, real quick to answer
And it
that,
wasn't a-
nobody,
I wasn't
nobody
trying to be a
hates them.
jerk.
Actually, we're all subscribers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still subscribed to him, bro.
And I want
Nobody
to
hates
know.
him.
I want to know.
I subscribed to him live on my show a few
I
months ago.
subscribe to everybody.
I hope he
dog, and I
doesn't.
don't
He didn't
block
take
nobody
offense
either.
and think that by me saying shit on the tweet that it was me yelling. It was just the way I talk. I just typed the way.
Well,
I talk.
first of all, words
And get
can
this.
be
And get
read
this.
on Twitter in any way. That's why
I
I don't.
know.
I like Twitter,
Bro.
but I don't like it. What's up, Q?
Yeah.
And check this. And check this.
Mm.
You know, I'm a huge Reason fan. I love his show. He blocked me, right? He blocked me. But I still, every time it comes on, I still go on and listen.
Yeah.
I don't type anything because I know nobody sees me, but I just listen, right? I just be a part of the conversation and,
You know,
just listen, bro. I love his
I'm a-
content.
I'm busy, as you guys know, but I always go back and watch like interesting shows of everybody, like when they bring people on or interviews, or if they're doing
Sure.
something a little
Same.
bit
Limiting
in the
yourself if you
weeds.
don't.
Yeah, I see you. I see you.
I'll go.
I see you,
months back.
Capitan.
I know I'm all over the joint, dog.
Yeah.
I'm everywhere, bro. I like to show love. I'm
Right.
about to love. And
But you got to be
I
open
think
to criticism.
I just
Bro,
love
if you
the
ain't open
Larry
to-
K guy. I don't even know.
There
You
you, go.
also
Larry,
can't
good
limit
dude,
yourself.
bro.
If you
And
don't
yeah,
listen
I
to a
don't-
certain person, you're
Bro,
not
listen.
hearing what they're saying, so you're not gaining that information. And gaining information always makes you a better.
You know,
Better
for
in the head.
me personally,
Thank you.
Breathing. What's this
life-
I agree with that. That's
life
why I be
ain't-
bouncing around a lot too.
yeah, Mr. Paul, because I give me it all, bro. You know,
Honestly,
I'm
now
gonna be
sometimes
dead
it can
one
start
day, I
hurting
get
my
nothing.
ears, so I stop listening. But that doesn't mean I'll just be like, as a matter of course, no, I ain't listening to that guy. No, you're limiting yourself if you
I
do
don't-
that.
I don't limit none of that. Now, dude, does some stuff I don't want to hear? Sure, I'll change it. But it's not like I turn the TV on. I'm like, I fucking hate this show. I hate it.
Right,
You know?
right. Or
It's so
this guy's on the
stupid,
other
bro. It's
team,
so
so I'm not
this
going to listen
show
to him.
pisses
I
me
mean,
off.
Q's a Pittsburgh fan.
Yo,
By the
yo,
way, Q,
yo.
I wanted to pat
Hey.
myself on the back because,
Yeah.
I got you guys your quarterback. You know that.
I know, I
spoke
know,
that into
I know
existence.
exactly why, bro. I was watching the stream. I got off Miami Sports Fanatic show, and then I got onto TFTG.
And that's
And right
several
then
streams
there,
over the last
and we
few
were on the
months
block.
I've called.
Yeah, and we were on the block, and you was talking about I think Pittsburgh is going to go with Kenny Pickett. And here I am. I'm looking on the board. I see Devin Lloyd, right? I'm like, nah, no Pickett. Get Devin Lloyd.
Take it.
And
Right?
and then it came up, and he said Pickett. I was like, oh, what? Wait, what
Color been
the?
on that. Color been on that since the get.
Yeah.
And you know
It's
what? If
too
you guys,
easy when he was the first favorite and
Oh.
only favorite from Vegas to
that
get
ain't no
Pickett.
lie.
I
Color.
mean,
If
it
you
was
look-
too easy a pick
If
to
you
make.
look at all the stuff out that came out like December and January, when we were, when a lot of the teams are either in the playoffs or going to the playoffs, when those mock drafts came out, those were so much more accurate than every mock draft we got from February on.
Yeah, you're right.
So you got to be
I think-
realistic.
I didn't think Pickett would make it.
Remember
then,
when-
but I was
remember
like, if
when
he's there,
we saw the
Pittsburgh's taking him.
Remember when we saw the group of Picketeers in our fan base?
Picketeer.
I was
Remember that? When that was
I
going
wanted
on?
them.
That's when I was saying, bro, I was telling everybody to pump their brakes.
I don't
Pittsburgh was
feel
going to get Pickett. Back when we were all, when we all had a bunch of Picketeers coming around saying Dolphins.
Yeah, I was saying that.
I'll be honest, Colin.
Jumps, you too, bro.
What's his name?
I just
had
saw
the
a
Pickett
Pittsburgh
thing,
quarterback
the video.
in the draft, and I just was like, "Dan Marino, let's just redraft Dan Marino." Like, it didn't matter who he was, if he could even throw the ball. He was Pittsburgh. He's a quarterback. We draft him.
Yeah, I ain't about that.
They
Lightning
ain't doing that Dan
can't-
Marino thing.
Can't
again.
catch lightning in a bottle one time, bro. I certainly ain't gonna catch it twice.
Capitan, bro. I'm out, bro. Color.
Right,
Everybody
later,
crypto.
later,
I'm
Take
out.
it
Y'all
to
stay
Pickett.
up, right?
Take it
I
to
get
Pickett.
some dinner and shit, bro. All right.
Later,
All right, dudes.
Later.
Chase Claypool.
Another example of how two adults handle a disagreement. Jesus, eighth Christmas, man.
Or we could fucking meet up and throw hands. Good old fucking schoolyard.
You know, that
time
is
and
possible.
shit.
Sometimes it comes down. It's got to
Yeah,
come
little
down to that. Sure.
Duke Fest and shit, and that have
You
to
know?
go down. But you know what? Most people
That don't mean
wanna
that.
fight
That
no
don't
more.
mean that the lifelong relationship
no
has
more.
to end. You know?
Nah,
Y'all
fuck
just
no.
hammered
Remember
it
you
out.
got into a fight when you were a kid? That was your best friend after that shit. You're like, all right, I respect this motherfucker now. Respect this guy. Respect
I probably
the fool.
fought my best friend like over a dozen times.
Are you
as a
kidding
kid.
me, bro?
Like
Exactly.
every time we
Man.
played football.
Listen,
Every
you go to
time.
my. I've said this before on the thing. I'm at a
Happens,
family event. We throw in hands. My whole family fights with each
So
other.
my
Now, we're
friend
all
was the
getting older
fire
now,
hydrant that I
but
was talking about last night. That damn thing, we fought all the time.
You can't hate someone that much you don't love that much. That's just how that goes.
Where I'm
And
from-
I agree with that.
yeah, you know,
I agree with that. 'Cause
I think.
oh,
Go ahead, Mr. Pope.
I'm sorry. I mean, because I just want to throw this in because I got in a fight with my best friend and I broke his jaw. And later,
that got
and later
serious.
on, and yeah, it got serious. And later on, we manned our fencing and we became best friends until, you know, he went his way in life and I went my way.
Yeah, I mean, there's distance and shit,
Hey,
but you can always call a real one. You know
The
what I'm
best
saying?
one, I got my friend in a figure 4, like WWF style, and I locked that sucker in, and I had him. And
He
was
didn't
he was
rotate the hips and
No,
stand
man.
you up and bend you over like that, because that's how you beat the figure 4. You know that, right?
He
Rotate
didn't watch
the hips.
wrestling like that.
You just got to reverse
Yeah,
it.
if your family
That's
ain't
why it's
fighting,
outdated,
you ain't
Chris.
doing it
You got to
right.
do the figure
Hey,
eight.
if your family
you got to
ain't
start
fighting,
putting them in the figure
if
eight.
your
back
family
then.
ain't
divide
fighting,
and
you
then
ain't
multiply.
familying right.
He was a
Right.
Cowboys fan, and I made him say Marino was the best quarterback until I let go.
All right.
And now he lives in Texas. So.
You had me at Cowboys fan.
He was, but
In New
Nation
York,
had
there's
the
a
better
lot of
team.
Cowboy
It's the
fans in New York.
Cowgirls, not the Cowboys.
Yeah,
There's a
exactly.
lot of Cowboy fans.
They
in
ain't
New
no
York.
Rough Riders, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Color. So it looks like all the tight ends went to Tua's birthday party too, not just Dieter.
They
'Cause
better be
Mike
going.
Gesicki, Darren Smith is there,
Yeah,
and
they're his best friends right now.
Tight ends have to be, man.
Oh, yeah, something positive about him. Thank you.
I think we're going to see a breakout year from a couple of guys on the offense and the defense that are already on the team. I'm looking at guys like Van Ginkel. I never know. Color getting triggered.
I wasn't ready for that.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I
That
just
always
can't
makes
get
me
over that
laugh.
name. Van Ginkel sounds like a game show host.
I
I
know.
No,
just
Van
can't get over
Ginkel
the name.
sounds like a Viking
Van
coming to
Ginkel.
frickin'
So
just slice
let's
you up,
run.
bro.
So let's run them down, Chris. Who
All
else?
right,
Van
so
Ginkel. Who else?
I'm waiting
I'm
to hear it
thinking-
on offense.
I'm thinking Van Ginkel is going to be a cat that's going to be
You better be
slept
saying
on.
the Canadian, Chris.
I'm also thinking Agba is
I knew
going
he was
to.
saying.
already broken out. This would
All
be
right,
like,
Ogba.
That is so not a
No,
football name.
Ali. I think Agba gonna get like Pro Bowl looking at is
Okay,
my
okay.
point. Like
I
he
can
gonna
agree with that. Yeah.
I'm talking about breaking out as like, oh wow, this guy's a premier pass rusher. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And then on the offensive side,
Oh,
Durham Smythe, sleep.
I'm your huckleberry.
Durham Smythe is gonna now. It's I think it's gonna be like a toss up because him and Alec Ingold, both those dudes are gonna be both in this same role.
And
Where you're
Shaheen
gonna-
can catch too.
No,
don't forget.
Ingold.
Honestly, I think Shaheen gets cut. I think
Right?
Shaheen
Yeah, I
gets.
don't see
I
it.
You
do.
don't
I
think
think
he makes the 53?
I don't think he makes the roster, not for
may
any
not.
other reason other than Hunter Long might step in more.
Not
on
even
that.
practice squad. We'll keep him on the practice squad.
No, there's no way somebody will scoop his ass right up, bro.
We
There
might
ain't no
actually get a
practice squad.
decent penny for him because he can catch, man. You know,
I
like Smythe
don't know.
better.
I don't know. But Durham Smythe is one, and then I mean, obviously, I don't want to say Jalen Waddle, but I think this is one I've been saying forever. Honestly, it was one of the most Lynn Bowden, bro. Lynn Bowden.
There he is. That's my boy.
we had to give an honorary Huckleberry for all of them.
Captain.
Yeah.
Lynn.
Bowden better pick it up with Easy E.
You know what? I think Bowden.
He will though.
I think he will, and I think.
But he better.
I think they're gonna. You know what's gonna be fun in the offense is it's almost like, you know, remember in like the 2000s, late 2000s, early 2010s or whatever like that, they were talking about the money backer position. That's when it became like in defense, they have like the money backer where like the guy he's playing close to the line. It's a safety. He's a nickel. He's a corner. He plays inside, outside.
We used to
like
just
that.
call that guy Zach Thomas.
Well, or you would have, or Jeremiah Bell played.
No,
It was always a roaming safety or a roaming backer, or somebody big. Everybody was trying to get this money backer, and then we tried to do. It's a versatility. These guys are freak athletes, are making gajillions of dollars. You try to do this. Well, I think that ideology is in all weaponry on this offense. No one.
I feel the need for speed.
I don't think any one person is going to be bogged down in any one type of role. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, well, there'll be more inside guys or more.
It's wrong. Your tone of voice is wrong. This is your opportunity
For
here.
you, playing football at West Canaan may have been the opportunity of your lifetime, but I don't want your life.
Culler loving it right now,
Get
bro.
outta here,
Culler loving it right now,
That's
bro.
Dawson, man.
Yeah.
Get out of here, Dawson.
So, but on the real, I think any one of these fools could like.
That's
even
what
throw
Debo's
a
saying to
pass.
the 49ers.
You know, when we look at the Debo role, I guess it's only who makes that happen this year. We know Waddle's gonna play a part. You know he's gonna do Waddle, and he's gonna probably be put more deep down the field. That's what he wants. That's what you give a young man.
How much you want to make a bet I can throw a football over the mountains?
That's
Nice.
Colors,
That was
dude.
a good one. That was a good one there.
That's Colors, man.
How many you got ready, caller?
Oh, bro, you have no
As many
idea
as
how
we
many
need.
we got, Roach, bro. We got 1,000 of them in there, man. I got so many of those loaded up. Oh man, Color, show them why the team's gonna be so good. They're practicing.
Oh, yeah.
There's one he says in water.
But you're missing. You're missing.
Roach.
Let me see if I can find the exclusive footage from training camp.
Yeah, we got some good training camp footage. You might
Pre-training
not
camp,
have seen. Yeah.
the secret training camp that nobody knows exists. That
That's
the
right.
NFL has
The
made
real
rules
strength
against.
and conditioning going
Let's
on.
see if I can find it.
A lot of people seen it. I don't think you've seen it, Roach.
No.
Man, I don't know.
But
Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Right here, guys.
You call that a hit? Keep your head down. The top of your head is the hardest part of your body.
Thanks, Coach. Dude, that's gonna break your neck.
No, I'm gonna break your neck. Damn it, my leg.
Come on now, no sex on the field, girl.
Yeah, nice.
I don't think so. Homie, don't play that.
Anyhow, on the real, I guess.
Damn it, my leg.
I know, right? I think we can expect what we know out of Hill to be top end talent, Hill, and used in so many ways. And Waddle to take more of that type of role as well as time goes on. But it's who else is going to make their presence felt? There's going to be one of these guys that whoever gets their chance, they're going to have great opportunities against shit. Sometimes they're going to be against nobody. They're going to get the ball wide open. What are you going to do with the snaps and your opportunities? And I'm looking at the guys that didn't get a lot of opportunities last year. Hunter Long, Lynn Bowden. These are guys that, what are they going to do as far as making their presence felt? And all it's going to take is one of them to show, yeah, you can lean on me. And against third corners or linebackers mismatches where that's going to be, I'm hoping that's another thing I see from Tua, is that Tua's not going to throw it to Hill because he knows it's Tyreek Hill and that's his first read. That know that your mismatches up there, dissect it at the line and go to your third read, your first read, because you see he's on, whatever. He's got a I watched some of his college tape and there was something nice when he had time. You could actually see him going through his progressions. I know we didn't get to see a lot from him, but again, I think there was that after the first read in some instances where he was in his head, his internal clock. Then he didn't really get happy feet and scramble, which I liked because we saw how Tannehill would do that. And he would just look so terrible. It was ridiculous. You're like, Tannehill, stop happy feeting it and whatever. Yeah. But just pull the trigger, bro. And I know that sucks to say. But that's why I thought there was a mental about his arm and his throwing arm and everything like that too. And even when you saw that Nick Hicks video that he released showing him last year in April, how he was getting up and taking that torque and swinging it, throwing his hip into it to drive the ball. He ain't doing that.
Years. Why can't I be quarterback, huh? You're right. Let's see what you got. Hit me. I'm open. Hi. That's why. Now sit down and shut up.
It slipped. I just ate popcorn.
Why don't you shut up before I slit your throat and watch the dust come out? Shut up and pull.
Is that how it looked? Something like that, Capitan?
Yeah, it was a little bit. He had a little bit more twist with the torque, throwing his hip into it.
Right.
But these other videos, it just seems like such an easier snapback. You know what I'm saying? Never played quarterback, did do boxing. I understand kinetic energy a lot, and the kinetic energy of how he's moving and throwing that ball, how it just comes out. You can almost see as it's like about that far away from being thrown out of his hand. I don't know, about a couple yards. The ball just moves so much more different. It's more of a, as they say, on a rope or on a line or however you want to put it. Looks good. He looks a hell of a lot tighter. I just wonder again, and he looks beefier too. Everybody can agree. He does look beefier.
Legs.
Well, just his jawline, his upper body. There was some atrophy in all the ways everyone can understand from injuries, and just you got to be. There's targeting how he had to do with his body to be football ready, but had to say, okay, I got to deal with this. We understood a lot of that, but. What's that color?
Christian Wilkins flashed
Wilkins. Nice.
Oh my god.
The Wilkins. Listen, didn't you guys see him in his press conference? He was repping the team all up and down. He had the hat on, had the shirt on, he had everything. I don't know. You could see as far as health goes, he couldn't get any healthier unless this injury never happened. So we have that. So I just want to know, and the real thing, and it seems to be the topic because of the golf, is he gonna put the work? We see he puts the work in, right? We see he's putting the work in on his body and his mind, and his mind, obviously for whatever reason. But is he gonna be able to put the work in on the playbook where it translates to the field? And we all understand he's a real rhythm quarterback.
I'm your huckleberry.
Because he has, I think we understand what his strengths were. I guess in the NFL, the lesson Tua's got to kind of understand at this point is that something in college he was, I don't want to say in trouble for, but yeah, we'll say he gets in trouble for it. His off script, him trying to push the ball downfield, him, something Saban, something everyone's been telling him no. Now, bro, no one tells you shit. You're a grown ass man. You know what I'm saying? Fuck those assholes, bro. Fuck them, bro.
The owner of your football team literally just told you that by firing the coach. Like, this is you, buddy.
This is your team. Well, the GM too, I think. Chris Greer. We know it was a Chris Greer pick. I understand also Chris Greer. Chris Greer's maneuvered himself that he's made this pick, but he could also make another pick or a trade. He's smart. I like Chris Grier. For me, while Chris Grier's our GM, we have a potential for future. You know, we're not bogged down or cornered in, and we're not burning ourselves to nothing where this is what we have to be. This is all by choice. And right now they've chosen to. If they wanted to move off, they could have.
If I switched over brands because I might be able to find footage of Chris Grier actually learning that lesson.
Oh, yeah. Well, we definitely have Chris Grier and his, how he's such a great businessman, where his practices, it started very, very young. Color.
You might have to get in on it because this is your list now, and I don't know where it really
my list
is in the position.
You know what I'm saying?
Whatever.
Let me find it here. It's just Color.
Colors.
Yeah.
Colors. Yeah.
Colors.
Yeah.
It's around here somewhere. I'll find it.
Yeah.
I try to.
I'll find it. I think.
Hey, Captain.
May I help you, sir?
How much for an order of ribs?
$2.50.
$2.50? How many ribs do I get with that?
About 5.
5? So I guess that's about 50 cents a rib, huh?
Yeah, about.
Let me get one.
Right on. One order ribs.
No. One rib.
One rib.
I sure am hungry.
Look out, Will Smith.
Make that one rib to go.
One rib?
One rib. What else?
You got any soda?
$1.
Oh, come on now. Look out, poor brother, man. Come on. Hey, check this out. Why don't you let me get a sip for 15 cents?
My cups cost more than 15 cents.
All right, fuck the cup. Pour it in my hand for a dime.
Look, you greasy-headed Jerry Curl Wan. Pay me and get the hell out of my store.
You got change for 100?
I mean, that's how you roll. That's how you do it.
But yeah, he's not back to center corner. They've given everything they could to get the most out of this team. I think Chris Grier always had a plan from what he wanted the defense to look like, as far as inside, outside, as far as talent goes, money allocated, funds allocated to it.
Yeah.
And I also think he's got the same plan for offense for what he wants. Now, I don't want to say this in a way of taking shots at Tua or anybody else, but forever and ever and ever. I think it was like 2017 when
just kidding.
Watch out. 2017 when I had my fandom of Dolphins has kind of like, I don't want to say it met its end, but I'm no longer angry. You know what I'm saying? Like I accept losses a different way. I'm not gonna let it ruin my week. Like my perspective has changed. So by saying that, I could see a better plan, and it's almost like now I'm only projecting here because I don't know. I haven't talked to Chris Grier, but it looks to me like he has a real plan for the offense, and without taking it away, but like, let's not lean on a quarterback. We're not looking for Dan Marino 2.0, like trying to find an anomaly or anything like that. He's going to build this type of defense, this type of offense with a healthy run game, and anything else that comes as far as talent goes, cream will rise to the top, and that will just be a better thing with his plan. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But he's also maneuvered so much capital that he's not boxed it. I mean, look, we got to ride or die. If not, we're blowing this shit all up, and we got to make a whole new plan. And what's the new plan? It's the same old plan. You just get a better quarterback, get a better offensive system, rebuild this team. Fuck, I hope that don't happen. We ain't got time for that shit, boys.
No
the
more.
time is now. Time
Mhm.
is now. And at
And
least from what I could see, this is the plan. If it don't work, we have another plan that we can do.
You just made me think of a great clip to add to the list, Chris. We'll talk about it backstage.
All right. I will totally put another.
You said Ogba was one of the D. What
Yep.
was the other one? Come on. Canadian.
Oh, Holland. I expect Holland to take the jump, honestly.
good
No,
he
it
was.
was Van Ginkel. That was the other one, I think.
yeah,
was
Van
the
Ginkel.
sleeper. Like, okay, and everyone thinks, okay, Ogba, he's already
Holland,
really good.
man.
I'm talking about like premier pass rusher. Everyone's like, damn, watch out, Ogba. Like they're, selling Ogba jerseys and shit,
It's a given. He's gonna have
You
a
don't
good
see
year.
Jalen Phillips?
I do. I'm just saying
said
the
that, yeah.
sneaky ones. Jalen Phillips to me.
You think he's a given?
No, I think Jason. I think Jalen Phillips could be a gold jacket wearer one day.
Oh,
if
gotcha.
I
think
really
his
do,
Ogba-
bro.
Yeah,
I
Chris,
really
like,
do. That kid's a freak. If he
Because
can put
Ogba's
it
gonna do
together.
so well, Phillips will benefit, man.
Yeah, this is the part of the show where he gets his best notes because
That's
he,
right,
he
Mike
thinks we're
C.
not paying attention. He thinks we don't clip
Exactly
this
right.
part of the show. You know what I
He
mean?
knows I've already had a few, smoked a few, and now I'm out here just blabbing my shit. The son of a bitch, Mike Florio.
That's
hit a
when
brother up.
Capitan says his best shit. You don't even realize I'm getting it right now.
Simping my shit right now.
Telling you.
God, I don't want to
He's
see
gonna
it here.
Capitan.
But yeah, I think Agba will be like everyone be like, holy shit, Agba really turning it up. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
he
saying?
will.
Like Agba's putting together multiple sack performances, all stuff like that. Defenses are now scheming up, and then before you know it, Phillips is just gonna hit it all 1,000%.
You know, if Florio calls me because he likes he's like, yo, I really like your moxie, bro. Y'all are gonna be like, yo, y'all ain't gonna be making so much fun of that shit.
Fun of it? What you talking about? I wasn't making fun of nothing.
No, I'm saying like, for anybody that thinks we're like,
I know. I'm telling you what.
it's like, hey man, guy might call me up and be like, Culler, you're totally wrong. But damn, you know how to go after you know how to punch up. He's gonna put me on his show.
Damn, bro.
Hey, what y'all think about Noah Igbo? If do you think that he may be able to take a jump up himself
With our coaches now.
Mr. Pauk, honestly, man, I have no feel on Igbenogany at all. I thought I did coming out of last year in the season. I was seeing him. He looks like he put on weight. He looked bigger and stronger. But
he's the mystery man.
Hey, if they're starting to call us Jets fans, I mean, that's the line, bro.
What's this?
We got the
Because I
DB
think
coaches now, so you're gonna
That's-
see if he is the guy or not.
You're right,
Good
Nick.
point. Good point.
What was Byron Jones' injury? Does anyone remember what was the injury he had to have surgery for?
It's funny. We don't remember, don't we? They memory
No,
hole.
it was
Wow.
mentioned in
He had
another chat room, but I forgot what it was though.
I'm trying to figure what it is because I think
I thought it was I thought it was in his shoulder or something like that.
Well, if Byron is going to have, maybe he has to sit out the first game or whatever, I think that's a good opportunity for Noah to show what he has. Is what
Byron did that to have leverage to guarantee.
That's what
his
I'm
money.
saying. Like,
If you
even memory hole, what the
remember,
injury was.
Ali, if you remember, that was right around the time. This is before we traded for Tyreek Hill, and before his contract had got worked over, and that was when I was hearing that they were willing to let Debo come to the Dolphins. They wanted the 2 first rounders, Byron and Moore. And they were like, hey, Moore, fuck you. They wanted, more stuff than that. And they were trying to figure some stuff out. All of a sudden, Byron does that. Then they tender Nick Needham. Then
What
they
I'm
tender
reading,
Nick Needham.
It was a
round
leg
and round they
surgery.
went.
And
was a
leg?
It just says lower extremity.
Yeah, it
And
was just some cleanup work or something like that. But it was smart by him because then he got his injury guarantee. So then, and also now there's a whole medical process that has to be okayed, and Byron can make that loud to not go to San Francisco as well.
He had that groin injury too that was bothering him.
Yeah, it said
That's
like
right.
quad, groin, and Achilles was.
That's
He's all right.
Well,
if our
El
corners get
Capitan,
out,
you mean to tell me, El Capitan, you're not going to be in a fetal position if everything goes by the wayside?
No. That ain't how I get down, dog. Nope. Will I fucking cuss everybody out? Will I have anger? Sure. But no, I don't get that. I don't get mad at.
Yeah, Aqua. Tua is our guy. Tua
Stay
is my guy too.
No fetal position for El Capitan.
Tua
Ain't
is
no
my
fetal
guy
position
too.
ever for me, bro.
But that's like saying the car I got is my car. I mean, yeah.
Crypto, you starting already, huh?
Come on, Culler, have some faith, man.
I'm just kidding. I'm just trying to stir the pot. I'm trying to make sure I fit the image that
You want to
everybody's
stir the
pinned upon
pot?
me.
I'll tell you the pot.
You fit it very well,
I
Culler.
sent it to you, Culler. No, I don't see how you guys aren't stirred by this pot. You know, for a while, the Omar Kelly, when he said today that the quarterback is convinced that the coach was sabotaging him.
Yeah.
That's what he said. That is like definitive that Tua
At least believes that. Even if I think he's full of shit, he believes that, and that's all that matters.
That's insane to me that that's the perception now. Okay, people in the fan base saying it, projecting this sabotagery, that type of stuff. I could understand that. But if Tua's saying that definitively that I was sabotaged by Flores, that's insanity. And that's a bad look all around. Number one, Tua shouldn't be allowing that to get out. That's number one. Number two, fucking Dolphins, get your shit under control if you got a head coach sabotaging your quarterback. What the fuck's going on? That's right. I got that. But okay. And then number three, how did this whole situation come to be? How did we not prevent this circumstance? Now we all remember.
And let's not forget that there's some culpability on both sides. It's not like one guy is the only asshole in every situation.
And then in lies the other thing. Okay. Stephen Ross still is yet to be found. Now we also know that he has some legality stuff. Everybody knows that. But he's yet to be found. And I wonder if there's a little bit about Tua involved, because to me, it was always Stephen Ross that was ready to get off of Tua, and that fits his MO. In love today, out of love tomorrow. That's just how he's been.
Right.
I mean, look, if Tua got a contract extension, he'd be gone. And that's the kiss of death in this fucking
Right. He was
organization.
ready to pull the trigger at a moment's notice. Everybody knows
Ready.
this.
He was actively lobbying to find out information about it when Roger Goodell came here for the celebration of life, or the passing of Don Shula.
Oh yeah,
he was in,
that.
and he was up in the skybox,
Yes.
sitting down there like this.
It was Stephen Ross.
Well,
looking at us
Anthony-
get our asses whipped by the Colts, and what's his name,
First
Roger
you gotta
Goodell.
Spell Skyler right.
He's gonna have to change his name, buddy. I just cannot go with you on that. I know what you're saying, like the eye test, what we see on tape. Yeah, he's great, and he could be the quarterback of anybody's future. But man, Skylar Thompson, have you ever heard a name like that?
That's a perfect name.
No, Crypto.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to
Furthest
differ
thing
with
from
you.
a Hall of Famer's
We
name.
we
I've
share
ever
the
heard in my
same
life.
last name.
That
I
is
can't
the
go
furthest thing from a Hall of Famer's name I have ever heard in my life.
That is the perfect name.
I'm sorry.
Bring something up real quick about Tua.
Sure.
See your.
Listen, I'm not.
Oh, they got him.
You're
They
good.
got
You're
him.
good. You're good, Nick. You're good. Don't let them get you. Nope, you've muted yourself.
The tech abductors.
You muted yourself
Hit
again.
F4. Hit F4 right away.
I think he's
You
on
guys
the
hear
phone.
me?
There you go. There you go. There you go. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
Yeah, we got you.
By the way, F4
Hello?
is the default
Yeah, we hear
hotkey for mute people.
You're good. Damn.
Oh.
They got him, boys. They got him.
Those are the tech abductors, man.
El Captain, I think I think that it is an accumulation of different people that are involved that allowed this to happen.
Bingo.
For him to be sabotaged. Ross is only one part of it. Then you have
So is Flo.
and then you have, and it gets better. Then you have trickled down coaches throughout the coaching staff that allowed all of this to happen. And the inability to work well with others and to actually build a team is the defining factor on what happened. All right. So I see your point that, you know, Ross may be in love and out of love. I get that, you know, and to be honest, as an owner, it's your due diligence to see what's out there to make your team better. I get that.
It's on par, Ali. Think about it, though. We've been Dolphin fans a long time. This is nothing new. And in fact, this kind of wishy-washy insanity up and down behind the office. That's why I had the hashtag Toss Boss Ross. Now, now,
I expect it.
But my where I'm getting to my point is, what's more surprising to me is that Omar Kelly couldn't figure this out a long time ago. That now he's just saying, "Oh my God, I can't believe that he thinks that he's getting."
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, but the truth is that we're fans. We're nobodies when it comes to being in the.
I think Omar was being hyperbole.
And we figured it out before he did. That's what's more surprising to me.
Yeah, but see, that's where I disagree, Ali, because I didn't figure nothing out. I still don't believe it's true.
Yeah.
You don't.
I disagree with Tua. I'm not disregarding what Tua feels is true.
Okay,
but I just don't believe it's true.
Go ahead, Nick.
Okay.
What are you gonna say?
Yeah.
So,
and I don't think Omar Kelly. He was being hyperbolic. I think he knew all along because he knows the history of the franchise.
Yeah,
it's
he
a
knows
trend.
it works.
He's been here since 2008, so it's not like this is his first regime of coaches that he's new that's been a part of the franchise. His Omar Kelly's tenure didn't start with Flo.
No. What were you saying, Nick?
Okay, I'm not even a huge college guy. Okay, I watch a little bit here and there. I'm NFL mainly, and I love my Dolphins. Okay, but even I know Nick Saban is the ultimate hard ass, and for a football coach in college, and Tua led that team, won a championship. Saban loved the guy, so the work ethic and all that, throw that out the window, dude.
Yeah.
Tua was with the hard ass of coaches in college football, and everything was fine. It was Flores. Come on now.
Yeah, that's
I think Miss Fins.
Well,
I
guess
think Miss
what?
Fins is making a great point.
He's with the hard ass in college.
It's not about hard ass or not. It's about the vision.
College is different.
If he didn't buy into the vision, it's not about him being a hard ass or not. You can be a hard ass to somebody if they buy into your vision. So Miss Fins makes a great point right there. It's that's how it can look like. But that's how it can look like he was affected by Flores being a hard ass, but not Saban. You know what I mean?
Here's the deal, though. We're talking about sabotage. We're talking about a coach actively trying to put him in a bad position to lose.
I don't even think ex-Patriots are that evil.
Well,
I really don't even think ex-Patriots are that evil.
Rams. The best front seven. He started them against.
Who cares? NFL. The Rams is an NFL franchise.
Yeah.
You don't just go choose and select who you want to start your
And we
quarterback.
won the game.
It doesn't matter. And they won the game. And they won the game. They won the game, so it's irrelevant. So that narrative gets killed instantly on the spot. Just because you start them against the Rams, that's irrelevant. It's just there goes those one of the backdoor convenient arguments to create a narrative to craft something just because it fits like a glove that goes into that paradigm that Flo tried to sabotage them.
But here again, this is one of those points where we all throw out the idea that none of us know, and we're making a large assumption to think we know as to who and where that pressure came from to start him that game. Why do we just immediately stop imagining that? Like all of a sudden, because we're talking about this, that isn't a reality. Right. That none of us know.
It wasn't the boss calling from above and saying, "You better put my investment on the field," irregardless of who was who they played that Sunday.
I can get on.
So you think Stephen Ross cared that we was playing the Rams?
Okay, so
I can get on board with that, but listen,
we just Well, Nick, the reason I'm pointing it out is because we all just temporarily forget that little tidbit when we get to this point in the argument. You know what I mean?
Right.
Hey
I can
guys,
agree with that.
I'm about
but
to bounce.
thing I wanted to
quick?
bring up.
Hey,
Okay,
thanks
so
for
with
coming
that,
by, Roach. Real quick,
Yeah,
Nick,
Roach.
you're gonna have it in
Thanks,
just a sec.
Oh,
Thanks
okay.
a lot, Roach, for stopping by, bro.
Yeah, man.
Color,
I got the
I'm-
munchies. I gotta go eat. I'll be listening.
I'm bouncing.
Right on.
I'm bouncing too, Color. I gotta finish up this paperwork.
Alrighty,
that I
Cap.
should've done. I'll see you boys
Yep, we
later.
got about-
Everybody,
we got
hit the
about-
like button. Hit the like
Yep.
button, everybody.
We got about 10 more minutes or so before final thoughts, but I want to let Nick have the floor here.
okay, and I can agree with that. But with that being said, what countless times, why wouldn't Flores come out when asked if Tua's your guy? Why wouldn't he just come out and say, "Yep, Tua's our guy"? He would just come out and say,
Because he wouldn't be
yeah,
honest.
he's working." And,
Because
you know what I mean?
you ever heard of you seen the video of the movie when Kerry said, Jim Carrey said, "I cannot tell a lie"? That was basically Flores' actions, what he was doing.
Yeah.
He just can't be, that
And you know what? And
forthcoming.
to Crypto's point, Nick, you can actually fault Flores for that lack of maturity to be able to navigate that. That's a fair point to say, okay, if he wasn't head coach material because he couldn't navigate that, that's a fair point.
Yeah.
But to say that it's evidence of purposeful sabotage is just such a leap, man, to me. It's just my opinion,
Yeah, that's a real leap.
I'm not trying to disparage anybody for having that opinion. I'm just saying.
I understand what you're saying, Color, but here's the other thing to look at. Maybe we should change the debate. Was he sabotaged at all or not? That should really be not who did it, but was he or not? And here's the flip side of it, okay? The flip side is
no, because he was
this goes into what Crypto was saying about that game. How many passes did Tua throw before that Rams game?
Like 3.
Oh, 3?
No, he
only
threw,
a total of 3.
Against the
threw
Jets.
one pass
Just
against
the
the
Jets.
Jets. That was
No, he
it.
threw a couple more than that.
No. There was no.
There was only 3 passes before he,
The
it was
reason,
into the game.
the one thing that sticks in my head,
Then
Nick,
he-
is the
he
reason I'm
started that
saying
game.
all this is
Right,
because
Ali?
Flores did publicly say that if it was up to him, he wouldn't put his own son out there.
Because he didn't think he was ready.
That's true.
Narrow line.
And then people turn around and want to say that he was purposely trying to get to a hurt and sabotage his career
And then
and all
put
this
him
stuff.
deliberately in the Rams game when it wasn't even his
So
call
why
to
didn't he
begin
just
with.
leave that out? He didn't have to say that.
No, he
publicly.
didn't. I guess it's true. Yeah, I do remember him saying that.
And
They
the
probably came
Rams
from
wasn't
upward-
really at full strength. I mean, that wasn't
No, it
really the
wasn't.
He was
same
get
Rams.
to me that looked like a football coach going, I know football, I know football players. I want to protect this kid, and the pressures that are coming to me from the money bags are making me do this. That's
Right.
what that said to me.
Right. And I agree, and we just had this discussion the other night. So Flores would always say, I'm going to put my best guys out there, You're
On top
telling
of that,
me,
yeah.
You're telling
Yeah,
me
he did say
Jesse
that.
Davis was the best right tackle out there?
Unfortunately, he was.
Again, he was
No,
the better.
Unfortunately, he was.
No, but Nick, from Flores' standpoint,
From the
if
list
he
of
was the
candidates,
one-
unfortunately,
if he wasn't seeing any pressure to put Davis on the field from upstairs, then from Flores' point, again, is a protection mechanism for Tua, because Jesse Davis will go against every other team's best pass rusher. He's got the most experience of anybody on the team.
Boy, he looked like a bull matador.
That may be the case, but maybe that was just the best we had.
By the way, I was wrong.
got
He
poor
had
O-line, man.
passes against the Jets. By the way,
There's no shortage of people saying the rest of our O-line is trash too. So who do we put there?
Exactly.
I think we could have put anyone else.
It's going to be so much
Well,
better.
there you go. Then the rest of our O-line wasn't as trash as everybody says it is.
I don't think they are. I think it was the O-line coaches.
Well, they're going to be good now. They weren't last
Tua's
year.
O-line was trash.
Of course, it was the O-line coaches. It wasn't even an alignment because it goes back to who grid
You guys
drafted.
just want to have it
He
every
was
which way
successful
from Sunday
40%
to
of the time.
excuse Tua. And that's what's going on. And it
Show me
continues to
supporting
this day.
cat. Show me supporting cast like Tannehill.
The same
Mac
offensive
Jones.
line you just told me was not trash. That one.
Right. Well, they look pretty bad, but the O-line coaches were
So
terrible
then,
too.
again, who do you put there instead of Jesse Davis?
He was all we had.
Yeah, that's our only
Go
option.
around the
That's
circle
what
all
I
night.
kept
the
saying. It's
option.
unfortunate that he was the best option at the moment.
Well, that's pretty damn bad.
And
that goes back to the grocery shopping.
And
thing.
that's the general manager's responsibility.
That goes back to the grocery shopping. To the
Flores
Much
brought.
as we like Chris Greer here at the Finns tailgate.
Flores couldn't
He'll be
hire
here
a
in no time,
staff.
Culler.
Flores brought in the O-line coach, not Greer.
Oh man!
And
yes, he did bring an O-line coach, but it's still the personnel that he was strapped
up
with.
to the players to play. When
But
are we going to stop
it's still
this
up to
shit?
the right.
The offensive line, it has the coach has a big joystick in his hands, and it's all on him to do everything.
Listen, Nick, let me give you
Why did our O-line get worse then? With the same returning people, why'd
It's
they
still the
get
players
worse?
got to play.
So again, Nick, who do you put there? Why is it sabotage? Because Jesse Davis was the one.
I didn't say that was. I guess.
But you got to remember, Nick.
Well, that's what this whole discussion is about.
Because Culler, with knowing that, right? You figure Flores would say, I better get a damn good O-line coach that knows how to get these people right.
And he tried with Pepe
Who was it to be?
Pepe Le Pew was
Who
no
was
good.
it to be?
Someone better than Pepe Le Pew that didn't
Name
have any
it.
experience
Name
at
him.
all?
Name him.
Now we got
Okay, who was
million out
available?
there. We had
who
one
was
just
available at the
beforehand,
time?
but Flores
Pepe Le Pew
got
was
rid
hired?
of him. Flores cut what?
Look, until
7
people want to
people?
go.
Was it
Look,
7
until people
coaching
want to go
changes?
do the
No, it
research and
wasn't
find
7.
out
It
who
was-
was
it was
available at the
only
time, don't come to
5.
me with that argument.
No, there was 7 coaching changes.
There was 7 coaching changes.
Just said coaching. I'm talking about the offensive line coach. It's different.
Still,
and
he was inept. He was
But that
inept,
was
just
coaching
face it,
on
guys.
that
So
side
you're
of the
saying,
side of the ball.
that me,
But the players still have to play.
Wait a minute, Crypto. So you're saying that me test driving 7 cars isn't evidence that I'm trying to find a better car?
No, that's 2 different things, bro.
You can't.
No,
yeah,
it's not.
come
That's the
on
perfect
now.
analogy.
Vehicle
That is
shopping.
the perfect analogy.
That's a bad
fact that
analogy.
He's trying to go
That color,
test
that
drive.
color,
That
boy,
means
he
he's trying
sure
to go
just
get
loves
another
that piece
one.
of trash he's driving because you don't see him out
Exactly.
there test driving 7 different cars.
I get
Oh,
exactly
it's
what
his
you're saying.
You
It's his
can't be
fault
going
because
with the
Chevy makes a
lemon
piece
on
of
the
shit.
road.
This is where I'm
You
gonna.
can't be exactly. That was a perfect analogy. You test drive as much you can till you get it right. You throw
No.
away all the lemons. You throw away all the
You
lemons
guys
and you
are
go
putting
get you a
out the
real
notion
ride.
that he was sabotaging Tua, that he was purposely not looking for better.
Well, all the facts lead to it when he wants Watson and
All
everyone
the
else.
facts lead to what facts that lead to him not looking for better? What?
He didn't start
The
him
fact
doing
that
all these
Chevy
games
makes a
that
bad
Tua was
car
healthy.
means that he didn't test drive 7 times?
Why didn't he start Tua when Tua was ready? Why didn't he start him?
I don't know.
Why
We'll
didn't
never
he
know.
start
There
him?
it goes.
We'll
There
never
it
know.
You
is.
said why didn't he or why did he?
Why didn't he?
why did
The
he?
Ravens game, the
He was
Colts
injured.
game.
He was injured. He wasn't coming back to
because he
coach.
wanted to
That's
win.
a league rule
Maybe
saying
because
if you
he
don't
wanted to
IR, you
win.
got to miss 3
Why don't
games.
we,
he
That
was
why
wasn't
don't we
golfing,
talk
Flores.
though.
about, why don't we talk
He's
about the
showing
dead
pretty
horse in the room? Maybe it's
But that
because
was-
he wanted to win. If you want an answer
He
as to
couldn't
why
come
he
back
didn't
to Colts
start Tua
game.
for the Ravens, maybe it's because he wanted to win.
Y'all would have killed
that
him
why
if
he
he would have came
pulled
back to
Tua
Colts
in
game
then,
and got
right?
I'm
To win
just
the
answering
game.
a question. Ask Flores yourself.
See, you know, Nick,
Wish I
that good and well,
could.
if he'd have came back that Colts game, y'all would have killed him if he'd have got re-injured. Then you guys would really be jumping on the sabotage mantra saying, see, he purposely put him in the game when he wasn't ready and got him injured on
And then he
purpose because that would
didn't
be
play
the
him in the
narrative.
game, and then he didn't put him in the game when he was ready. See how
Right.
it just works like that?
Yep,
How nice
right.
for them.
It's amazing how you guys have these inside-out arguments.
Why did Flo hire inexperienced assistant coaches?
Oh, and then he told Jesse Davis. Then he
Anybody
told
with
I'm sorry, Ali. Then he told the defensive lineman from Buffalo to grab the guy's football helmet, grab his football helmet, and start beating to his ribs with it until they're broken.
Probably did. That's why he could say,
Yeah,
"Look,
that's
see,
what he
guys,
did.
see, look,
Well,
see."
there you go.
Go ahead, Ali,
You
because I know
believe that,
Ali's.
and there you go.
Let me ask you this. Why did Flo not hire anybody that was truly experienced? We had Jim Caldwell in the building for 2 weeks before he said, fuck
Same
this.
reason my company
Caldwell
don't hire
said
anybody
he
that has
don't
an
Ali.
experience.
Coach
Thank
Same
football
reason
anymore.
my company
Thank you.
doesn't hire anybody with any experience because I don't know because they're dumb.
Thank you, Ali.
Okay, well, you just proved our point. He
Okay, so he's dumb. That doesn't mean
So he
he's
don't play-
malicious.
Right. You're assigning
Checkmate.
incompetence as
Yeah.
malpractice, as being malicious. That's different. That's two separate
Okay,
things.
then.
You're assigning
Okay, fine. That's fair.
incompetence as
Whatever
as
then.
something
So
that's being
now
malevolent.
can we take Flores' name out of everybody's mouth so we can
So
prop
what
up our
is
new guys
malicious?
on their own merit?
Okay,
No,
so
that's impossible, Color.
Flores'
That's
ineptness
impossible. You can't do that.
led to
That was
this.
malicious.
What was
Flores
that?
was just inept.
You're talking about malicious. Malicious is keeping Jesse Davis in that position, knowing how wrong it was, knowing the.
That was the only option. That's not malicious.
No, that was not the only option, Crypto.
Jesse Davis was the only option.
No, it was not.
Who was
Okay,
the other
that's true.
option?
Nick, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But because he chose that option is not evidence that he's being malicious.
Exactly.
You don't have to be a
Happy
genius.
old
How
man.
many
Means he
sacks
was
did he give up?
wrong.
Okay, look it up. So how many sacks did Jesse Davis give up?
I don't know.
Was he in the top the 5 percentile of the league?
He was
as
Actually,
also
sacks
out
yes,
of
given up?
we had three: Jesse Davis, Liam Eichenberg, and who was the other? There was one more.
Okay, fine. But how many sacks did he personally give up outside of the one sack that Tua got that hurt himself?
But Crypto, if you have three,
No, because I
have
bet you those
three
numbers
in the
are real
top
putrid.
three in the
There
top
are so many
five.
other
Crypto
ways
on
he
our
could have
offensive
I'm
line.
talking about
Three
how
of
many
them.
sacks
you
and
guys
how many
without
sacks
you
did
guys
he give
being
up?
able to see enough to assume he was. There are so many other ways he could have sabotaged him where we couldn't even be talking about it because we wouldn't even know those things.
Right? Yeah, for sure.
I mean, really, people.
Look what Q said.
He could have just not
isn't he
played
not
him
the head
ever.
coach? He
He
could
could have
simply
just not
bench
let
him
him
for the rest of the
dress.
season.
He could have put him on the practice squad.
Well, he did that with
Exactly.
Lynn Bowden.
He had those powers to do that as a head coach.
Which
So
means
just
if he
simply
did
trying
it
to
with
get him
Lynn
hurt
Bowden, that means
is
he
criminal.
thought that's where Lynn Bowden belonged. So if he thought that's where Tua belonged, that's where he would have put Tua.
That's exactly where he would have put him. If he really believed that that's where he belonged, Tua would have been on the practice
I'm
squad.
just asking for simple logic, people. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But it's going to be because I'm basing my calculus on logic.
Yeah.
I don't care if I'm wrong, if I'm coming from a place of that. It doesn't bother me to be wrong.
Jesse
Yeah,
Davis.
you guys
It
have
bothers me to be
once again, you guys, the flow haters really got bad vocabulary. They just simply sticking to that whole mantra, that sabotage. Y'all need to get that out your vocabulary.
And the Tua haters. See how you? So I don't
They
single
obviously
you guys
didn't
out.
like each other.
I don't
But they're
single you
You're a
guys
Tua
out.
hater.
But there
Single
again,
you
Tua
guys out.
haters. There's literally
Who's a
no
Tua
such
hater?
thing.
By the way,
No
By
one
any
hates
standards
Tua.
of
Who hates
measurement,
Tua?
by any standards of measurement as to percentages of what makes up something.
I'm trying to see Nick. I'm trying to figure out who you got as hating Tua. No one hates Tua.
by
The
the way,
most critical people don't hate him. They just critical.
No, Crypto, because we accepted that platitude early on. That's why it exists. Nobody ever
Listen,
pushed back on it.
Here's all I have to say, fellas. Ready? For once, it seems that we're building things the right way. We live in a microwave society. I know that we want to get to the Super Bowl. The time to win is now, and within now to the next couple years. So, God, let's please just calm down and let this all work itself out. And I think we're going to be just fine with Tua.
That's a fair point. You know, that's a fair
Yeah,
statement.
that's fine. That's fine and dandy.
I got to go, fellas. Thank you for letting me come up. I got to go.
Thanks for
though.
letting me yell at you, buddy. Appreciate
Hey,
it.
you're good. Hey, we're all good, man.
There you go.
Later,
There
guys.
you go, Nick. Appreciate that.
But
Yep.
this is a proven
Appreciate
year
that.
for two. Plain and
See you,
simple.
fellas.
Just a proven
Yeah.
year for him.
Right.
It
there's
really
nothing
is.
wrong
Up to
with
him.
that.
It's
a
up to
proven
him.
year.
Louis.
Everybody
Whatever
knows that.
goes for
Louis.
Lewis, you know, I've said this till I'm blue in the face. We all can say whatever we want about each other in the fan base. You know what I mean? But it still is nothing is going to be different. The only thing that's going to happen is whatever Tua is going to do.
Yeah.
That's it.
California.
That's
Yeah,
it.
he's in full control now. The reins is his. If
Yeah,
he doesn't
that-
do
that-
it, then it's move on. It's go to the next one.
And
I'm with
Crypto,
California. I'm with
you heard me say
California
this.
though too.
What's it say, Mr. Paul? I'm sorry.
I'm with
you heard me say this on many
California.
platforms.
I'm getting
we got
too
the
old.
blueprint. We just got to put up the bill and see what we have, and that's really
Yes.
what it is.
So
Right,
that
the
being
blueprint's
said,
there.
welcome to the panel, Lewis. Appreciate you coming up, man.
Yes,
I'll let you
Lewis,
have the floor a
appreciate
minute
that.
since you're the newest one to the panel, so you haven't got to talk all night. So go ahead, man.
Yeah, man. Like, I thought we had settled this debate the other night when I was on. Like, we're still blaming Flores. Like, this is what we're still talking about.
Right?
Like,
And you see me trying to come to the table, and it's
Yeah.
like I don't even want to go that far. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Let's
it's
move on. It's time to
unfortunately,
move on.
Lewis. It's unfortunate, Lewis. It's just the way it is sometimes.
I just don't understand. This kid is just so polarizing, man. Like, at the end of the day, nobody was trying to sabotage Tua. If anything, Tua sabotaged Tua. Let's just be honest. That's what
He's
happened.
him sabotaging himself. Yeah.
Yeah, like if we're talking about him not doing film and like the film study stuff and all that, I was on a panel yesterday with Crypto, and Crypto heard my thing. Like, I don't give a shit if he plays golf. I don't give a shit what he does when he's not on the football field. When my concern
Right.
with Tua is anything he
I
does
agree.
on the field. And the point
Yeah.
is he's just not producing the way he should be on the field. So
Yes.
that's what it is. Like, we got to get over this fucking Flores bullshit because
Yeah.
everybody's giving Coach McDaniel all this praise. But Mike McDaniel could be a genius. He could be whatever we want him to be or whatever everybody thinks he is. But
He
if
could be
Tua
worse
plays,
than Adam Gase for all we know.
absolutely,
Yep.
he could be. Listen, he could be Don Shula, or he could be
Please
like
It could be
don't
Don
say that.
Shula or he could be Adam Gase. Exactly.
Don't put
the end
that
of
out
the,
there, Culler.
at the end of the day, Mike McDaniel could be a genius. But if Tua plays like shit, it ain't gonna matter. It ain't gonna.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, period. End of story. This is what it is. This is Tua's last year to prove to everybody in the organization that he's the guy. If he can't do
Thank
it with
you.
this team and the roster that
Yeah.
we put on with him, it's time to pack his bags, send him where we sent Devontae Parker and where we're about to send Preston Williams. Get him the hell out, man.
Yeah,
I
It is
agree.
what it is.
I
But
agree. I just think he'll
let's
do it.
stop. Let's stop this bullshit with Flores, man, because like
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
it just come on,
He's
man. Like,
gone. He's gone. It's over.
He's gone. Yeah. See, the thing is,
go ahead.
it's
Go
on.
ahead, Chris.
They're doing it because they're trying to validate and kind of give the next guy an excuse if he fails,
yeah.
because that'll be just another tie to say, see, he started the poisoning of the well, so how can this guy overcome that succeeded him? I can see it coming a mile away, man.
Crypto,
I
that's
just-
bullshit. I'm going to call bullshit on that right now. You think that the reason that we're criticizing Flo is because we're trying to make an excuse for McDaniel? Fuck no.
Absolutely. They
McDaniel-
praise him. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they're praising him.
I'm sorry,
They're
but
saying-
you're wrong on this.
No, buddy. No, because you guys always get to smoke you out of your caves when you try backdoor ways to figure out a way to blame Flo for anything that's bad that's going to franchise.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. First
You
of
guys
all,
always doing that crap.
supported Flo until you could see what was going on. You don't. It doesn't take a genius to see what actually is going on the field.
But see, that's gaslighting,
That's
Ali.
the part
That's
that once
literally
again,
gaslighting people.
it's the same thing you're doing. They're just because I think 10 moves ahead of you guys. They try to come up with ingenious
we don't see
ways
what you
to try
saw,
to figure
so
out
we're
to
just-
blame
we're
him,
too
and what's going to be the
simple-minded to
next
have
move
seen
and
what
blame
you
and
saw.
evolution
Thanks
of
for
blaming
the
him.
gaslighting,
Don't
bro.
mean I'm off
That's
base
literally gaslighting.
because I see the steps that y'all taking. Just like the mantra that they tried to try to get us to believe
Crypto,
that
it's all in your
Flores
head,
wanted
dude.
that Flores always wanted Herbert, and now this new mantra out here that he wants Jordan Love. It's the same creep mentality.
Yep.
Next, he's gonna be like he wanted Madonna or Bruce Springsteen, for crying out loud.
God.
That's gonna be the next mantra. It's always gonna be something.
No, that's
different.
more likely
You
to
guys
be Ross
per-
that wants one of
Yeah.
those.
You're gonna perpetuate. You're gonna perpetuate the same narratives for a long time, over and over again, not knowing that people are recording it, not recording it, just mentally taking notes of the memes, the talking points, the mantras, the innuendos, the backdoors, all that. Now I keep track of that. I'm a very analytical individual. I was a chemistry major. I was in air traffic control. I did a whole bunch of stuff that requires a lot of analysis. And plus, I'm a military vet, Navy, and Army. So don't come with me with that crap, telling me that I'm not very good at analyzing things from a historical standpoint to present stuff.
But you're
And,
generalizing.
and all this other crap that y'all come up with to try to figure out a way to blame Flo for every single thing. Now, one thing, and when you give him credit for something, it's damning him with faint praise. It's just not outright. Nothing.
Yeah,
It's
he
always
is.
going to be
He's
something
a good.
negative.
He's a good defensive coordinator. Yeah, we know.
Right. That's damning with faint praise, Cutler, when they use that terminology. Instead of giving him credit as a coach.
You know, guys. You know what I don't understand is when the Tuaneers will say, "Oh well, Tua won 8 games in a row," but we all realize that the defenses carried us in those 8 games that we won in a row. But no one says that that's Flores' defense. Like Tua ain't playing no defense. Tua didn't do nothing last year that in none of those games. And again, let's be honest, we were playing trash. Like the Carolina win, that's trash. When you play the New York Giants, that's trash. When you play the Jets from last year, that's trash. So don't tell me that Tua wasn't even putting up good numbers against those kind of teams. So the reason we were winning
Shout out to
last
Miles Gaskin for the Carolina game, though.
Facts.
Over 200 yards, multi-purpose yards, and 2 touchdowns through the air.
I'm just done. I'm just done with all this Flores talk, man. Let that man live. He ain't with y'all no more. So like, what you complaining about? Let that thing go. Worry about your quarterback. Don't stop worrying about a coach that's not here no more.
And real quick, to Ollie's point about nobody trying to bring down Flores to prop up McDaniel. It's not that it's something that somebody's thinking, I'm going to do this.
Big O does all the time, and all his flying monkeys
completely
follow it.
subconscious. It's like constantly whenever somebody says, well, what about this aspect of what McDaniel plans to do? They go back and say, well, Flores didn't do this.
Yes.
Well, what does that have to do with what Mike McDaniel is going to do about that?
Exactly.
Or when they constantly look at all these moves McDaniel's making, as if
the
again
stuff
when
with
somebody
the
produces me
events.
produces me the 5-year outline from Brian Flores in his portfolio, you can say those things if that's what his outline shows. Like if his outline shows fuck the offense, year 3, year 4, fuck the offense, year 5, fuck the offense. If that's what his outline shows, then I'll agree with you 100%. But it has nothing to do with what McDaniel is doing right now.
Exactly.
They cut his outline short. They cut the coaches every 3 years. That's why I say this is the Dolphins Olympics.
I'm not saying
we're going to be doing this in 4 years.
Either.
We're going to be doing. I would bet if we're not successful.
I'm simply saying that people naturally, when they try to prove to you why they're so sure McDaniel is going to do X, Y, or Z, it's because Flores didn't do X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
That doesn't compute with me. That doesn't even, my code spits that out and says that's not compatible. That's just all it is. It's nobody's trying to be hateful or hurtful or anything. It's just that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? That's where we're coming from.
You got to prop up the new coaching regime on their own merit, not on the failures of them. Because a lot of people weren't doing this with Flores about Adam Gase. They wasn't praising Flores just to freaking put down Adam Gase or the previous regime. Everybody conveniently forget on what what Flores did to the Rams in that Super Bowl and how everybody was giddy to get him because they thought he was going to transform my defense in that same fashion. They were head over heels for this man. And then all of a sudden, because he's a hard ass and and his coaching style, well, the Rocks go with the freaking farm. Come on. He was like this from the very beginning. You knew this what he was going to be before he hired him. Flo didn't just become Flo in the last 12 months. He was that when he signed on the dotted line.
Right.
So,
and which personnel and which
he was a hard ass.
And the personnel that coached up Durham Smythe to almost double his completion percentage, was that somebody hired by Flores? Or did Chris Greer make that hiring?
Look at the DBs we're producing.
Conveniently, they're going to say it was all Chris Greer's doing because it was positive, remember?
That was Durham Smythe playing for himself. That's why we that's why we beat New England to end the year. Remember? Exactly. All the players were playing for themselves.
Yep.
Well, maybe that's what Coach Flores was trying to get them to hell to do. And that's why when you ask me what my summation of of the look on Brian Flores' face walking out of the stadium that day was bittersweet. Like they finally got it. and I had to give up my job to get them to understand it. That's what it looked like to me.
Yeah.
A man broken. A man so proud of what he just coached these men to do, and then not understanding that he was the one that got them to understand that.
Yeah. I'm just with Crypto. What Crypto said earlier about keeping receipts, because I do think Coach McDaniel is going to succeed on the offensive side of the ball. But let's just say for the sake of argument that our defense takes a big step down and we have to get rid of Josh Boyer. And then let's say for the next year and a half, 2 years, Coach McDaniel can't bring in a defensive coordinator to set up that defense. Are we going to have that same energy? Because are we going to say, oh, Coach McDaniel didn't get the job done? Because I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if you're putting 30 points on the board.
And
but
Lewis,
if
you
your
know
defense
what?
is giving up 35,
and you know what, Lewis? I see where you're getting at, but I'm at the point where it's like, no, McDaniel better be our coach for 10 years. I am sick of this nonsense.
I agree, Culler. But I was just saying, like, are we going to keep that same energy? Because, like, to Crypto's point, when we got Flores, we knew what we were getting. We were getting a defensive mind. So now, if we're getting the offensive mind and he can't get our defense together, then it's going to be the same thing. What we need, what this team's been missing, is the balance. Having the offense and the defense that complements each other. Like I said, I don't give a shit if the Dolphins put 30 points on the board if you're giving up 35.
Right.
The point
hence, that's why we've been hiring different coaches over the last 20 years, because they didn't have that balance.
The head coach is responsible for both sides of the ball and every side of the ball. And Chris Greer and Stephen Ross do just not want to give up that kind of power. That's just bottom line where it's at.
Yeah, so let's just keep that same energy with Coach McDaniel. If we're going to have that same energy with Flo's not even here no more, and we're still talking about him. Well, let's just see if if we have to get rid of Josh Boyer, and hopefully that's not the case. But let's just say he ain't what we all think he is. Like, come on, man. Let's keep that same energy if Mike McDaniel can't bring in a defensive coordinator to do the job like Flores was doing. Because at the end of the day, all that bullshit about, Flores never helped Tua, bullshit, because that defense was helping Tua.
Yeah.
Flores
turned around our team, man.
Yeah, exactly. Defense do contribute to helping the quarterback, because we had 23 consecutive games with at least one turnover in a row. Last time I checked, Tua was the quarterback for a good chunk of that streak. So this whole notion that the defense didn't help, that he wasn't helped, but at least on that side of the ball, he was given extra possessions to be able to do something with the football. That by definition is helping your quarterback when you're giving him an extra possession more than the other opposing teams.
You know what helps our quarterback? In gold. A fullback. We got so many different sets McDaniel's going to go, and all our little speedy little wide receivers, Easy E.
Listen, we're all
helps too.
We're all football fans here, and we all know how to diagnose the game, and we see what we see on film. It's just the Tua fans and people that like casual. I hate calling people casual, but sometimes that's what people sound like. Like we're complaining the offense. And how many times last year Waddle was streaking down the sideline and Tua didn't throw the ball? How many times there was Gesicki running up the seam and wasn't throwing the ball? That's not on Flores. That wasn't the offensive coaches. That's your quarterback that was missing plays. And that's what I talk about. I want the kid to succeed. But he has to show.
We need him to succeed.
He has to show the progression. That's what my problem has always been with Tua. I don't think that Tua is a bad quarterback. I just think he hasn't developed yet. He hasn't developed yet the way that we want him to. So all this bullshit that Flores is this and Flores that. Listen, man, there was a lot of games that we had open receiver and Tua wasn't throwing the ball. I hate to do the comparison, but Justin Herbert was throwing those passes. Joe Burrow was throwing those passes. Josh Allen throws those passes. So I'm not saying that Tua can't do it. He just hasn't done it. And that's the problem. So because what Tua hasn't done, stop blaming Flores for what Tua hasn't done.
This is the year.
Right. You have to blame him for what only.
And a lot of us have been fair to say that the reason he wasn't throwing passes like that was because of reason X, Y, or Z. And he's been kind of taking care of reasons X, Y, and Z in training. So, we've been fair to point that out.
Yep.
You know what I mean? We just don't need to say anything about Flores to do that. I don't need to say
buying the groceries.
I don't need to speak Flores' name one time to praise Tua. Not one time.
Exactly.
And to add on also, look at where Flores is at right now. He's on the team with a coach that could actually could change him around to a certain point where he can become a good head coach.
And we can say that without saying that Flores couldn't do it. That's all we're trying to say.
Well, Color,
What
you're
Polk
not going to
just
get
said-
that.
What Polk
what
just
you
said
call
could
it.
be said without even Flores ever entering the conversation.
There you go.
Yeah, you could just
That's
simply
all
say
we're trying to say.
McDaniel was
And
very
you know
good,
what, Ali?
and what
You're
he
not
did in
one
San
that does that.
Francisco.
I'm not saying Ali is one that does that. I'm
Yeah,
just
what he
saying that
did
the
in San
people we're
Francisco,
speaking
Denver, and
about-
Atlanta was stellar.
I just
you
don't
could
like
say
the
that he did that.
No, I'm saying, Ali, if you were defending let's say if you were in defense of the people that do say that, then we're going to argue with you. But I don't believe you're one of those people.
No, I'm actually more pissed off at crypto right now for generalizing me in that type of group. Because
Well, maybe
that's
that's why I'm pointing out this right now.
You said
Crypto
people
usually thinks the way
I
I do.
took offense to that. That's why I haven't said anything till now. All right,
And that's fair. And that's fair.
Well,
but I personally,
if
I
you
don't
misinterpret,
necessarily.
that was your interpretation. That's
I'm going
not
to
what I
say I'll
insinuated.
vouch for crypto.
I
in
would
that
have
regard.
directly said that if that's what I wanted it to be.
And when I say vouching for him, what I just said was partly to speak for crypto as well. I'm
The
sure.
group,
You know what I mean?
you thought I was trying to pin you down and put you in that particular group?
No, but you started going off about being analytical. Like I'm not analytical, and I don't have an education myself. You went on about being a vet, which I'm also a vet. Thank you, and all this other stuff. And you generalized me.
Yeah, well, I said that as
general-
an indication. I was putting myself
First of
out
all,
there.
everybody,
saying that
everybody give a big thanks to Ali and crypto and any
on
other
how
vets in the
how it
panel or the chat.
was, how
Yeah,
I
for sure.
am, and how and my thought patterns and analyzing situations when it comes to
We
this
need an
football team or
offensive
life
head
in
coach.
general.
But
But I
also-
wasn't saying that you wasn't. I was stating what I was. It had
Okay.
nothing to do with
All right,
what
well,
you wasn't.
The way you were speaking and how you did that, you generalized a group, and you said it after I made my thoughts. So therefore,
But that had nothing to do with you. I'm talking about coming from my perspective on how I was thinking and my thought pattern and the experiences I had in my personal life. It had nothing to do with you.
Okay. All right. Well,
Yeah, Ali, crypto's been taking the same sort of heat, like that we all have, you included, about like when you say one little thing, it's like, that's who we're
when I
speaking
said
to.
I was a veteran and I was a chemistry major in air traffic control and all these different fields that require deep analysis and very quick thinking, especially air traffic control, for Christ's sakes. But I'm telling you that I be peeping what people are trying to say without them even saying it. But that's what they're trying to insinuate. And when I catch it quickly and try to nip it in the bud, you think I'm just, being hyperly aggressive.
Real quick, guys. Shout out to Aqua for the $5
Because
donation. We
that's
appreciate
one
it, buddy.
field
Hold
you
on.
have to be a fast thinker in.
Hold
That's
on,
air traffic
crypto. I've been
control.
trying to get to this for a minute before it scrolls up too far. But shout out to Aqua for the $5 donation. Appreciate that, buddy. 2 7-game losing streaks in 3 seasons, poor clock management, and lack of in-game adjustments got Philo fired. You're probably right, although that is not the official reason we could ever go on. That is actually an assumption that the likes of myself and crypto are not willing to make because that's not what came out of Ross's mouth. You know what I mean? And nothing's changed. Nothing else has come out of anybody else's mouth officially, other than that, basically it's a personal issue. You know what I mean? Like whatever that means, like whatever collaboration and all that means, it had nothing to do with actual job performance per se, other than from the human perspective. So, I mean, you might be right. And I want to give you your credit, your deference for the possibility that you could be absolutely right. And I know everybody has their reasons as to why they would have fired Flores, but I just want to point out that I stand firm that the only reason we know in actual reality, even if platitudinal, is that he was fired for non-job performance reasons. So thanks for the comment, though. Appreciate it, man.
Big Papa's been wanting in, I think.
Oh, I don't see anybody down there.
I'm out, by the way. You guys all have a great night.
Appreciate it, Ali, man.
Care, Ali.
Thanks for coming by, boss. Yeah, that happens a lot to me.
But it's just
I ain't trying. You know what I mean? Sometimes like the person that brings the message is basically, ends up taking the heat for it. You know what I mean?
Crypto.
It's not personal. When that part of my thinking gets at it when people try to slowly plant things
and let's be real.
Minds.
And let's be real. Given what you and I have seen over the last few months,
I try to nip it in the bud right away, especially when it comes to somebody that's not on the team, like Flo,
and given what you and I have experienced over the last couple months, I'm pretty sure there's people out there that aren't like you and me that are directing things right at Ali. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so that I'm sure that's why.
It's just some of the stuff that I hear sometimes, mostly that Big O may be perpetuating, and it's seeping real deep into the ether, into the fan base psyche.
Names. I haven't named one name on my show ever, bro. But
and when those talking points come out like that, I immediately attack it.
But I've been monitoring everybody knows I monitor. I've been monitoring the chat. I watch what you guys have been talking about.
Because sometimes he comes with a very, very, very deep, dark, negative.
Call it what it is. Yeah.
Tone when it comes to his putrid, unadulterated hate towards Flores.
I know.
And it's seeping into the ether of people. Even though they're softening, they're not as harsh like the Big O.
I had to get through it just to be able to hear what Omar said, bro.
They're adopting the talking points.
Right. I had to endure it just to be able to hear what Omar had to say.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. And I'm gonna call it what it is. I don't care. I'm a small time. What's he gonna do? Stamp me out in my little 173 subscriber following? By the way, go over to Color Commentary and subscribe. The more you do, the more I will get off my ass and start pumping out more stuff on that.
It's more so
and
when they use the term hate,
hold on,
that
Crypto.
Flo hated to a
let me do the
projection.
Crypto. Let me do the reset real quick. Everybody, please like and share this video. Subscribe if you haven't, and also you can catch a great show, Tonk 7 on TMI Tuesdays at 9 p.m. We had a great show this past Tuesday, best one we've had yet, I think. I'm gonna try to keep up the open mics on that night, around 10 or whenever that show ends. Then you got me like tonight, Color Commentary on Thursday night at 10. You got Capitan just about every night, barring any reasons he can't go. He goes enough to kind of take off a night whenever he wants to. So, but generally speaking, you got Cap every night. If you need anything from Fanatics, gear up. They got all the official licensed stuff. Use the link in the description below so they know we sent you over there. They love us for it. If you're feeling kind enough, you can hit $ the Fins Tailgate on Cash App, the Fins Tailgate on Venmo. We got super chats, as Aqua was so kind enough to point out to everybody, and Fins Tailgate gear. Let's find out how many people actually would recognize you in public. You know what I mean? That'd be pretty cool. But links in the description below. So go ahead, Crypto. Yeah, finish it. I don't want to say. I don't want to like make. I'm not. I don't try to. I really believe, despite what people might think, and despite what ends up happening, I don't try to do the whole YouTuber war thing. You know what I mean?
I
you
get it.
You make a great point. You make a great point about. I'm at the point where it's hard to even watch a guy that has nothing but vitriol and disgust come out of his mouth about one man, dude. So yeah, go ahead.
Now it makes it to some points was unwatchable. It's almost like you put you're making personal bets against yourself. How many seconds or how many minutes is it said individual going to go without saying something about dragging the previous regime and saying something negative against the previous regime, and then it's more so it's projection to the point where when they use the terminology, well, Flo hated Tua. Well, they're just projecting their hate upon Flo. And they trying to gaslight you to believe it was all Flo that was hating this man. But really, it's their own individual personal hate toward the guy they think they hated their guy.
Right.
It's just projection.
Right.
It's like when you try to get your wife to not pay attention to your infidelity, you automatically start accusing her of infidelity. Just out of the blue.
Right,
constantly.
because what the projection actually is that you're thinking in your mind, albeit subconsciously, they don't know they're doing it. Okay. But you assume that if I was in this person's shoe, if this person was me and I felt the way they did about said person, that these would be my intentions behind it.
Right. Yeah, it would be
So
my
you're
intentions.
literally
This is what I would do.
projecting your own feelings on why a person says and does the things they do. You're saying if I was the one doing and saying those things, these would be the reasons.
Yeah.
And they have
It's
to
just
all be
classic
negative.
projections.
Sure. That's literally what projection means for those that have never really.
Yeah, it's the old technicolor of the 50s when you try to accuse your spouse of infidelity and really you're the one that's doing all the cheating.
Right.
Like Trump.
Or would do if you were, or if that's how you know. You're like, oh, I know you would be doing that. I know you feel that way. Well, yeah,
Right,
because that's how I would feel.
Because that's what you're currently doing right now or plan on doing in the future.
It's a reflection of yourself. Exactly.
Well, Crypto and Color, that's the reason why, and I shouldn't be saying it, but that's the reason why I don't bother with his show because of what y'all saying right now. And I'm not putting him down, but I've tried to watch his show lately, and that's one of the things that kind of turns me away. That's why
I don't try to put him down either because he's a bit, he's obviously growing and doing his thing, so I don't besmirch him for that.
Yeah,
but he obviously
some segments it's unbearable.
the way he needs to do it.
Some of the segments.
What can I
are
say?
totally
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
But I'm not going to be afraid to call it out. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, if that happens, then I might as well stop what I've been doing right now and never do it again. You know what I mean?
You can't tell the truth.
Right.
You know, I mean,
Crypto.
What you say? What was that?
Say, like, isn't it kind of our timeline of getting back to being it's been a while, championship type team and battling for it, that we naturally had to get an offensive mind for our young coach or our young QB while we're, got him under that first 5-year plan there.
Correct.
We gotta, like, it's Flores was a rental. Okay, he turned around our team. We got a good D. We got the places in place for D. We gotta have an offensive guy, 110% behind Tua, and that's our only chance. Like, we had to do this.
Right. Versus trying to get another defensive guy. Yeah.
You gotta go.
That was you have to go to that side and hope that he mends the defense that was fixed by the previous regime.
Yeah. Just keep adding to it.
Yeah, because when you go back, if you kind of go back and look at the situation with Don Shula, with the undefeated season we had a good balance of both.
Yeah,
all three phases of the game was good.
And
special teams. He was literally the last coach that actually did all three.
Exactly. So
anybody after him, if they would have did all three, they would still be our head coach. That's why Mike Tomlins is still in Pittsburgh. That's why.
Yeah.
Who else is still at wherever they at? Andy Reid is still in, Kansas City.
Carroll.
But they was able to fix a good chunk of all three phases that were their constant contenders. But that's the only coach I can think of in the last 20 years is Mike Tomlin that did all three. That was able to keep his job.
Yeah, Tomlin, Pete Carroll.
And Carroll, Pete Carroll's another one. Yep. But as far as the Dolphins franchise, man, we haven't did it since Don Shula. Shula was the only guy.
Yeah,
there you go.
Until we get it, we have to be what is it, 17 games this season? We have to give Mike McDaniels his 17 games.
And that's the thing, that's the thing, because ultimately the chat's been talking about, the toxicity in the fan base and no fan base like ours and all that, I mean,
StreamYard Papa.
I think that's why I said
all of that. What I'm saying is, though, that there's one thing that wipes all of the way we're feeling out right now. All of that changes that in a heartbeat. Turns us from a toxic fan base into the best one in the world.
We're loving life.
And that's winning.
and
Yeah,
that
there
will
you
be
go.
winning.
That's all it
That's
was
it.
ever going to do it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Right.
Because it's
That's
been
the
too
only
long.
thing that'll ever do it.
It's true.
Yeah. Because
When
that's
have
what
we
it,
ever been happy as fans? When have we ever been happy as a whole, as a fan base? Like, you know, listen to our fight song, people.
Mm-hmm.
It
Yeah.
still plays to this day, even though it's
Yep.
some little old jingle.
There you go.
You know what I mean? It's corny. You know what I mean? But
yeah. But
welcome,
Color, you
Mike.
will
How
be
you doing?
you will
Hey,
be
what's
told
up?
you will be told you was delusional if you expected 11 wins out of the new regime.
Oh no, I think our over under is 11. It has to be.
We got
As
him.
yeah,
The
as a matter of
addition.
default.
First of all, the fact that of what Tua was on pace for before he got injured, Tyreek adding what he would add to that is at least 4,000 yards already by itself. Okay.
Yeah.
And if anybody doesn't think that that's going to translate from 9 wins, 10
To a
wins the
minimum of
previous
11.
year before to one more win, 11, I mean, that's just dumb. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That should be the baseline.
Even if Tua played exactly how he did this last season.
I
The
got a
baseline
question
should
for
be
you
11
guys.
wins.
So welcome to the panel, Bryson. As
Oh,
I said,
thanks, man.
no, go ahead and
Appreciate it.
take the floor for a second. You've
Yeah.
got the
So,
least amount of time.
yeah. So I'm actually really new to your channel. I just copped in like a few days ago, and I'm in all the dolphin YouTubers. Reason I watch Doug. Doug was probably the first one. Big O. All
Yeah,
of them.
Doug's a great guy.
Yeah, I love Doug. He's my favorite. But yeah, it's nice to meet you
Doug's a
all.
pretty good guy.
You a Dolphins fan,
Actually,
or
it's
you just
funny.
or
I'm
you
a
just
huge
big
Dolphins
football?
fan.
Oh,
I'm
you're
actually
cool.
born and raised South Florida. Grew up my dad yelling at the TV on Sunday mornings.
Sweet.
I love the Dolphins, man. I actually don't live in Florida. I live in Louisiana. I'm stationed out here at Barksdale. I'm
Right
actually
on. You
ATC too.
You a Canes fan too?
With crypto.
Yeah. No, he's
I'm-
at ATC. He had traffic control.
Yeah,
That's
so
cool.
I'm not so I like college. All my family went to the
White.
Gators. I just really watch like SEC ball. Like I'll root for
Right.
the Canes.
We don't
but I
mind
really-
the Gators around here. We just
Yeah.
can't stand the Seminoles.
I mean, I wouldn't die in a hill for them like I would the Dolphins, you know.
Right.
So, but yeah, I had a question for you guys. So with all these tools we're adding, obviously, we have all these receivers, but like, do you think, like, Mike McDaniels is a running coordinator. Do you think that we're gonna be doing a lot of running, or do you think it's gonna be mainly passing?
We
Well, I
signed
think
a fullback just like Juszczyk. We're gonna run. We're
Yeah, well,
gonna
here's
like
the thing.
Crypto on.
I think that's what we're building for. Like that's what we're gonna be as a staple. But I'm actually going to default to Crypto and let him be the first one to give a perspective on because I kind of agree with him. If you notice Crypto's moniker there, Crypto 6040.
We gotta have a good run.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of
That's
heat
what
for
I
that.
think,
Yeah, he's taking a lot of heat for that name because everybody is just appalled for him to think that we're going to be actually a little more pass heavy than run heavy. But I'll let you go ahead and explain that, Crypto.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah. Oh, no, I was just getting the tail end of it. As far as the ratio, I was thinking that has to be the base ratio because for starters, this is a passing league now. That's been the trend for the last 2 decades. As far as the successful teams that went deep into the playoffs, when their running game was completely shut down, it was always nearly 100% of the time where the pass bailed them out and they went further and deeper into the playoffs. Like this past year, we just got that example just this very last Super Bowl. Where the running game for the Rams was non-existent. And what happened? That freaking McVay said, the hell with that. Akers fumbled the ball too much. He's not productive. So they knew that they was going to throw the ball. Their ratio probably was higher than what I suggest. 60-40, it was more like 80-20, in order for them to finally pull out and win the title. The previous years it's been the same way where when teams got themselves in the bind, it was never a running game that bailed them out in playoff football. It was always the passing game that built out those teams. And even when they were winning, it was the passing game that got them there first. And then they sat on the football. It was never the other way around. Because if they ran the ball and killed the clock and didn't score, all the other opposing team had to do is bam, 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 within 2 minutes, put a touchdown or two on you, and they're ahead of you now. You chewed up all the clock. They used less of the clock, but yet they used less time to score because they were scoring through the air. So now the team that ran the ball heavy was kind of hurting themselves because now they don't have enough time to catch up. You know, a la the Tennessee-Cincinnati game. Cincinnati had the ball less time than Tennessee, but Tennessee kept trying to run heavy with Derrick Henry. The minute they make one or two mistakes, they're behind the 8 ball. Cincinnati goes down there, use their passing game to get in winning field goal position and win the game. That's not to say that Cincinnati don't have a running game. Of course, we know they got a good running back. But the point is, when push come to shove, they used their high elite passing game as the threat, as their number one threat to set up the run. It was more the passing game set up the run.
And
for
Crypto
us,
here took a lot of heat for this position in our community. You know what I mean? And
our passing game is more lethal than our running game, just from a skill set point of view. Historically our coach had a running philosophy. That's because the running game was more the strength of their team. I'm almost certain if the 49ers had Tyreek Hill on that team and other elite pass catchers along with an elite quarterback or above average quarterback, that ratio would have been drastically different.
Right.
Or at least the attempt of the ratio would have been different.
And
they wouldn't be saying McDaniels is this run coach guru. They'll be giving him credit like they give Andy Reid.
And real quick, Crypto, I think another thing too is that something Mike McDaniel said was, you know, he didn't say everybody it'd be wise to play Chase Edmonds in fantasy. He said it'd be wise to play Waddle in fantasy.
Good point. Exactly. He did say that.
You know,
it would be wise to play Waddle.
This is really coming from the coach too.
That actually came from the coach. Yeah. But you taking him at his word. Because he's not trying to strategize.
You got speedsters like what we have though. That's going to open up the run. I mean, we're going to. Well, pass.
yes,
I'm not
that's
saying
precisely. That's precisely what Crypto is saying. That's
precisely what I'm saying.
Precisely what he's saying.
Yeah. Because
so he took a lot of heat for that in our community. You know what I mean? But what I'm thinking it really is that the league is so pass heavy now.
Oh yeah,
a ratio like 60-40 is actually run heavy.
Yeah. That's what we got in gold too. In gold is like
think of it like the Overton window in politics. You know what I mean? It's like, you know,
because
60-40 passing is actually fairly run heavy by today's standard.
Nowadays,
by today's standard. Yeah. You can look at it that way. Yeah, because I'm looking at from a historical standpoint the trend since 2011. Yeah. Oh, actually, I can go back to 2008. Let's say post Ravens Super Bowl with Trent Dilfer. Yeah. That era was really when it started breaking in that direction. Where you have some anomalies where you have 3 to 4 teams per year has ran the ball more than 50% of the time as a team over the course of the entire season, including the playoffs. So you're looking at a very small number of teams, and in that grouping of teams that did run more than 50% of the time, didn't even go deep into the playoffs. You would maybe have one team, you have less than 5% of the teams out of that span that actually ran the ball more than 50% of the time.
Only like Tennessee.
By the way,
you look at those numbers.
Hold on just a second, guys. I want to thank everybody that's in chat right now still. You guys up on the panel and everybody that's still keeping this Dolphins chat going at 2 to 3 in the morning on the East Coast. We got 42 people watching right now, which is more than some Dolphin channels get during the prime time. You know what I mean? And I just want to thank everybody for that. I mean, it's the off season, and we're all sitting. We got a new member. We got a new member coming up to join the panel. Says, "Hey, you know, stumbled across some Dolphin talk. You know,
Yeah.
I guess you're probably in the Central, so it's only quarter to you,
And
to
I
two
and,
to
and,
you.
and,
But
and Color,
still,
I think that ratio that I had started out with initially is fair because I was using it as a matter of precedent.
oh yeah,
That's all I was going for. I
right,
was going for
right,
precedent because
right.
the Buccaneers, the Rams, the Bengals, the Chiefs,
And then
and even the 49ers was above 50% passing to running. So
to feed all that, we draft a wide receiver.
we draft a
Well, I
wide
mean, you
receiver.
can't have this many wide receivers.
you
and
see all
not
the
use
jet
them. I'm
sweeps
just
Well, that's
saying-
true.
and not
That's
use them.
true, Bryson. We're
Yeah.
gonna obviously
But
cuts.
they're gonna
There's gonna
those
be
running
some,
backs are gonna be
right.
involved in the passing game too. You know what
Sure.
I'm saying?
Right.
Sure.
You
And
know,
Bryson,
they
and I
used
look
to.
at it this way.
One thing's for
I
certain, we've got a big old competition in a few of our positional rooms in training camp this year. We got a lot of running backs too.
And people forget about Lynn Bowden, man. That
Yeah.
guy's
Thank you.
that guy
He's a
is
very
got
good
some
pass catcher.
talent.
Yeah.
And
And
also,
Cedric Wilson.
I've
Yeah.
coined this phrase that Tyreek Hill did not come to the Miami Dolphins to be a cigar store mannequin. That's all I have to say.
Oh, and Bryson, we kind of like to go outside the box around here at the Finns tailgate because it's a tailgate and you're allowed to be outside the box here. You know what I mean? Nobody.
Oh, I'm drinking beer right now.
And
Oh,
if
dude,
Tyreek Hill
you fit right in then, bro.
and if
I mean,
Tyreek
tonight-
Hill is a cigar
Well,
store
real
mannequin
quick,
color,
Crypto. Just to welcome Bryson properly. Tonight, Thursday night, is Color Commentary. That's your host, Color, right here. But this is the Finns Tailgate Network, and
Sweet.
we're all about basically keeping the tailgate going as long as everybody wants
love
it to
it.
keep going. You know what I mean?
Yep.
We're trying
Yeah,
to do
man,
like
I love it.
virtual Finns Tailgate. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I'm
that's
gonna try to fly in for a game this year.
Oh, awesome! So that's the atmosphere we want to
Wait a
keep.
minute, I'm
That-
sorry,
that's-
Bryce. Where you
that-
live? Where you say you stay?
I actually
Louisiana.
live in Louisiana right now. I'm from West
Oh.
Palm Beach.
Awesome.
Oh, okay. West
Yeah,
That's
so
where
I'm
you're-
gonna.
That's where your yours truly, your host tonight is currently residing. Right
Oh,
around
West
that
Palm,
area.
nice man. Yeah,
So
I
you're
grew
in
up
great
there,
company
18
here,
years.
buddy. You're in great company here.
Yeah.
You're not a Trojan, are you? By chance?
Not from the Saint. You said a Trojan as in
Trojan for what? No, I'm
For
not a
Lake-
Trojan. But what do you mean?
You didn't go to Lake Worth High School?
No. I actually went to King's Academy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. So you don't have any direct rivals in the high school world. I got
No. I went to private school, so
Right
it's
on,
kind
right
of
on.
Harold,
Yeah.
Jimmy.
right over off. Was that off of Forest Hill at the time?
Yeah. It's off
Or Summit.
Forest Hill. No, it's off Forest Hill, and I forget the other road. It's a back road, but it's right between Forest Hill and Okeechobee.
Right.
Okeechobee.
Yep. That's right
it's
over
close to
where.
Okeechobee.
Yeah, they. It might. Oh, okay. It might be over where the elections office is now. Like that whole complex. It
Yeah,
used to
like
be-
you know that Publix on Okeechobee. Man, I can't even think of the road. It's like I don't even. Lions Road is where it's right on.
Oh, okay. You're talking
Yeah.
down. Yeah, that's like out close to Boca.
No, it's West Palm.
Up on Lions.
Let me look it up, man. It's. I mean,
Yeah.
I've been out of high school
Crypto
for like
down
7
today.
years.
So okay.
Yeah, they moved it too since then. It might not even.
Are
might
you-
not even have went to the same place I knew it to be at. I'm an old one.
Oh, okay.
Cheers, boys.
You said you was in
Yep.
Are you in
Cheers,
are you
boss.
in ATC down there or you in
Yeah,
or
I'm
you in the
at
military?
Barksdale right now. Yeah. I got about a year left on my contract.
Okay, is that an Air Force base or?
Yeah.
So
Okay,
as I
Air
was
Force Base,
saying,
okay, cool.
I actually want to remind everybody.
Belvedere, that's what it's on. Belvedere Road.
Okay, right, gotcha. I want to also remind everybody that how stacked our wide receiver room really is, because
very stacked.
We forget sometimes about Cedric Wilson and Lynn Bowden, but I keep telling you all, do not sleep on Craycraft. I keep telling you all.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Out of everybody in the locker room that actually looks and plays and catches the ball more like Wes Welker, it's him. Okay.
Watch Ezukana.
I'm just saying.
We got a lot of skill, a lot of people.
All people that we would name first: Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Cedric, Bowden.
Ezukana.
All of these other people that we would
Ezukama,
name
Wilson.
first when we get excited about our wide receiver room. And
God
the
damn.
two people that
Gonna
are
get some
wearing
work.
83 and 85 respectively are the guy we got from the CFL, Redmond or Deadman, and Craycraft. Those two guys are wearing 83 and 85.
Deadman
What's
might be
that tell you
out.
about what
Demon.
McDaniel thinks about our wide receiver room?
Yeah. He's definitely really aggressive in getting those guys that can catch the football and run out to the catch. And then backed up that Tua backed me up by saying we're gonna yak him to death. Last time I checked, yak is after a pass catch, not a handing the ball off.
Now, what if we got a guy like
just checking?
Craycraft?
Just say.
Well, what if
I mean,
we
that's what
got-
all the big teams are doing too. You know, I mean, that's what the
Right.
Chiefs built them off. You know,
He's gonna have a
You
year
catch
with
it and
these
you run.
speedsters.
Right.
and
what
those
if we
Lynn Bowden and Cedric Wilson, those guys are going to be open because they're going to be covering
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill and Waddle. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying?
And Gesicki's
Like
gonna
obviously
have
Waddle and
space.
Tyreek Hill are going to get space, but I mean, when you're
Gesicki
double,
will.
they're not going to be
when
double
we have
teaming
to go to a wide
Cedric.
receiver set and spread the
Hence-
offense. I mean,
Hence,
geez.
60-40 is a conservative
And
ratio.
it
That I'm
Don't
is,
telling
forget
you.
this, Bryce. We could literally go to a 6 wide receiver set if you think
I'm
about
so
it.
excited, man.
Think
It's
about
insane.
it, though. Think about it. We could literally go to a 6 wide receiver set. We could
Imagine
put
if
5
we had
wide
Marino
receivers on the
Waddle.
line.
That's if we get real
Right.
tricky, Color,
But
and
here's
put
the thing.
Robert
I'm
Hunt
saying,
wide.
if we could put 5
need
wide
this
receivers
guy.
on the line, possibly
Oh,
it'd
you got
still
the
have,
Dan
and
Marino.
still the
That's
numbers
what
might
We need
work
that
out
guy.
with the rules that we could still
Dan
have a
Marino,
guy in the
Dan the man.
backfield
He was
like
ahead of
Lynn
his
Bowden
time.
or
But they're going to put
He
they're
was
going to
ahead
put
of
wide
his time.
receivers in the running
If
back
he was playing
position.
now, he'd
In
love
the
it.
running back position. Yeah, they're going to show
Oh
him.
yeah.
do the
It's a good,
numbers
healthy
work out
dose of
though?
rotation.
Are we still able with a 5 wide receiver set based on the rules of the line? Are we still able to have somebody in the backfield with the quarterback?
No.
I
No.
don't think
Ingold.
I don't think
No,
the
you
numbers
can't.
work out
The
right.
form, because of the
It's
form.
But
an
yeah.
empty
Ingold,
set
and
if
then
you
he
go
goes out
5
for a
wide.
pass.
Right.
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel.
We could
he's in
still
his
change
lab
out a
right
tight
now.
end for one of them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And don't
Ingold
forget,
will be
Good
out there
point about
lots, guys.
Gesicki, but we
and
don't think a lot of us here at the Finns tailgate aren't really expecting
I
to be
think
long
so.
for Mike Gesicki past like
Yeah,
week
he's probably
6.
gonna be. Yeah. I
Nobody's
agree.
really pushed back on that argument yet, but you're welcome
Yeah,
to, Bryson, if
it's.
you
I mean,
and
it's
keep
if
possible.
you're a huge Gesicki fan. Oh, I forget.
like
I don't
Gesicki.
want
I
to.
do.
I don't
just
want to
think
forget
he's
him.
not as well rounded.
Well, you do have company here. I forgot about Miss Finns. She absolutely loves Mike Gesicki.
I don't
And
love
we'll
him,
and
but
we'll
I
go
just
to and
think
we'll die
I
on a
just-
hill
he
for him.
makes
So
I
plays,
just think
man. I
he's
think
set
he's
up to have a
good.
huge year.
That's cool.
she might have
he
went
just-
to bed by now, but she
If
got
he
a
was-
show at 8.
If he could block, that dude would be a stud. It's just he
Yeah.
can't do the full
Mhm.
position. You
Mhm.
know.
hey, but
So-
didn't we get a wide
He's been
receiver from
working
San
out, though.
Francisco also?
Monster.
Yeah, that was
Moss.
that's Craycraft.
Moss.
Pokemans. That's
No,
River
it's a
Craycraft.
It's a wide receiver.
No,
we
I
can
think he's
get,
talking
right?
about Trent Sherfield or something. He's
That's
Oh,
who I'm
right.
talking about.
Craycraft came from Arizona, I think. That's right. It was Trent Sherfield
Yeah.
or
Not
something.
bad.
Right. Yeah.
And then Deadman, if I'm not mistaken,
Remember last
didn't he do
preseason, he ripped it
kick
up,
and punt
Sherfield.
returns?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, man.
that's-
I don't know who's gonna. I mean, like, I know obviously like Waddle, Hill, Cedric, they're gonna make the
Mhm.
roster, no doubt.
Hey,
But
Culler.
there's that our wide receiver room so deep. Who's gonna make
Exactly.
it? You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
let me
ahead, Monk.
address this Color. The as far as who sets up who in today's football, it is the passing game unequivocally that sets up the run. If you want to be successful, you better do it that way, or you're going to be behind the times. If you try to become the Tennessee Titans and try to use your run to set up the pass, you're going to
That's why
eventually
you
fail.
need it to right Tyreek
Be-
Hill.
be- because
Chelsea's
you're
gonna
going to
struggle.
eventually fail
So-
when you
so
don't have a
Moss-
quarterback that's above subpar.
What were you were about to say something, Most?
Oh, I did a Tinder remove there just for you there, didn't I?
Yeah, I got it. Thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's why I was.
No,
I
I'm
was just
saying,
that's
I don't
old
like
school
Gesicki
thinking.
that much, but he's set up to have a huge year. Like you have a Tyreek
For some-
Hill in your offense.
Can you block it, Moss? Because for some reason it's
trying
only
to.
letting me put him in timeout.
Yeah,
was trying to-
and last time I checked,
like
there's-
in gold with use check? Like look at McDaniel's offense. Like Gesicki set up to have a huge one, and in gold's going to be a key factor.
Yeah, can't forget about Engel.
And yeah, it just
Once-
makes the game easier.
Now
for
we just
Tua.
our key
it's
is
going to make it easier for
as
the quarterback.
Bryson pointed out.
And Color, can you answer this quick question?
Sure.
If this is supposed to be Tua's evaluation year,
Yeah.
of this the year we're supposed to evaluate Tua. Last time I checked, it wasn't tanked for Tua because of his outstanding ability to hand off the football. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I know.
Was it really tanked for Tua because he was this elite quarterback and handing the football off?
What's all this training for if he's not going to use his arm?
Exactly.
So why would we be saying that this is an evaluation year if we're only going to use them that some people present only 30% of the time?
Hey, I'm with you. I think 60-40 is perfectly valid. I think you could actually move it up to 70-30.
And that gives you an unequivocal evaluation of the quarterback position because you see him in every scenario within the passing game and using the run after the pass.
We're gonna have so many different
So I
looks,
think
man.
Bryson was about to point it out.
There's no evaluating Tua.
We're
if
not going to
he's
be
in
able
a
to keep
Tannehill
everybody we've
situation.
brought in. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
But we really are dependent upon McDaniel to choose the right 53 guys, and I really hope that But it's gonna be quite easy for him to do that.
Man.
Those
There's gonna be
backside,
huge battles.
the back end of our wide receiver room, you better be part
And
of
because you
special
want to know
teams
what color?
Get on that
Yeah,
roster.
Preston's in trouble.
Because you want to know what you
Preston's in big
guys.
trouble.
You want to know
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
If let's say for instance, if there's some people still think in the crowd think that it's best that we run it 70% of the time and throw it 20, the other the 30% right. Let's say if that was the case in their fantasy world, if we did that, how can you properly? That's going to be another backdoor reason to say where Tua didn't get the proper evaluation or reps
we
because
ran
we
the
ran the
ball
ball
70%
of the time.
Crypto, one thing that these guys aren't thinking about, we have our 2-star running backs are injury prone. Raheem Mostert is an
Some
injury prone
CFL
back.
teams don't
He's a
even think about
stud
it.
when he's on the field.
And
Chase
then they're going to
Edmonds
be able to
too,
have
you
another
know?
excuse to say
Exactly.
Tua didn't get enough reps to be able to evaluate him properly because we was running the ball too much.
Raheem
See,
Mostert,
that's
if
just
he stays
another
healthy, that
reason.
dude-
It's almost like they're afraid to have that 60-40
Right,
ratio
right.
because
To your
they
point-
think if Tua fails, that's going to be like,
To your
man,
point,
I wish he
Bryson,
wouldn't have had
to your
that
point,
opportunity
Bryson,
to
that
do that.
injury is one of
It's
the
insecurity,
injuries that
Crypto.
caused them to have to use Debo the way they did.
Oh, for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah. I mean, Raheem Mostert was a big reason they had that big run
if he stays
to the
healthy
Super Bowl 2019.
and a way better.
Yeah,
line,
Raheem Mostert was, and guess who was their
And Wilson
quarterback?
Jr. ain't no slouch
Jimmy
either.
But they wasn't trying to evaluate Garoppolo as the being their franchise guy and putting
I'ma
a lot
be
of
honest,
pressure on him like we did with Tua.
I
So
understand the fans think
they
that we're
wouldn't
going
have
to
used that
evaluate.
ratio.
I think the fans are evaluating Tua because it's the third year. But I'm gonna be honest. I think that Mike McDaniels has seen enough film and
knows what
likes
to do.
Tua's type of quarterback. I don't think he's evaluating this year. I think he's trying to evaluate
what
what
to
he
do.
can do as a head coach
Agreed.
before he
Loves it.
just, you know what I'm saying?
So he believed in himself.
I agree. I keep saying it,
So you're
Crypto.
saying
That's
he's
what I keep
believing in
saying.
himself.
This is all about Mike McDaniel's
It
belief
is.
in himself. Is every bit as much as his belief in Tua.
And Tua's going to grow. I mean, we've seen he's been clearly working his butt off, I think. And I mean, Darrell Bevel, when have we had these coaches with this much experience on our team? This dude's coached Brett Favre, Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, and now does that mean Tua's going to be one of the guys? No, not at all.
No, it just means
But he
believes
knows
he
the
can upgrade
tools to
quarterback.
give to Tua.
Yeah.
I mean, our last quarterback
we
coach was
needed
a
this guy.
7-on-7 dude. Come on, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, but remember the fan base, let's not forget the fan base was head over heels because he had some relationship with them from the
of
Elite
course.
Eight type of thing.
I mean,
so they
I'll
was
be honest, I
head
was
over
very
heels
excited
about
for
him,
it too, but
saying that this
yes,
guy.
Aqua, we
guy
do have to
is-
win the clock battle. But what happens when his team puts up 3 scores on us for some whatever reason?
you got to
It
be good
just
at
ain't
both
our
sides of the
day.
ball, man.
We couldn't do nothing when we got
The
down.
biggest problem, though, I don't think is the ratio of run to pass. I think the biggest problem is going to be this O-line. We will win and lose through this O-line.
Yeah,
And I think they're doing enough
They will.
to try to get better.
But our point is, if we were like Peyton Manning and the Colts when they could just put up points and breakneck speed,
We went and got 2
then we
starting
won't have to worry
line.
about the offensive line.
I know, but Tua, man, he needs. I mean, you saw last year. Have you seen that video where the guards are on the field and people are just walking past them? Have you guys seen that meme yet? And it's like this was the Dolphins O line. I don't know. It was a funny meme, but anyways,
Man,
he needs
Bryson,
time.
we signed 2
Oh yeah, of
starting
course he
O-line.
needs
Oh
time.
no, I know. I'm not disagreeing with you. The left side's good.
It's looking good now.
They're doing what they need to do to move forward. But I mean, that right
I
side.
think the offensive line is fine now. As far as
yeah,
goes.
Bryson is
We'll
just
see,
saying
man.
that's what
We'll
it's going to
see.
hinge upon ultimately.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I mean the center position.
get
I
guys
like Mike
hurt
Dieter.
suddenly.
I think he has a lot of raw talent that can be developed.
Yeah.
But
Even if
technically,
he's
we
not
only
a
have
center, he might be
one.
a guard.
You know, we only have one center. I think we signed some undrafted free agent.
Deech.
So we have 2 centers on the
supposed to be
roster right
awesome.
now.
Right.
And I like Williams at left guard to keep that left side really solid with Teron Armstead.
We'll
I mean, they're
run
doing the
better.
right things. I'm not trying to stab at Greer or anything. They're doing the right things to make the better O-line. And a lot of it's synergy, right? Like O-line is
10
all
years
about
we've had a
synergy.
shitty O-line. Like,
You know?
Yep, continuity. Exactly. That's what we've been saying around. That's why I was saying it. You know, if you hadn't heard me before, my whole thing with the center is like, hey, it's really Tua. Tua should have a lot of input on that because he's the one that has to stick his hands up under his balls.
Yeah, I
You know
remember
what
you
I mean?
said that. That was awesome.
I mean, let's face it. You know, we don't want a case where, hey,
You were
everything's
talking
great,
center at the
and
draft,
now we're
remember,
that team
Culler,
that
and you said that?
and now we're that team that fumbles because of center exchange problems
Yeah.
all the time. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
I think if you get 4 to 5 offensive linemen right, you'd be fine.
Cheers, boys.
They can scheme to help the other
Cheers.
weakest guy out.
I'm quite sure that some of that's going to be addressed.
We got props to
corrected
Bryson.
next.
Appreciate you coming tonight, man. You're welcome here, and keep coming back
Dude,
every
I
night
love
if
it.
you
Oh,
want.
I will come as
You know,
I'm
like
subscribing right now.
Quick question,
El
Bryson.
Capitan, our
man, I was
proprietor.
turned off
You
from golfers
you
on
got 1 year
YouTube,
left on
Culler.
service. So where you at? In a tower or radar?
I'm a tower controller.
Perfect.
Right on.
Right
that's
on.
funny. That's
Me too.
so
I was
ironic.
that's where I
So crypto,
I
you must have
spend
been
most of my
he
time.
must have got an earworm or something when you were talking earlier.
Yeah,
so
no,
you
he
drew
was
him
saying,
in.
and
You're
he's
like,
I know
like,
all
hey.
about it, man.
And I'm
Yeah, he knows about the hectic environment where
Big
you got to be
Papa.
I'm a watch
endless
supervisor too,
multitasking.
so I'm
well,
a charge
crypto
up
was
there.
just pointing
Right.
out how that about it. You know, so it's just funny. It's ironic how you come in as a controller, and he
It
was
was
just
right when he
literally.
was talking about it, too.
Yeah.
No, I was messaging and Moss was like, "Hey guys, Big Papa wants to come in." It was
Oh,
funny.
right.
I'm like,
Uh-huh.
no, you got to get this. Yeah.
So you're Big Papa in chat.
Yeah, in chat.
Yes,
he was
I am,
Big
yes.
Papa.
Oh, okay, great.
And I kept
Oh.
saying it, Big Papa.
So I really
He was
hate
it.
to do it because man, it got really lively pretty late, but it's like 3 a.m. here on the East Coast. So I got
Oh no, you're good, man.
I got to start everybody's last thought round.
That's cool. We appreciate it.
real
But yeah,
quick,
Bryce
Bryson,
knows
so,
what I'm
yeah,
talking about
yeah.
how hectic it could be
And
when
El
it comes to quick
Capitan,
thinking.
the proprietor of the Finn's Tailgate, he usually does a show every night. We have and I'll actually remind everybody we got TMI Tuesdays with Tonk 7 every Tuesday at 9:00 with myself co-hosting, and then I'll usually do an open mic after that if I can. Then we got myself on Thursday nights with color commentary at 10:00. But every other night it's Finn's Tailgate with El Capitan, who's kind of resigned for the evening. It looks like because he trusts me to handle the controls. You know, I don't do things like this guy. Yeah, we're not quite like that around here, but we can be sometimes. I'm just still amazed that that's Andy Dick, man. I cannot believe that's Andy Dick.
It is.
Wow.
The
That is
times.
just crazy. That's what he's saying right now. Y'all thought I was done with my career. No, no. Andy Dick came rolling in. He's like, what? Done with my career? Are you kidding me?
Is that the same guy that did a show? He was on a show called News Radio. No,
You said news radio.
News
I
Radio.
want to say yeah, but I'm not sure. It's quite
Good
news
question.
radio. Was it news radio? Something like that. But I think you might be right.
Man, that was a terrific show.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, Mr. Polk.
So when is
Freaking Andy Dick.
with 17 games and the pandemic was the last 1 or 2 seasons here, when will preseason start? And is it just three games?
Middle of August.
Yeah, I
Three
think
games.
they put it down to 3 games. Even
3
last
games.
year was the
Yeah,
start
last
of
year they
that.
did.
But this year it's going to be 3 games.
Yeah, it's gonna still be 3.
Yeah.
Unless they add
so-
another regular season game.
So,
17, right?
Question for you, Crypto.
Yeah.
Why doesn't one traffic controller stick with the flight the whole flight?
Boring.
I don't know. You said why did it one?
Inquiring minds want to
boring.
know why doesn't one traffic controller stick with the flight the whole flight?
Why doesn't one stick with the
important.
flight the whole flight?
Yeah.
What was he getting?
I don't know.
You can't do that. It'll be impossible.
I don't get it.
By the way,
Right. Yeah.
thanks Fatboy Swag 180 for life. Maybe I've missed you before, and I apologize if you've been around a lot, but I appreciate you. You look like you're new to the channel. Welcome. Same with Jimmy James. I want to say I've seen him before around, but we appreciate you guys coming around, especially this late. It's cool.
I like how you
But
spelled it.
so let's see if I can find a good final thought question here, because I think we've kind of beat all the dead horses we can beat. But let's see here.
Panthers.
We'll go with something like
Crypto.
Crypto's down quite a bit. Is it gonna keep going down this summer or start buying?
Oh yeah.
You start buying. It's a buying
buying
opportunity.
gradually.
Become a part of the 1%, meaning you only
Oh,
have
I
to
am.
own like 0.25 or above that
close,
owns
I'm
it.
close.
It's a very scarce item. I'm not a financial advisor, but hey,
I
it's a
am.
scarce item. It's a buying opportunity.
Well, then we
Went
appreciate
down
you
quite a
returning. Fatboy. I probably talk with you all the time. I'm so absent-minded these days. So like I said, no offense. I remember you now.
Coley, you all right, bro? You all right?
Appreciate that, folks. So I guess like I said my piece about the whole golf thing.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Golf.
At this point, I totally didn't like it, but whatever. I'm not gonna continue to beat the reasons why I don't like it. It doesn't have anything to do
We
with
wouldn't even have known about it 20, 30 years ago.
and it has nothing to do with what's going to happen going forward, as Q astutely pointed out.
I forgot to ask that Q because apparently I think we have more than one Q in the fan base, because I don't know if that was him this morning on Stephen D show.
Was it?
No, it didn't sound like him. But he had a
sound
different.
like him, but it could have just been because it was more, because you're
It
right.
had a
it could be.
different avatar. They even had a different avatar.
Yeah, maybe I got
But
fooled.
And
by
and
that.
that
ain't there another crypto? I think there's
no,
another
not that
crypto
no.
too. No,
I haven't seen it.
Huh,
I saw
interesting.
crypto with
But
like
that other Q that came on this morning, he identified himself as a Dolphins fan.
Yeah,
That's
I thought I
right.
got burnt by
I
that.
remember
too.
that.
Right, and
What
he
show
kept
is that,
referring to
crypto?
we and everything. I'm thinking, why is Q talking we?
Yep, he used a lot of we. Yep,
That's right.
and he said he
Yeah.
was from Central Florida.
Crypto, what show is that? I got
remember
burnt
that.
by that too, I think.
Oh, Miami Sports Music in the morning.
Yeah,
Miami
that's why I
Sports
was
Music.
watching that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
Miami
had no
Sports Music.
sound, but I was in
Oh.
the chat.
Update, guys.
Yeah,
A
it
recap
was
for the
Miami
night.
Sports Music. Yeah,
Larry
We
K.
here our commentary / the Finns tailgate successfully got Larry K and the Finn Fury
Finn Addict.
to 1,000 subscribers. I'm gonna refresh the page, make sure he's still comfortably over 1K.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's still showing 1K. It didn't fall back, so he should wake up to finding out that he hit 1,000 subscribers.
Yeah,
and I
he'll
want
wake up to some good
I
news.
want all of you to make sure he knows that it was you all that got him there.
Yeah.
I mean, I called for it, but and did him the favor, but you all did it. I wanted to point out the power that you all had to get 7 people, because that's all he was short
To
when we
bring him
started
over
the
to-
show tonight.
Bring him
So
over the
appreciate
threshold.
every one of you that helped that out. Look at that, Kahari coming in a little late. How you doing?
Don't you
Kahari?
just love it when your computer updates itself and you're supposed to be on Windows 11? What a piece of crap
I know,
software.
right? Hey, Kahari, I'm throwing the link in case you want to get in on the final thoughts, but we're about to do final thoughts.
There's Luis giving
and,
you a good
and
message.
you can make it. I don't know if you've been listening all night and know what I
Get
was
your
talking
Linux machine whenever you can, fellas. Get a Linux machine.
Oh, already done. Already there, Crypto. Actually, every other machine except my main one, except my main powerhouse, is now on Linux. And I'm doing that because I've used Linux for years for certain purposes, but I've never been able to take the leap to regular old stuff, like
Yeah,
browser
right.
web and all that. But their
Yeah.
interfaces are getting so nice these days and so practical and useful that
Yeah.
every one of my machines, I put it on it just to get myself in that muscle memory to where,
Right.
because I don't intend to upgrade to Windows 11 on this.
Now, are you using the Firefox tools?
I do have it on a couple. Well, Linux, Firefox is default in most Linux distros, but
Yeah. All right.
the thing of it is that I don't intend to upgrade this particular machine to Windows 11 for TPM for hardware reasons. And it's actually not even compatible because there's a workaround, but I've never liked to use workarounds to install my operating system. So
See, it's these browser extensions that I'm so
eventually,
used to in
once
Windows.
the support goes away for Windows 10, which is a couple years.
They
from
already
now.
started already. I
Well,
guess
yeah, but
tonight
the
is big
official,
updates.
but the updates and all that will stop about 5 years from now. But whenever that
okay.
happens,
Right.
I'll end up having to go full boat Linux on this machine too. So I want to be prepared for it, and be used to
That's what
using
I'm
it on
trying
a
to
regular
do.
basis. Even though I've
Yeah.
been using it for 20 years for various purposes. You know how it is. A lot of times when you find yourself using a Linux distro, it's because you have a specific purpose that you need it for. You're doing some programming or you're compiling a program here and there or whatever. In my case, it's you can set up a nice audio
running
production
nodes.
studio with a Linux distro, so it's that's kind of what I'm using them for these days. But not to get in the weeds on the boring stuff. Oh, no problem, Lewis. Appreciate you coming, man. We always love having
Appreciate
you.
it, Lewis. We got Lewis. We got your linebackers, man. We did it, man. We get you some linebackers, man.
Yep. So I guess we'll go on
listen
that.
to you, Lewis.
I guess we'll go on that. Ultimately, favorite move. All things considered, we could go right to the Tyreek Hill, but I don't want everybody to be. I mean, if you want to choose Tyreek, that's fine. If you got convictions, but don't necessarily jump to that. Ultimately, absolute favorite move, bar none, personally, for yourself, that the Dolphins have made since the end of our season. We'll start with Bryson. I'll give you the first go at it since you're the
I
newest to the
appreciate it,
panel.
man. Yeah, so obviously Tyreek Hill's
Oh,
my
real quick,
favorite
Bryson.
move.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good.
Capitan has his own rules as far as everything goes. And we try to keep rules like how rules are, man. Nobody wants rules, but I do have a rule in particular for my show, Color Commentary, on Thursday nights when we have an open panel. When we do final thoughts. And you're going first, so this doesn't. I just want you to know this isn't pertaining to you because you're not going to have the chance to interrupt anybody. But if you're not first and somebody else is giving their final thought, you're more than welcome to interrupt them if they say something contentious, because some people use their final thought to finish some arguments. You know what I mean?
Oh, I got you. Yeah,
it happens occasionally. But if you can certainly interrupt somebody on your final thought, because no matter how many times in a debate we have the rule about not interrupting, it happens, and two people end up pairing off and having a good debate.
All about
we
that
let it
stuff.
roll. You know how all that rolls, right? So you can do it, But the rule at Color Commentary is if you interrupt somebody during their last word, that is basically taking your last word.
I got
you better get it all in if you're interrupting that person, because that's your last word for that final thought session. So that's the only rule, basically. So just wanted to let you know, since you're new to the panel. Go ahead, bud.
So okay, so my favorite move is definitely Tyreek Hill, but I don't want to say that one because that's an easy one, right? So I'm gonna go with my favorite move is Veron Mickley, the safety out of Oregon. I think this dude is a baller. I've been watching his film. He's from Oregon. He played with Javon Holland. That dude's a stud, and he could have easily got drafted in day 3, but because he's so small and his size is a lot smaller, he might not be a starter day 1, but he can definitely help out with special teams. He has that repro with Javon Holland. He's played with Javon Holland. I think he's a great safety. I think he's a sleeper. And the fact that we got him for free, I mean, that's awesome. Veron Mickley. I mean, that dude, I've been watching Oregon play ball because I've been watching their film for Javon Holland. And I always saw this dude as like a good player. He's just a little smaller. But the boy can play some ball. So I would say that's my favorite move other than the Tyreek Hill, just because it's a sleeper move that people aren't watching. You know, everyone's watching everything else. Nobody knows about this guy, McKinley, and he's going to make the team.
Awesome. So as we said, man, you know, you're really cool, dude. So come by anytime, bro. You're
I appreciate it, man.
welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Thanks
right,
for your
bro.
service, man.
Little call there.
Definitely nice chatting up with the fellow ATC guy.
Yeah,
oh, for sure, man.
That's cool.
Yeah,
man.
there's not many of us out there, you know.
I know it's not. We're a small breed, man.
Oh yeah.
Hey, you got your package in yet? I know you say you got 1 year left. You put in any packages yet?
So I'm waiting. The last bid for the FAA already passed me, so I'm waiting for the next one. If not, I'm probably just gonna go do a contract tower and just kind of. I got a wife and a kid, so I need a job, man.
Yeah, I definitely got
bills.
some. I know you've been on the boards yet, like the mic boards where they have the contract tower listings, like the whole listing, like the updated list.
No,
yeah,
I need to get
that's a good thing to get
man.
on. Yeah, I got some people that you can get a hold of that you can exactly you can get that. It's a whole list and everything, man. I'm telling you, once you that CTO is golden.
Oh
that's golden. CTOs are golden,
sure.
man. You can get that. You get it. You get your foot in the door right away, man. Once you got that CTO, it's golden.
Long-term plan is definitely FAA, but short-term, if the FAA, because you know how the bidding works, it's the hiring process is so
tedious.
weird.
It's weird.
I want to get to a tower, get out, make some money, and eventually get to the FAA with the benefits. And
right, and just use that as a waiting period.
Real quick, so Bryson, just so you know, once the show ends, the StreamYard doesn't cut off. So you're welcome to hang out backstage.
Oh, I'll be chilling here, man.
Crypto.
Yeah. If you're not ready to get sleep or whatever, Crypto usually hangs out for a minute and chit chats too. So
yeah, I'll go grab a couple beers and we'll be chilling.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't speak for Crypto as how long it can go, but yeah, you're welcome to hang out backstage.
Sweet.
Don't
Thank
actually
you.
leave the server when I drop you out, but appreciate you coming by, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. I'm gonna be here more often.
Sure.
I subscribed to you tonight. I put on some notifications. So next time, if I see the StreamYard, I always hop in if I got time.
Sure thing, man. Thanks a lot, bud.
Yeah.
Take care, Bryce.
Yeah,
All right, Bryce.
Miami Poke Fins, man. What about you? Now that the chat's had opportunity to chime in, you change your mind or anything? Who were you going to go with?
Who are your guys?
I like the moves that we made with Channing Tyndale and also with Cameron Good. And then my sleeper player is the running back that we got, the last name White from, I think, South Carolina.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm happy with those guys. And then I just want to add one thing too. I think that Mike McDaniel's done a good job, even with going to get these undrafted players. He even picked guys, even though they may not be on the team. He's picked guys that have the potential to be on our team because of what he wants to do.
Exactly. Real deep training camp, it looks like.
Right.
That's what I'm
Thank-
thinking. Anything
So-
else you want to say, man? Shout out anybody or?
Nah, I just wanted to say thanks for having me on the show. Crypto,
Always,
right.
I'm
Hey,
gonna
Mr. Pope.
I'm gonna see you later. Moss, is good. It was good meeting you, bro. It's
Yeah,
good
nice to hear from you, man.
It's a pleasure,
This is my
man.
first time meeting you, so I hope to see you again also.
Yep. And Most also
pleasure.
talks hockey, talks Canadian junk.
Oh, he does.
Soccer, a couple other things.
Football.
He's got his own channel. I mean, yeah, get everybody get over and give him a subscribe too. Get him pumped up because
NHL, NBA playoffs.
you don't want to
so
talk to
that's
the
a
wall
pleasure.
forever either. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
and he's going to be, I'm trying to goad him into like doing some regular coverage on CFL next
Oh,
season.
yeah, for sure.
So if I got to join him and help do something,
Man,
so
you guys down in Florida, you'll recognize so many of these players up here. In the
yeah, I
Great
might
White
become a
North.
Rough Riders fan. I don't know.
No,
We'll see.
No, but you know what, Moss? I do try to watch Canadian football as much as
They
I
should
can
show it
because
more,
I'm
right?
just a football. I just love football. Period.
Because so many of these
So
guys
that'd
were
be good.
awesome in the States, but just didn't get NFL's, man. It's a 1%. You talk about crypto 1%, man. Making NFL or the NBA, it's 1%, man.
Yeah, make no mistake. It might not be the NFL, but it's still professional football. They're not a junk league.
Exactly. There's a lot of good players up here.
So appreciate that,
that's what we-
Paul. Oh, do you have something else to say?
Who's his
Hey,
guy?
just real quick, that's what we got Cameron Wake from.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
BC Lions.
Yep.
All right, yeah. Peace out.
Thanks a lot, Paul.
Who was his guys?
Yeah, Paul.
So Most, I already plugged for you, but give us
Tinder,
your favorite move so far since the end of our season.
Well, free
and then
agency.
plug whatever you want, buddy.
There, I just removed that thing.
Oh, thanks.
I think.
let
And
me see
then,
if I can
yeah,
block
my free agency. I mean, obviously, 3K. It opens up our playbook for a guy like McDaniels. Like, give me a break. Like, that's brilliant. Gesicki, if he stays the whole year, he's gonna have one of the best years of his life and get paid and probably fall away after that. So it might work out for us. But besides that, I mean, though, in the big picture, like crypto likes to talk a lot of times, it's man, we addressed the O-line, like 2 starters right off the hop in free agency. And then this Deesh that we got as unrestricted free agent, he's really top notch, it sounds like too. But when it comes to the draft, I'm just happy, like right away, we got a linebacker that can start. Like they can really maneuver him and get him going. And then the surprise is that Ezukanma, man, I didn't know that guy that much. And the more I watch and look into it, and he's just a top-notch young man.
Yeah, he flew in under everybody's radar.
And Wes Welker giving seal of approval. Like, come on. Like, and then you watch the highlights, all these jet sweeps, and oh, geez, like, and he's hard to tackle. Like, I called him, and I think El Capitan liked it on draft day. I'm like, Diet Debo. Everyone wants Debo so bad. Man, we just drafted a kid in the 4th round. It's like,
yep. And yes, I do, Aqua. I do believe that the Wildcat cut Ronnie Brown's career short. Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Let me. But you got your mod, right, Moss?
Yeah.
So throw a link to your channel in the chat, man. You should have the ability to do it as a mod. So throw a link to your channel in the chat, man. Hang out backstage if you want, bro.
Well, that was my StreamYard from earlier. But yeah, it's Moss Sports Talk.
Yep.
I thought, I kind of got aced being a rookie on YouTube. It was first Mosscast because my name.
And like I said, get ready, everybody, because like I said, if I gotta help him pump the stream up for CFL, I'll do it. I can talk football. It don't matter how
you guys
wide the field is.
CFL if you do get it on an ESPN3 or whatever. Yeah. It's a lot of Florida, guys you'd know from college that were good.
And the networks don't ever tell us when it's on. A lot of times that's the only reason we don't watch it.
I'll kind of give I'll plan them ahead and have them fired out. Yeah, for sure.
So appreciate you coming by, man.
A lot of European, English football and
yep. Yeah, I noticed
NHL
that
and NBA
you do
playoffs
Bundesliga
right
too, or just English.
What's that?
What was that?
That I think that was me. But do you do Bundesliga too, or just English?
Yeah, not so
Premier League?
much. I follow a lot of the Canadian stars. You know, Alphonso Davies is at Bayern Munich, and
right.
David's in the French league. But yeah, mostly Premier League. I'm a huge Arsenal
Roger
fan,
that.
as you can see, and but yeah, NHL and NBA playoffs mostly right now. But no, I've just been Dolphins fan from day one when I was a little kid, and Dan Marino walked out on that field, man. I was sold for life. And
he did it to his
tough road, man. It's been a tough road, as you guys know too, man.
Same here.
I just
did it to
want
us all,
some
didn't he?
sustained success and be
Dan
battling
Marino
for a title here.
hoodwinked every one of us, man.
He did. He took us
The
all down
golden
that
boy,
path.
golden arm.
All righty, Moss, man.
Take care, man.
Yeah, appreciate
Thanks a lot,
you helping
Culler,
out.
for
man.
everything.
All right.
Yep,
Thanks for
absolutely.
coming, man. Appreciate it.
Top-notch job, dude.
Yep, thanks, man. So, Crypto.
Yeah, man.
Who's your guy? But tell me when you're going to 70-30. I want to be the first to know. I'm going to make a breaking news about it. So what's your favorite move, man?
It's coming. Actually, if you don't go with Tyreek or anything like that, I'm gonna go to the thing that started it all. The guy who I chose to start to get and make the path for DVP to be out the door, and that was no other than Cedric Wilson. A lot of people was giving.
Oh,
a lot of people.
I thought you were going to say the draft. I thought you were going to say Easy E right there, like Lewis.
Well, yeah, that's true. Easy was fine. Yeah,
Cedric, huh?
Yeah, Cedric as of now, because everybody was trying to pin me down to say, if you're going to get rid of DVP, who is the guy you're going to get rid of? Who was going to replace him? No other than Cedric Wilson was that guy. I remember saying it on Larry's show, and as the guy that I'm targeting in free agency. And lo and behold, he was the first guy they picked up. So I'm gonna have to say he started it all for me.
Well, that was kind of an out. I really didn't see that one coming, but I can understand why. Sure.
Because he was the domino that fell that made it all my dreams possible.
He's really, if you think about it, kind of the linchpin to the whole operation, if you really think about it, because you know, if a guy like him can play at a quasi elite level, you know, I mean,
with that versatility, I was like, and plus he was not going to cost us a lot of money.
And given that we have two sure things that we already know about as far as that goes, you know, it's like, wow, you know.
Yeah.
I'm sure Cedric thinks of himself as a sure thing.
Oh, yeah. He's definitely he's a very good kid too.
So
and he didn't have no qualms when he was called upon once CeeDee Lamb got hurt.
Yep. And so I think, appreciate that thought, man. And we'll see when 70-30 comes. I want exclusive.
You're gonna get exclusive
knowledge.
Inside.
It's gonna change. Yeah. If you don't win.
Well, that 70-30 is on the way, man.
All righty, buddy. I'll catch you backstage.
Yep.
So, that all being said, everybody, I think we finally come to a nice place in the fan base. We're getting there. Between people, you know, believers and non-believers, let's say. You know, I'm glad we were able to hash that out in a respectable manner tonight. This whole thing about golfing and all that nonsense. Let's get over it. Let's just start winning. You know, let's be Dolphin fans again. Let's start singing our song, man. You know, number one. Still number one. Until anybody else goes undefeated and has a perfect season, we're number one. So, with all that, everybody, thank you so much for showing up, for sticking with me till 3:30 in the morning, Eastern time. Love you all. Come back. Finn's Tailgate never stops.